Show me what you got. Back up, back down, 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 back up, back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang.
Show me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. 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 Back down, back up, back down, ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
still for that fantastic first and only slot of APAC to the Game Changers Champions. My name is Mika Fabs, and with me today is Coldan. How are you feeling today, man? We have quite a day in front of us.
Yeah, and we had quite a day yesterday. I mean, it went the full distance. You know, a lot of doubt in the minds of many players, many viewers, myself included. Right, I was watching the game, and it went all the way to overtime, 40-12. But yeah, it was an interesting day yesterday. Right, we saw two teams get eliminated, and two teams, you know, continuing their run in that lower bracket. So I'm excited, and today we have a couple of bangers lined up for all of you guys. Right, there's 3 games here today. It's I guess a Freaky Friday of sorts, right? We have so many teams going up against each other. 2 more teams gonna be going home, but 1 team gonna be pushed forward into that grand final. So I can't wait to get the day started.
I know it's Friday the 13th, and everybody says it's unlucky, but I'm a believer in lucky number 13. So hopefully all of the bad juju was released yesterday for a very, very exhausting day, by the way. I just want to point out, by the way, I'm still continuing the merch drop here, and this is actually, it might not be obvious, but this is actually, oh, it's Los Angeles, it's Champions merch. I just realized like the way it's like the way it's cropped, it looks like I'm just ready for bed.
She has a whole wardrobe full of merch. You know, every day you see her, it's a new shirt, it's a new tee. And yeah, I think you have one more lined up for us, but we'll keep that for the later part of the tournament. But yeah, take a look at the circuit that we have so far, right? Open 1 all the way to 3, and now we're here in Elite. And this tournament's gone on for quite a while already, right? This is like, what, the 5th day? And we've had so many interesting matches, you know, on our screens, and so many interesting maps, right? We saw Breeze and Sunset being played multiple times, which is something that I wasn't too sure was going to happen. So I'm really glad to be able to see all these maps here today. And yeah, just excited to see how things will pan out here today.
Remember what I told you the first day? I was like, okay, if we don't see Sunset today, we're probably not going to see it at all. And almost every single day, almost every single match here, like the teams are really pushing it. And it's like, you know what? Let's have Sunset in there. Let's have Breeze in there. So it's like, oh, you know, and I think both of the all of these teams rather are just pushing each other past their comfort zones. And it's like, you know, most of these teams have been fighting all the way since Open 1, since, as we can see, was still in March of earlier this year. You know, they need something new. They need something fresh to be able to get some kind of competitive edge from their opponents, right? So it's probably that. Bring out the Breeze, bring out Sunset. Unfortunately, for MLT Esports and for Global Esports Phoenix here, we had to say goodbye to them yesterday, as Coldan mentioned earlier. And I think that, you know, on the side of Global Esports Phoenix, I still think that they're a little bit raw relative to the other teams. And for MLT, I mean, it's already a feat that they've already made it here, considering that they are the newest, like, you know, newest team here. They came together right before, like, I think a few days before LCQ started, Coldan. So I think it's like, it's still a testament to how incredibly competitive they are.
Yeah, but their journey, you know, ended yesterday, and we got to put our focus back on like the top 6 right now. And I'm so happy to see Nyx Kyosei here. Fifi made the distance. They escaped the first round of elimination, and they're all vying for the prize, as you can see on the screens right now. $35,000 prize pool, as well as that coveted spot at Champions. And yeah, all of these teams really making sure that they don't leave any stones unturned. As you mentioned, so many different compositions, many maps. We saw an absurd number of neons in this tournament so far. I did not think that neon was going to be so prevalent, but I guess, you know, maybe the jet nerve's really hitting a bit too hard. But it's really cool to see how these teams have innovated in such a short period of time with, you know, such big changes to the maps and agents as well.
I am even more surprised that we actually got a Yoru and a Reina in the same game. I mean, we had the Jet and Reina versus the Yoru and Neon, right? Who would have thought that we would have a matchup like that? And of course, all these teams vying for that first place and that coveted singular slot of APAC 2 champions, which will be held in Sao Paulo, Brazil at the latter part of November. And right now we're seeing our brackets and we are continuing our lower bracket run. We're going to be having RQ versus Nyx, OGX versus NWJ, and SMG versus FULLSENSE. I know that, I'm looking at SMG versus FULLSENSE for sure. That is going to be one powerhouse match and quite a grudge match it is indeed as well. But I believe we are starting off with OGX and NWJ. And I have to say, it's like, I feel like NWJ, did you guys rest enough or something? Because it's like, what time did they end yesterday? They were the last, they ended at like past midnight, I believe. And they are now the first match coming into today, Coldan. So I hope they're well rested because the OGX definitely are.
That's true. Yeah, OGX did have an extra day to prepare and work on strats against NWJ. So I'm interested to see how they will come up with their approach towards this series, because in my opinion, I think this first series of the day could be one of the most close, or at least I think it's going to be the most exciting. Apart from the firefight that's bound to happen in SMG versus FULLSENSE Sapphire, I think OGX versus NWJ is kind of that sleeper matchup. I really, really do like how NWJ approached the game, and I think that this match, this hit-to-head is going to be really, really interesting because both of these teams have that special spark in them, right? We saw OGX, I think we casted, or at least we were on the desk for the game, where OGX were up against the wall and then they came back, they showed the resilience. And I think NWJ showed that resilience yesterday up against GE Phoenix, so it might be a very, very interesting matchup against these two teams that will not back down.
Yeah, resilience I think is an understatement, given how long the day was. As you mentioned, right, OGX had about a day to prepare for this, and NWJ barely have a day to be able to recover from anything. I'm just hoping that they got enough sleep. That's like, bare minimum for these ladies. But we've been seeing this matchup actually since all the way back to Open 1, and OGX, they actually have always come out on top. And most might say that history is bound to repeat itself, but I would say that there are some glitches in the matrix this time around, right? There is Sway, who is back on OGX, and there's Mythica as well. And there is, on the side of NWJ, there is Lin, who has been such a valuable flex player for this team. You look back at a lot of the impossible rounds for NWJ, and it's usually Lin who's coming in big for this team. So these players are going to be so important for how different, or the curveballs that they're going to throw at each other, especially since this tournament has been going on, or this matchup rather has been going on for quite a while. But in the meantime, we're going to take a closer look at our roster. So check out this video. I believe this is OGX coming at you.
Take a look at this squad of absolute titans on your screens. Impeccable play coming in from one of the players, Twirly. I think I want to highlight her plays. Of course, the rest of the OGX team, we've seen how well they can play together, especially on the map of Haven, right? That one of those comfort picks of theirs. But Twirly, I want to put a highlight on her because she has surprised me, and I think surprised a lot of people and a lot of teams in this tournament already. Right? Her great duelist plays that will come in has been nothing short of amazing, and if that continues up against NWJ, they're gonna have a really tough time because she can literally swing the tides in OGX's favor. So a star-studded roster with Sway coming back into the team, so sky's the limit, I guess, for OGX.
Yeah. It's a welcoming homecoming for her, right? Especially here on Elite. And then I like to I like to look at them as like the queens of like impossible comebacks here on the APAC stage. And they're at their best when they have nothing to lose. And so a lower bracket run for OGX should almost feel like a boost of adrenaline for them. But we're gonna find out if they can have that boost indeed up against NWJ. Let's take a closer look at the roster. These ladies are coming from a very exhausting day yesterday, so hopefully they're well rested. NWJ, let's go. NWJ here.
Oh, take it.
No worries. I just wanted to reiterate that they are coming off of a very long day yesterday, Coldan, and it's probably not enough time, but that's competition for you, right? How well can they get back up after the shortest rest out of any of these teams?
Yeah, and I think you mentioned Lynn right earlier on. I think she has been, a diamond in the rough that's discovered by NWJ. It's amazing to see how she has sort of just fit into the team quite seamlessly. It's tough, right, to appear on the elite stage and really show up in your first few matches where it's pretty cutthroat, right? If you lose 2 series, you're already out. And Lynn has just been an anchor for that team, filling in the spots that they need as the Killjoy, as the Sentinel, really putting up multi-kills, multiple rounds in a map. And I think, throwback to yesterday, she was one of the key reasons why NWJ even had a chance to go for that comeback that eventually resulted in that win and their result here today.
Yeah, she's been amazing, and then it's been a question mark, of course, because she was like the newer player coming into this team. But the moment we saw her on the stage at the first match here at the Elite, we knew that this was a player that we really had to watch out for, right? And she's really coming in huge on the side of OGX. Of course, you do have Sway back as the IGL, who's really pushing that team, giving that team that additional, sort of like momentum to be able to make those comebacks in very crucial rounds, right? You also have Twirly, who is such a fearless duelist, right? She's able to take up so much space for her team, and I think one of the problems that we noted during the earlier matches was that there was a little bit of a disconnect, I guess, between Twirly and how far she would be able to push and the follow-up that would come after that. But I think that OGX have had time to work through that, to be able to work out that those little mistakes or maybe the disconnects in timing. So I'm expecting much more from them this time around, especially since they know NWJ so well.
That's a good point. I'm actually quite curious of how OGX has taken that loss versus SMG, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, let me just take a quick look, right? So yeah, losing 2-0 to SMG, it is not an unexpected outcome, right? But I'm wondering whether that has affected their mental. I know that they're really resilient, but that might have taken a bit of a hit on them because coming into this tournament, that was arguably their best shot, at surprising SMG, trying to go for something a bit unconventional. But now they're down in the lower brackets and they're fighting for their lives. So we'll have to see how things pan out. I think the map vetoes are ready for us. So let's take a look at how that one has panned out.
Well, we had a lot of big surprises last time. So and for this map veto, what are we expecting here? We do know that in their previous matchups, OGX had Ascent, I believe, as their most successful map against NWJ. For NWJ, though, I believe it was Bind that might be their best bet. So, okay, we are starting off with Ascent here, and followed by Lotus, potentially Haven. And I'm looking at the bans, actually. I saw that OGX banned Bind, which is pretty smart, and I guess no Breeze, no Sunset for either of these teams. Say they don't want any of that. And the NWJ, I think they're still too fresh from the split match, from earlier today. We can say that, right? Earlier today. So it looks like we're gonna be starting off here on Ascent, and yeah, this is gonna be good for OGX, I feel.
Yeah, NWJ picked into this one, which is, I guess, a confidence pick, right? A comfortability pick. I can understand the bans of Breeze and Split. Both of those maps, they did look a little bit shaky on. And having Haven as like that last pick coming in for OGX, I think this bolsters their map pool, or at least in the map vetoes for OGX, right? Whenever we see Haven for OGX, it always feels like it's their map to take home, right? So if it goes to a third mapper, OGX, I think they have kind of won out in this map veto so far. Lotus is going to be an interesting one. I think NWJ really likes to implement those lurks on Lotus. So if they can get that going on the attacking side, I think they do stand a chance to actually win now in a 2-0 fashion. Yeah, as I mentioned, if it goes to Haven, kind of have to give it into OGX's favor. Right?
Yeah, I'm also not sure, like, endurance wise, I guess, for NWJ, like how the level of consistency that they put out, and how in a best of 3 going into the third map, I'm not exactly sure if they can have that same energy, especially up against OGX, that is the type of team that builds steam, right? It's the comebacks, and they actually play better if they go into a map number 3. So it's like they actually want you there. If they do lose one of the maps, it's not the end of the road for them, or they're not the type that will panic or suddenly say like, okay, we're at a disadvantage, because they actually want that map 3. They know that they can outlast you. They know that they can outrun you. So I think for OGX, this is overall looking good. NWJ though, they are coming off of again, that very long day yesterday, and they're coming in fresh here. So it's going to be the biggest test for these ladies, in many ways than one. They need to be able to pull this out to show that we had our perception of, I guess, like the big 4, like the big teams that would come in here. It's just clearly SMG, RQ, FULLSENSE, and OGX is our dark horse. NWJ want to show that, like, no, we're capable of making that top 4 as well. We're capable of making the or being one of the big teams on the APAC stage for Game Changers.
All right, so I love what you put, like how you set it up there, but I also like to add in, right, that I took a little look at the maps of Ascent that NWJ have played, right, and the last map, or at least the last time they played Ascent, was actually against OGX, all the way in, not mistaken, Open 3, in the playoffs round 2. So they actually did battle on Ascent, and it went in the way of OGX, which is an interesting factor right there, because I think coming into this matchup, NWJ wants to surprise OGX with something that they did not see before. I think Ascent is a battlefield, right, that they obviously have experience on. It was a close affair, 10-13, and if SCYTHE can actually come up with some counterplay to OGX this time around, I think they really do stand a chance. It's gonna be what I'm expecting, going to be the exact same comps again. The standard on Ascent, in the last time they played, it was a mirror comp as well. So I think NWJ has something cooking, right? It has to be. If you pick into a map that you just lost to that team that you are now currently playing against, I'm expecting something interesting. I'm expecting something spicy, and of course, Friday the 13th.
Where we're really like, okay, so let's see what else could possibly go in a very unconventional manner on this very superstitious day, right? Who knows, maybe it's not a mirror matchup after all. I mean, everybody's been saying how, like, oh my gosh, Ascent should be out of rotation by now, because it's just so standard, and for us on the talent side, it's like, here we go again. What else can we expect on Ascent? But I'm open to any surprises here for these teams. I think you're absolutely right. We're probably seeing that mirror matchup, but I do want to highlight then against the new players that we have here. Are we seeing Mika now? Are we going to see Sway perhaps pick something that's a little bit more aggressive, something more of a punch? Is she going to bring back perhaps the option for like a double duelist comp, right? Sway did have a big history playing IGL duelist for the team way back when. And on the other side as well, you have Lynn, who has been such an incredible flex player. She's been doing great, fantastic work on the Sentinel role. She can also flex on over to controller or initiator, whatever the team might need. So how is that going to affect their composition, or what kind of how vast they can stretch their compositions coming here into Ascent, especially since it's been tried and tested. It's the same thing over and over again. Could perhaps those X factors, be the the something new, I guess, that would throw NWJ and OGX off of each other's trail.
Yeah, and you're speaking about the different agent compositions that we could see. I again went to go and look at OGX's previous Ascent matches, which was against SMG, which is the latest one, right? 2-13, not the best showing, but they did bring out an interesting comp. Raze, Fade, and Chamber was included in that composition. So, we might just get that wish. We might just get something freaky on Friday. I'm excited to see if they're going to continue with that. Maybe, the 2-13 loss might have, shaken their confidence a bit. Maybe they're going back to the original, standard meta comp of Ascent because, they were so heavily countered by SMG, but you never know, right? What goes in the mind of Sway, I can only wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up, right? Because like Iruma has been has been part of the welcoming committee for Chamber, right? Back into the meta, but she's been doing so well on the role as well, especially on the defensive side. So is that something she's gonna pick? It looks like we're going with what you mentioned, Coldan. It's going to be the Raze, the Chamber, the Fade for the side of OGX, and NWJ. They're just sticking with the standard.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how SCYTHE would want to counter this kind of a pick. It's not the standard util that you're gonna see. You have to be a little bit adaptive. But we've seen weakness. I mean, OGX did not perform well up against SMG. I'm just gonna put it, straight up. So definitely a chance for them to strike here, strike hard, and really put OGX on notice. Let's see how they will want to approach this map of Ascent.
Perhaps that match versus SMG exposed some weaknesses here. Perhaps it's something that NWJ can use to their favor and learn from. Maybe we're going to see. And for the side of NWJ, you really just have to give all your energy to these ladies. It was a very grueling day yesterday, so it's possible they're still riding on that momentum, right? They're still, feeling the effects of that high coming into this match. They're very, very warm, I would say. They're, coming in very, very hot indeed. And we're gonna see how hot they can take this match here against OGX. So let's get into Ascent. Over to your casters, Quack and Blackenblue.
Thank you very much, panelists. And I think they've got some great points, especially with the agent composition. The Chamber coming in again, Raze plus Fade. But of course, we can only find out what happens. It's always a bit of an uphill battle once you're in the lower bracket. Yeah. But it is what it is. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Blackenblue. A very spiffy shirt today, man.
Sorry, for a moment there something went off in my ear. But to your point, I'll disregard it. I'll make up my own. I think the important thing here is that they're looking to finally, for the first time, kind of take down OGX, right? You look at where SCYTHE have gone, what they've done. And as we kind of talked about OGX a while ago, most of us were looking at this tournament for OGX to be the dark horse, and that's a very valid take. They're maybe not the favorites, but they have a chance. But I think the true dark horse in this tournament has been SCYTHE. We've seen some great things from them when they hit their stride, but at least in terms of being a bit more consistent, that's where OGX come on in. And part of that is not just in-game, but in their decisions leading up to it. For example, with SCYTHE banning out Split for their second one, which is one of the more doable maps against a team like Orangutan X, you have to wonder, why did we end up on Haven if we get to it?
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely have some kind of game plan or just something that they're more comfortable with. And definitely Coldan brought up something very interesting with the fact that the last time SCYTHE played Ascent was against OGX, but then again, it was a slightly different OGX, a slightly different roster, so both teams must have changed things up, and that's something where you definitely need to watch out for. A lot of things to be wary of. But also another interesting fact is just that every single time that OGX has gone up against NWJ, OGX comes out on top, Blackenblue. So it's a little bit tough, and maybe this is the tournament. Maybe this is the time for SCYTHE NWJ to shine, because they've been doing so much, especially yesterday, coming into Game Changers APAC Elite.
Well, we know what happened yesterday, how things turned on out, but today's a new day, a brighter one. At the end of this series, though, one team will go down and out of this tournament and in contention for Brazil. So, OGX versus NWJ, we see Orangutan starting out here on the defense, but they're actually in pretty prime spot to receive this oncoming Scythe attack.
Pretty good positioning so far. I mean, it's like quite disciplined, you might say. OGX kind of peeking onto A main for a second right now. Of course, we've got Japips on the fade here, just dual wing with Twirly, so there might be a bit of a combo setup, but they don't have any info right now. In fact, it's the trademark that goes off around market.
Well,
wow.
It's a very curious decision, right? The comp that they're playing here, not exactly the most stock standard, but it's what we've come accustomed to when looking at this OGX team. Very unique, which you really love to see, especially here. Obviously, the chamber gives you that bit more of aggression, but speaking of aggressiveness, here it comes. Paranoia on out. Stalling them for the meantime to try and buy some space. Time. They don't expect Twirly on the corner, and from the switch, they don't even realize she's there. Gets a double.
I think that's the round right there. 20 seconds left, and all that utility is exploding right underneath NWJ's feet. Lin gets blown up by the ghost. It's going to be SCYTHE trying to make some noise through from Gardens, but that's the best that she can do. 5 seconds, and the spike is down. Door isn't even broken yet, so at this point, unless you can shoot every single target, it's basically round over. Pistol goes over to OGX.
I mean, as you said, that was practically the round already taken pretty much by Twirly. As soon as they did clear her out towards that switch, easy pickings, had to focus on the rest of the push. And there just simply wasn't enough for NWJ to put on up, so small lapse there, but one that can certainly be rectified for the meantime. OGX will benefit off of that cause, and look at Twirly, Phantom already coming up in a second.
I mean, I think off of it, oh yeah, you got the Phantom, you're looking to snowball with it. NWJ, slight mid-rounding that needed some work. Because the entries just kind of fell apart as soon as Yamori dashed into Twirly. Off to the next round, of course, and it's OGX just trying to hold. They've been very safe thus far in Blackenblue.
Yeah, they know that for a team like SCYTHE, you give them those opportunities, certainly can be capitalized on. And we've seen that in their upcoming, rather in their previous battles here, as Twirly another double to start off her round, maybe a triple even to continue on, and that's where the Phantom comes on in, right? Just having so much more superiority in terms of the fighting capability.
You got two more players on the other side too. Aruma coming up with one on the Headhunter, and then Twirly looking for the quad. It's gonna be a knife kill coming up from Oreophilia. You've got to pull out whatever you can in a self-defense moment, but that said, it's still gonna be OGX finishing things off.
I mean, Oreophilia, she got hers, so nothing to feel too bad about. Obviously, kind of a throwaway round, if anything. But hey, I'm surprised she didn't actually have like a TP to go back. Actually, she did have her trademark, just rather her rendezvous. Just didn't choose to use it in that moment. I'm not sure if she was in, or if
maybe
it was in cooldown or anything like that.
A little bit of greed, you know, you just want to go for more kills. SCYTHE's going in for the knife as well. I think she tried to hop on over. And then, oh wait, was it SCYTHE's? I can't remember. But then you just have the knife right back. That said, it's going to be the full buy round for NWJ right now. And they are just still being so careful, both sides. Small little adjustments. This time we've got Casper inside of Blind. But NWJ have always gone for mid control. And this time, just trying to break some traps, create a bit of pressure. It's up to OGX to respond to this. And off of the trap breaking, it's going to be Aruma being lured out into the open area, and SCYTHE's taking her down.
Yeah, Aruma very open there. Obviously trying to adjust to that market pressure. And now as Sway goes down, that's the B site entirely open. You can see here, because they gave up that pizza, it led to a lot more of a volatile defense here on the B site, leaving them open, and well, NWJ, they found their opening.
Alright, so we've got Psy. We hear the footsteps. Phantom still does good damage onto Lin. Crescent's immediately picking up where she just left off. And it's all going to be up to Japips now. Perfect paranoia on the end there as well. And Japips just cannot see anything. It's lights out. And NWJ taking up the win.
Yeah, just barely out of her scope of vision. But the operator coming now from Aruma, I think he's going to change things up. We saw a bit more of a, I guess, aggressive A main hold, which ultimately enough, their play there was to kind of lure Scythe into coming towards short perhaps, or A main, having to swing from twirly, as you can see Casper setting up kind of like a paranoia play, but it just never came to pass, so maybe the trap didn't work the first time, but not due to a lack of trying.
And not too shabby, still able to do a little bit of damage, and thus, as such, they get to buy back up Aruma with the operator. But this time, NWJ has opted to go for a full A main hit instead, with it's just SCYTHE on the lurk outside of B lobby. And without seeing all too much info, it's going to be the call from OGX to pull back and instead hide on top of Heaven just to support and kind of defend. SCYTHE's doing a bit of damage towards B main as well, sustaining a bit of damage onto her own. She's down to 10 HP.
He's been pretty effective on these lurks so far. Her own game right now, getting them 2 consecutive opening first kills on these gun rounds especially, very important. So SCYTHE's already providing... Yeah, I mean, as a Sentinel, you have to be the lurker anyways, but you're building up the lockdown, which is big, but Casper has to time this right. When they do push on in, he has to get her one. Oh, too early.
Okay. 30 seconds remaining, though, and that's where NWJ has to push in. They know where Casper is, so she's under a lot of pressure right now, being blinded as well, but support coming through. She's got teammates coming from Heaven, but they're getting fragged out by Lin, and Casper just swinging back and forth, getting some one-taps along with it. A third kill coming through, and Pips to put another one down. SCYTHE with that huge lurk now has to rotate over, but doesn't have that much time. And 10 HP is all she's got, Blackenblue. So, trying to stick it down. Unfortunately, cannot reposition. The turret helps her just for 1 second, but here comes Casper with the Quadra.
It was a great recovery by Casper, even with mistakes made, and you can see how small mishaps in terms of execution here can really go into a, I guess, dissuaded round, which should have been theirs. You look at NWJ, and they're maybe not the most sophisticated team for sure, or experienced team, and you can see it in rounds like that, where was the molly towards Heaven? Where was the molly towards the dice? Either one of those would have shut it down. I mean, there was a molly towards Heaven, but it wasn't necessarily timed right, allowed, you know, the rest of the defense to come on in. SCYTHE had her nano swarms as well, nothing there towards dice, where they knew for a fact Casper was, and just these type of things which haven't necessarily, rather Oreophilia was, yeah, Casper, and those type of things have allowed OGX to find their openings, so NWJ gotta make sure they're a bit more thorough on those type of pushes.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you don't want to use too much utility early on as well. I mean, I guess that's one other thing when you have your Killjoy just lurking by herself outside of B main. This time it's a slightly different game plan though, with Sway towards top, Crescents towards top mid instead. So NWJ is still just trying to find their footing in this game right now. Oreophilia with nothing but a Sheriff. And they are walking straight into Sway's crosshairs, but good peeks from Yamori. That's the entry right there. And surely they know where Casper is this time. Looking for her. They're going to get blinded for just a second. Cloudburst to keep herself alive. Yamori trying to do God's work. But here comes Crescents just to support her teammates as well. A double kill coming through. And this gives NWJ the A site.
Yeah, assuredly, this should be the round.
Here.
I'm assuming here Aruma, if she doesn't find one early, is going to go for a save instead. Oh, dangerous feat to trying to go for here versus Oreophilia. I'm not too sure I'd advise to continue in this fight for longer. They should be prioritizing keeping this investment that they have so they can still buy up into the next. They have economy for that anyways, but great job here by NWJ. Finally, their opening, first picks were actually converted into a round win. Aruma gets her one to try and stave them off, but the rest of the pack is just way too quick and way too close behind. But yeah, NWJ, as I said, opening first bloods finally capitalized on, and great stuff, especially on the support by Crescents.
Yeah, and SCYTHE on the lurk still as well. I mean, catching her opponents off as they try to save their weapons. But yeah, you're exactly right, Blackenblue. I mean, it almost feels as if it's like a contact play of NWJ just kind of all right, we go wherever we can. We got the info that there are like 2 or 3 people around B. If we can get the entry towards A short, let's just go into A. And they managed to make it work this time around with Crescents coming in with those double kills. That said, though, Aruma, despite not having the operator in this round, it's going to be the tour de force, and that is a bit of pressure on the defensive side. Attacking lockdown has been deployed, but not quite any movement yet.
They got no command to try and turn this off. They knew they had a tour de force and they still didn't pop it, and they paid the price, losing their smoker. These type of things, though, this is what can keep stabbing NWJ in the back. They have to be a bit more thorough. Look at what you got and what they're using. You know that tour de force is online, and you blindly peek, and you see the consequence of their actions.
A little bit painful. 5 on 4. Not all over yet, considering the fact that, you know, some of the OGX players only have sheriffs, so still you're gonna have to scrounge up whatever you can. But I think it's some of that slight differences between these two teams, because NWJ has made it this far without a coach. So
yeah,
still without that third-party perspective, sometimes they're gonna have to fix their issues on the fly, on the go, by themselves.
30 seconds.
You've got no controller available now, and you're gonna have to try to break your way into a site regardless. Cloudburst is all you've got, and Yamori's trying to make that entry happen through A main. They've managed to spot a player out, Casper down by Garden, but Sway comes back into trade. And with that, OGX evens out the odds. Not the best weaponry still, but still a chance nonetheless.
Once again, Quack, it came from the contact play. That's like, what, 4 times in a row now? 4 different rounds where we see that contact play be quite effective here for NWJ. Obviously, opening pick going towards OGX, but they all line up and are taking down easily here from the tree. They plant themselves. And, well, great stuff done by NWJ at the end. Obviously, kind of an eco from Orangutan, but they take what they can.
And that's it. That's not too bad, right? Blackenblue, we're even up 3-3, and starting things off on Ascent. You know, you definitely want as many rounds as possible on the attacking side. So, with the fact that the last time they played Ascent, SCYTHE NWJ against Orangutan X, it was 10-13. They had a pretty good score. It was 6-6 in the end of the first half, and they made it very close towards the end. Can the same thing happen again, but with slightly better results? Maybe NWJ has cracked that code.
Well, timeout called here. Certainly would benefit both cases. I think, even though, yes, OGX are the one who called the timeout, SCYTHE are kind of in need of one, and this kind of benefits them because they didn't have to burn one of their own, yes. But more importantly, you can see how they have had very curious decision-making sometimes in the mid-round. Luckily for that one, this previous round number 6, it finally worked on out. What their mid-round decision was to reinitiate that contact, but from really a different threshold, a different angle, a different path. And to be able to talk over that and continue what worked on, sometimes it's just as important as rectifying what wasn't.
Yeah, it's always those adjustments, and with Coach Gunner at the helm for OGX, maybe they're going to switch things up a little. You can see that the positioning has definitely shifted towards a bit more emphasis on A short, because that is where NWJ has been moving out. You've got Twirly available to Showstopper as well for any aggressive hits if we want. Dark cover comes out and they're starting to investigate. Oh,
That didn't connect to where they were hoping, but certainly contact has been made here towards short. They know that double setup is alive, so you can infer there has to be one more on the site as well. They confirm that 3 on A. So curious to see what their decision is here. Obviously, it is Yamori kind of taking this fight solo as she's flushed on out. It has to be some sort of B split they commit here to.
just getting them to spend a bit of utility as well. But this time, Sky Elise not quite able to land that shot through B main. So maybe not quite a split. Maybe their only route, Blackenblue, is for NWJ to push through market, bottom mid, Maybe we wrap back around to A now that the door's broken. Lin does have the recon dart, so it's just going to be the execute from market into B instead. However, they've got to watch out for these positions. Very pesky. Sway, she's going to be still alive inside a boathouse. Crescents comes in with a support, and Iruma, both of them fall. The site is theirs. NWJ gets the spike down, but here comes a retake just as fast as the site was taken. A bit of a hold outside of market. Lin able to take down Torley. The rest of them coming through from CT now, but NWJ knows exactly where to look. Both of them drop dead. NWJ in the lead.
Lovely stuff here from NWJ. Really making sure that once they're kind of forced into a bottleneck, they can make the most out of it, maximizing things here. The scan really saved them. Big scan coming from Lin as well. They had ultimates to utilize too, if it ever did come down to it. Obviously, the showstopper was available too for OGX, but if you're going to look at the defense here from OGX, yes, they get the first pick, but this one small error there by Iruma and Sway was that Iruma was there towards kind of like the Radiant Box Tower. If they played both towards the back side, which, to be fair, going back in a site in that case when they're being flooded is the right decision to make, unless you just fall back to CT and play a retake. But if you're going to fall back into the site, you have to play that double bow task. You have to burn time, stall time as much as possible. There was 12 seconds left on the clock, and if that's what they could have done, then maybe a different outcome would have benefited their way.
Yeah, tiny bits. I mean, not to mention that the Radiant crates were, as Asteroid would say, wall bangable. But yeah, I mean, inside a boathouse, having two players is like additional support. He's not even here, I know.
He's not even part of this broadcast, and we bring him up every single time.
He's always in our hearts, man. But all right, it's a tech pause. I mean, I'm sure there are some, issues that need to be ironed out. Of course, OGX, a little bit unfortunate. They would have loved to be in a boot camp together, but they're not side by side right now, I think. And there's always a little bit of just unhappiness that comes with that as well. But moving on into the next round still, despite that loss, it's kind of early. We're into round 8 right now, and OGX can still afford to buy back up. It's light shields, sure, but it's still weaponry nonetheless, and Iruma still goes in for that operator pick. And I mean, what do you make of this? Like, the positioning right now, it feels like she's going back to a bit more mid-presence, and NWJ has been going with default so far.
I think part of it has been the fact that NWJ, as you said, default, and they play that contact very often. It's a big part of their game plan here, in a sense. And the biggest problem to deal with when you are playing that contact, that dry contact sometimes, is an op on the other side. And when you have a chamber, it feels like you have all the right tools to deal with it, right? You have the op, which is great against contact. You have chamber, which is great on the op. But it maybe not be translating per se into round wins as consistent as they want here in the defense, partly because of these small macro decisions they make. They have the right idea in mind, like that last round. Yes, fall back in a site, fall back into the anchor positions, but it's just which anchor positions they chose that kind of, I guess, in the end screwed them over. And so if they fix those small things, OGX, they still have a chance here, obviously. They're on the defense, but NWJ, SCYTHE, they're gaining rounds rapidly on the attacking side.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row now, and it's kind of, I guess, a little bit of that thing like you were talking about with the operator. It's a good idea, but you still need to be able to read your opponents, and you got to be able to position your players at the right spot, because if not for that, sometimes your operator is just going to be sitting alone, cold, and you don't have anyone to give you hugs, and you're just not going to be able to
describing yourself, Quack.
Any opponents.
We're on a broadcast. I'm talking about yourself here.
I'm sorry.
This ain't your show. No, I'm kidding. Continue on.
That's the thing, the operator player's not going to be able to find any opponents, and at that point you're going to retake with an op, and that's always difficult as well.
Yeah.
So that's the thing about this current situation. NWJ's defaults and the way that they've been moving across the map has been so effective at keeping OGX on their toes. In fact, right now, back into a bit of tiles, a bit of B lobby, B main, and not a lot of noise made. A big tag coming out from Iruma's operator, though, and Lin is down to half HP.
It's a good tag from her. Whoa. Oh, this Prowler just confirms a kill. I mean, Japeeps takes it away before the big rocket even connects, but hey, you take those. And that's a bit more of what I want to see. Literally, right before that happened, I was about to say, I want to see kind of like a trap setup or play here being made on the defense coming out of that timeout. And OGX pull one right out, so must have heard me, but more importantly, good intuition to finally get a bit more proactive here on the defense, which is one way of dealing with kind of this slow default style. Find out for yourself where they are.
Not too bad. And then, yeah, Mori is the one who fell too, so that kind of weakens your entry capabilities. Got Crescent still and some flashes available. Then again, Lin is pretty low. And they just got spotted as soon as that dark cover dropped. However, without much time, NWG has to commit. And with that, it's diminishing returns, Blackenblue. They have to push out of this dark cover or they're just sitting ducks, and they're trying to find whatever shot they can get. OGX trying to play disciplined and careful. Off angles being held. Japips onto the triple kill now. 2 more and she would have get an ace. She's looking on for it. She gets another headshot, and with 3 seconds remaining, Aureophilia does not want to give it to her. Here's those footsteps, and here it comes. Japips swings out, peekaboo, heads down, and it's OGX tying things up 4-4.
Lovely stuff here coming from Japips. Obviously playing that lane to perfection. The big fragment as well there. That's great backup coming from the rest of OGX. You can see the flashes, that fragment as well, the molly, as we called it. And yeah, as soon as they lost Yamori on that jet, just kind of getting bottlenecked within the choke, they play that contact, kind of stalls and burns time off of NWJ's clock. And once more, also just shakes them up for map control, early on, or at least mid throughout the round. Made it so much easier for OGX to hold on, but look at this. Early ult to try and initiate with, but doesn't find much, if anything.
I thought they were going to rush off of it, but they got discouraged by this perfectly timed dark cover from Casper. So now I just got to wait it out.
Too from Sway.
Oh, yes.
Just told him to halt.
Stop moving forward. Just stop. Freeze. And they kind of listened. So now they're trying to find another option. Dark cover from our affiliate towards mid. Maybe we're trying to cross. Maybe we're trying to fake it a little. But OGX aren't really biting the bait. Look at them. They're just staying in the same spots. They trust in Aruma's operator.
No real reason to kind of rotate now, and the Hans can confirm presence still here in B main. And now that sends a rotate, but they don't have the best time to try and work things out too thorough coming on the opposing side. You can see Yamori just trying to find her timing. They're really looking for a split here as they don't have time to necessarily crawl their way in A
30 seconds
as much as they would like to. And here it comes. He said it. Suppress on out. There's actually a little catch out where that operator is, but still alive.
And with 20 seconds left, now they're trying to make their move. Aruma still just kind of holding the position, being smoked out by the Cloudburst now, but can't connect the shot. She swaps to the Headhunter instead. 10 seconds, and she's taking down some targets along with her. But NWJ makes it hard as well. 1 player left, and it's going to be Japips. Can't quite land the spray, and the tracking will not happen today. It's 5-4. NWJ comes up back on the lead.
I can't believe NWJ still came out with that round with, what, 20 seconds left, trying to push on towards the site. Defensive smokes up there. You can see them, they smoke off that stairs. It was looking pretty good for OGX. They just were in opportunities, actually, that were pretty good for them. Unfortunately, could not connect on those opportunities given. An open window is only as good as the person who hops through it in the middle of the night. And in this case, OGX... They couldn't open the window. I mean, well, never mind. They couldn't hop through the open window. There's a problem.
Yeah, sometimes your foot gets caught, I guess.
You would know, Quack, how many open windows you'd be hopping into or out of.
What are you insinuating right now? Regardless, off of that loss, it's OGX, and they've got an eco right now. NWJ, I mean, like you mentioned, right? They cut noise and they still go in for hits, and sometimes it just surprises OGX, who have been trying to play it safe as much as possible. Now on the eco round, they're getting a little bit proactive. We're pushing out of B main, and we don't see anyone. You know what that means. It's probably an A hit. Aruma positioned on the A site on top of A heaven. She has to be ready to receive them. Casper just preemptively puts up the dark cover to discourage them from peeking through. And again, this runs down the clock, Blackenblue.
Well, they don't have the most favorable buy for sure on the defense, but they're all set up in the right place to try and deny this, or at least make it difficult here for the push. Scythe, they dash on in for an overrun who is within the site. Aruma is kind of trapped here. Doesn't really even have a rendezvous set up. Actually, she does, but I didn't think she was going to be able to pop it in time, considering how flooded they got. In the end, though, everything just goes towards Scythe's way anyways.
Anyways.
It's a valiant effort, but ultimately doesn't lead to much.
I guess it's a bit of the gunplay and positioning as well. I mean, there's only so much that you could do. And even with the info that OGX had retrieved by pushing into B main, NWJ just came in and clicked heads. Recon perfectly sussed out Aruma's position. Henceforth, Yamori used the tailwind to entry into the right side of A, closer towards Dice, and that's where she's able to isolate some of these angles, get some taps in, and with that, everyone from OGX dropped like flies. So now it's the full buy, and OGX are trying to go proactive. They're pushing out into B main. They're taking a bit of damage, dealing a bit as well back. Japips, a bit of a trade, but SCYTHE just goes in. It's contact plays into B, Blackenblue. We've got a bit of a chase going on. OGX trying to wrap back around from B main.
They kind of tried to trap them there towards that B main, towards that lobby, but just didn't work on out. Great defensive smoke from Oreophilia to block out that male position, rather that link position, and allow them to just focus on the task at hand, the bigger threat, which was B main, which led to the plant anyways. Yeah, as Tan mentioned, retake here. They have the null command to try and shut down some of this util, but will they make it here?
It's the positioning that I'm worried about. Yeah, triple stack, and Yamori's already gotten the first one. Tailwind available again. She preps it. Aruma finds a shot right back, but now she's the only one left. Her teammate fell because of the push, and she's running out of time. Lynn goes in for a bit of a burst with her Phantom just to finish things off, and with a 7-4 scoreline right now, it's already a different story than the last time SCYTHE NWJ went up against Orangutan X on a sit.
Oh, just lovely stuff here from NWJ. That was a big surprise too, to connect. Quite fortunate actually, here coming from the attack, coming from Presence to kind of start off that fight, shutting down any notions of like maybe an extra Prowler or an extra Hunt or even Paranoia coming through around the corner from Casper. Allowed them to be a bit more, I guess, secured in that fight. But look at this, quick A main take already, could springboard into an execute, and here they come. Casper forced out of position. They're gonna have to go for retake, but good shot here from Sway.
All right, we're gonna have to back off of it. So kind of gives NWJ the set for the time being, but that's it. A lot of players from OGX are prepped and ready. Torley still has her utility as well, so the paint shells, along with the Judge and the blast packs, could make for a really good entry. You've got a bit of a lurk from A short though. SCYTHE's up inside the garden, spots Japips, but Japips takes her down instead, and here comes a retake. Oreophilia Lynn holding on well, coming in from hell, as well as Jenny goes in through, gets another shot. Casper coming up from above, a bit of support and the tags, but Lynn just wallbanks it through with the recon that she gets. It's gonna be an 8-4 at the end of the first half.
Lovely stuff from Lynn. Insane once more, but even more crazy is our panel's got quite a few words to say.
Maybe we are feeling a little bit crazy, especially after that round. I mean, we mentioned how NWJ, Coldan, we were questioning like, okay, maybe they're tired coming from yesterday, but it kind of looks like they didn't stop playing,
Yeah, I really like how NWJ approached that side of attack, right? You saw how they were so methodical. It came down to last second executes multiple times, and that kind of whittled down the utility from OGX, right? When you reached so late in the round, they realized that, hey, we might not have enough dark covers, especially with the chamber, right? You don't have a lot of utility to actually stop and execute. And we saw that multiple times on the B side, right? Where Aruma was caught between different angles. There wasn't really much opportunities to find kills at the back of B side as well. And this slow pace, OGX just weren't able to adapt it in time. And I mean, Lin Vision, I mean, what a beautiful series of kills that she got there right at the end. It's a beautiful symphony coming in from Scythe, and honestly, I think that they're reading OGX really, really well. And they're not really making the most out of that Raze/Fade composition. I would like to see a little bit more synergy with the nade, with the C's, and I think that's going to be coming into fruition when we swap over to the attacking side for OGX, right? They have the opportunity now to let Aruma work the map, they let Twirly to take more of those aggressive duels, and you know, maybe they might turn things around, but right now, Scythe looks really, really strong.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really interested to see how these teams are gonna play once the side switch, right? Because NWJ's attacking pace was a little bit confusing, and you kind of felt like OGX didn't know how to read or anticipate them. Now that the sides are switching, is it gonna be the other way around? Is it time for that comeback for OGX? We're gonna find out as we step back into Ascent, so over to you, casters.
Oh, I think Mika's forgotten our names again, Blackenblue. But thank you very much, panel. And I mean, they're absolutely right. We would love to see more of that synergy between some of the agents, but it hasn't quite shown up just yet. It's a little bit of confusion right now, but a great showing for NWJ nonetheless. And Lin, such a debut performance. This is her first time in Game Changers APAC Elite, and she's up on top with crazy utility usage and 15 kills and 5 deaths.
Well, we noticed that from their earlier matches, right? When they played other teams in this tournament specifically, we saw them versus RRQ Kaguya. Yeah, they did take the L, but Lin was a stand-up performer in a lot of those maps. It's not surprising here that things are turning out well for her. It's more for OGX, who just, as Coldan has talked about on the panel, we didn't really see that synergy that you expecting from a comp like this. Aruma taking the fight, but it's actually SCYTHE who comes out on top.
You know, they're just going in for scraps. And SCYTHE, yeah, she gets the kill. Down to 15 health. So, I don't know, a simple sneeze could take her down. But again, it's up to OGX and whatever their game plan is, which right now just isn't really coming to fruition. A bit of a scuffle. We lost Aruma. Everyone's rotating back over to B now. And I guess we're cutting noise and just going in for it.
4v5, more importantly, on the site itself, you got the double stack here from NWJ. Push on it. It's going to be up to Trolley to try and dismantle this, but I think they have a pretty good lockdown on this. Defensive smoke being put up on here, and Sway is still able to get SCYTHE down. They get the trades going equally. In 3v3, they stand. The stairs already occupied, and theirs are pushing on in. They're getting the retake coming on in. Quack here real quick. Pearly gets the one to shut them on down. They're all in the boat, trying to keep them sunk. But they're going to stay alive and wade through the waves. OGX take a pistol.
Unsinkable, Blackenblue. They just stayed inside a boathouse, all three of them, each one and every one ducking in and out of cover. Starting things off with Twirly and Sway, of course, going in together. Lin did a pretty good job at holding her own, but that said, once the spike went down, the pressure was on for NWJ, and they tried to rush in with a retake. Every single player from OGX taking pot shots with their ghosts inside a boathouse. It was a lovely sight, and here we go, back into the game.
NWJ, unfortunately, could not stay alive. Their presence, I think, within the smoke as well, towards that backside with Lin. They did get a few picks off, but ultimately the rest of the push, I guess, wasn't able to capitalize off that. The rest of the retake, the second wave of the reinforcement. OGX taking importance here into this into this pizza position now even, which you can see NWJ are not really playing to contest. They want B main control more than anything. If they do flood out from market, taking B main would be a great way to have a bit more control on the site.
Well, they do have Casper around B main if they want to make that happen. But giving up too much space and initiative now, NWJ starting to peek out. Casper walks straight into another player. She spotted him. A bit of damage towards A short as well. And OGX just continues to dominate. They've got the guns this round, and they are making their gunplay work a wonder. Lin is the next to fall, and B side is completely wide open.
Very nice, thorough cleanup here. Coming from Orangutan, so flawless as well. lovely stuff. I really like that round from Orangutan, how they made sure not to kind of hastily make a decision, really clear things out, make sure, hey, we don't have the main control, someone could be there. Obviously, Aruma being a menace here towards mid helps. The rest of the team also following suit, so
Yeah.
OGX, they're in the proper path to start to close up and come back on this. But NWJ against their bonus, probably going to gain one.
Let's see if they can make it happen. If OGX wins the bonus, that would be huge for their momentum. But like you mentioned, right, it's just spick and span. We're cleaning house. Don't know if the same thing can happen this time around, though. Playing it slow might just allow for OGX to play into NWJ's hands. And look at how careful they're being right now. OGX, Aruma and SCYTHE, a bit of a duel inside of B main. She's calling for that info right now. Teams rotating over back into B. Huh. Okay.
Well, they do have mid control at least to utilize.
We're gonna Prowler into Elise.
There's no real trap there, yeah. I think that might be the idea. Although they seem to be so close to contact, but they made themselves known, and Lin and SCYTHE have no problem dealing with them at all. They know they're up close. They carried out equally, actually. It's a 3v3 as the site is theirs, and we're gonna get a retake from NWJ.
Still would have wanted something cleaner from Orangutan X, but that's it. Good lurk coming in from Casper. She's going to buy a bit of time away from NWJ, distract them away from their market hit.
Yeah.
But everyone's still in position. Casper coming back in towards B main. Now she's been blocked off by the dark cover from Oreophilia. But still, angles being held inside of Boathouse and on site. OGX continues to try and defend. Japips swings, gets another shot. It's down to Oreophilia now in a 1-on-2, and she's completely surrounded. Casper from up above nails it through. It's gonna be OGX with that bonus win. Blackenblue.
Yeah, nice round there from Japips, especially kind of hold on at the end. As you mentioned, would have liked to see it a bit more, I guess, clean from OGX there in the opening bout, but hey, being able to rectify those mistakes are pretty good as well. OGX, another round gained, you mentioned it. Winning the bonus would do wonders for their momentum, and here we are, 3 straight from them, which we actually haven't seen for quite a few rounds now. Actually, we haven't seen a streak like this from OGX at all throughout this game.
And this is the same issue that plagued NWJ the last time they played against Orangutan X. Somehow in the second half, things start to fall apart. And with OGX brimming with confidence right now, they're just starting to take bites. A good bit of utility from Sway. One player down. Yamori banged up to 11 HP. And with this round win coming potentially soon, OGX would effectively tie up the scoreline. So that is why momentum is such a big factor. Again, mid has been blocked off by Casper's dark cover. Crescents has to kind of tuck tail and hide on the other side. Casper's gonna lurk again, Blackenblue.
And WJ must suck to be them right now. Always getting bested here by OGX. Has information, but no, still can't connect the shot. At least Lin is there to back her on up. Luckily so. You get the rifle, but this is still pretty out of reach so far.
Now, Lin has been very, very impressive. I mean, a little bit iffy with the way that they want to take that fight, but still coming back into it. That said, despite picking up the Phantom, Sway just comes up. They anticipated and they read the situation correctly, knowing where NWJ would show up from, and kind of timed it into a full spray down as well. 8-8, we tie things up.
One enemy remaining.
Obviously against Nico, not the most ideal situation for NWJ to be in, but this is where they have to make their stop. Yamori, not exactly having the best game so far, but that might change potentially with the op, trying to bring something new into this defense, and let's see how that really works on out.
Whoa.
You can see utility here being committed by OGX on the attack, and now they know the op is available and online here towards A. Just accordingly now, so it's a big surprise factor from NWJ's defense, removed early, or at least found out early.
All right, shots fired. And look at that. Off of it, OGX instantly backs off and heads towards B instead. And Aruma has always been taking duels against Sky Elise towards this spot now. This time, Sky Elise kind of comes out a little bit triumphant, getting a tag onto Aruma, but then she backs off safely. So just kind of playing around the information that NWJ are getting.
Certainly is going to help things on out as the push continues. Twirly fly through the air. Should get a kill off of this. The second not going to follow up, as Sky Elise good for the trade.
Alright, still suppressed, but she's still very much alive. Sky Elise trying to buy enough time for her team to rotate over. She's kind of done just that, but unfortunately not quite able to secure a kill of her own. So it's a 3-on-4 scenario, Blackenblue. It's tough. A 0 point comes in just for a bit more information or distraction, but still retaking with the yaw. It's not easy. A pop flash comes through, and Crescents takes another shot. Aruma with another angle, though. Easy trades. Casper coming back in from B main, and there's so much for NWJ to look out for. Yamori swaps on over to the Classic to try to deal with Casper, but can't connect. The shot, it whiffs, and OGX continues on with their win streak.
And that's exactly why it's super effective to have that Omen towards that B main. Paranoia can be thrown on out. He can cross safely from B main into maybe somewhere like Switch without them knowing or being exactly sure where the cross happens, and just many ways to play around that. You can see that Paranoia pressure always just being such a big thing OGX rely on in a lot of their initiates and a lot of their fights, and SCYTHE are put into another eco state here. Look at this. Low HP instantly for Mori.
Oh, that's painful. They're trying to look for those picks, but too many players from OG, and they're playing together. Now getting sprayed through as well. Sky Elise somehow eats a bullet to the face. Might have been a stray one coming through that dark cover as well, so painful indeed. Apart from this, though, I mean, it's just the fact that apart the win streak coming in from OGX and SCYTHE NWJ, I want to see a timeout being called. I know they don't have a coach, but they kind of need to reassess their options right now. Taking blind shots through dark cover, not going to do too much, and at the very least, they're getting information, reading the map.
They're tagging him up quite a bit. Yamori spam through the smoke so far. Dark cover kills here coming on in. Ophelia, not the same sort of success in that attempt we've had otherwise. The push up here from Lindo, perhaps she can find and take the kill off of Aruma with a judge in her hands. That's exactly what happens. The 1v3 stands once more with the top performer in the position to make something happen, which ultimately doesn't. 10-8 OGX. What a run here on the second half. That's a 6-round streak we've seen.
And Japips is happy about that on the player cam. NWJ, they need a timeout, man. I'm saying it. Crescents or someone needs to call it. But right now, I mean, apart from Lynn's performance, maybe a bit of anchoring from Sky Elise, we haven't seen that much from this team, apart from their better shot in the first half. I mean, we started off 8-4, Black and Blue. What's just happened? They haven't won a single round since the second half started.
This is a attacker side map where OGX finally just waking on up to play. Look at this contact from OGX, just trying to push on in here. NWJ trying to get aggressive, but for the most part, it's OGX who stands out on top. 1v2 trade, not unwinnable by Sky Elise by any means.
Good brawl. Put Sky Elise in the 1-on-2. She's got the lockdown, and she is going to use it. Let's see if any fish bite this bait. They might be flushed out of position because of this. Japips peeks out, but Aruma's got her back. I mean, just around the edge of the lockdown, she finds a shot. 11-8 now. 11-8.
I'm not sure if committing to the ult there was the best idea in a 1v2. Not the best HP available as well. Play off the surprise factor, maybe. They were separated, so maybe a contact play could have worked out, but hindsight is always a lot more, I guess, fortunate than otherwise would be. OGX, bunch of ultimates to throw on out, but more importantly, they're playing this really well now. Really reciprocating any contact plays NWJ have on the defense. Very very amicably, and also pretty disciplined at making sure that none of these corners go too unchecked and no marks are going unanswered.
A little bit better. And it's very likely that we're gonna go into match point, Blackenblue. This is tough nails for NWJ. They're trying to hold their ground. But they're being blocked off by dark covers, and still with OGX treading carefully. They started off in B, now they're walking towards A. Not a lot of info for NWJ.
Yeah, well, that scan's gonna give him false bit of security, gonna keep that defense towards B as well, which it's all panning out in perfection here for OGX, it seems. Out comes a Nightfall just to be sure. They don't clear the right side just yet with that, but there's no one there to worry about.
Yeah, a bit of paranoia for extra security as well. They managed to take the site. OGX relatively safe. Maybe a bit of a wall bang, and SCYTHE takes some damage, but it's not the worst thing in the world. And look at how they're trying to cut them off on rotations as well. Torley with the Phantom, a bit of a whiff initially, but Casper here to back her up, and a couple more kills going their way. Lid coming in with a Stinger now, fades away and catches a shot onto Torley's head. They continue to push on through. They retrieve the Phantom, and they're trying to set up a bit of a split retake. Crescent's aggressively peeking out with the pop flash, finds a shot. Japip making it a trade, and Casper now going back into hell. Japip still able to hold it down, and Aruma coming in from A main finds a shot onto Lid. It is now match point, ladies and gents.
Things have turned around. Attacker's side of this map seems to be now. NWJ performing much better on that side, to say the very least, in the first half, and obviously same goes now for OGX, who seemingly woken on up. NWJ just, I mean, they have ultimates in this round, but can they continue that? Gain their first and then their next 4 unstoppably and just bring us in overtime?
It's over, Blackenblue.
It's a tall ask is what I'm saying.
It is. And Lid's firing blindly with the Odin right now. She has to go back in for a reload. She's got the Hunter Sphere. Can't quite use it yet, but doesn't matter because Skylys just drops into logs. Picks up a double. OGX have to back away.
Recognized she could be there. No Molly to flush out that logs position, and they pay a hefty price. NWJ, lovely stuff here to stop the momentum from OGX. Could be that one round that has been elusive for them. Great spam off of the recon as well from Lin. And NWJ have come to this round to play.
She's just like firing off on that Odin. I almost hear maniacal laughter coming up from Lin. And with that, 2 players remaining on OGX. A bounty on their backs. And NWJ, they want to hold on to their weapons, so they're not blindly pushing, they're not hunting. Casper tries to make a bit of a shot at set play, but instantly sussed up by Skylys.
30 seconds left.
And SCYTHE gets tagged up by the 0 points.
I think she wasn't entirely hidden by the dark cover there too. It was a bit too deep. Oh, the scan perfect as well here for the defense, and Lin closing it out as well.
Maybe we just gotta buy Odins.
It is part of the meta nowadays. If you're playing on Lotus or Ascent, to just have one player on that Odin anyways. It denies so much early control. If you have economy for it, obviously.
Oh, if you have economy for it. Let's see.
What are you doing?
I mean, they lost a lot of rounds, so there are definitely some rounds where they were kind of broke. So now they've got it. OGX respecting B main a lot more this time. So it comes down to how NWJ controls A instead. A short or Ophelia jump peaks. We've got Sway in the corner, but she's gonna get sussed out by the Prowler. Have to back out right now. Paint shells coming through. They're so uncomfortable. Crescent's going in for the spray. Manages to bang down Torley. And that is a bit of a win for NWJ. 4 players left on OGX trying to find another avenue of entry.
Yeah, that's good recovery here from the defense. Could have been a lot more disastrous in the outcome, and yet they come out on top for the most part. The defense seemingly assuming it could go towards B, but you can see now Crescent's trying to get back here towards the fight. Obviously, quite a bit expended there in that opening bout here for OGX, so it's going to leave him a bit more dry in terms of utility to try and get on in. The suppress, huge here coming from that triple for them. Yamori connects as well to shut that push down, but main from Casper is still going to be alive. Presence on the one, they shut her down, and OGX have responded 2v2. And both of them are low though.
Yeah, through the firefight, in the midst of all that chaos, OGX somehow able to find more frags. And I knew that they were just saving these ultimates for the retake. And here it comes. The Hunter's Fury managing to tag up onto a couple of them, but not full damage. Shock darts go through as well, and there's the Nano Swarm. Takes down Pips, and now all we've got to worry about is Casper. She's up on top of heaven, right around the edge of the dark cover, just gets spotted out by Sky Elise, and with those ultimates spent, NWJ comes back. It's 10-2, not over yet.
And nicely done here, coming from NWJ. Lin, smart use of the Hunter's Fury to kind of flush out the front sight, forcing them to kind of plant for CT, for Heaven. And that's where they knew they could just line up their utility and deny one of the only two possible plant positions in that case. Either Jenny or towards that Dice, so lovely stuff. Once again, I've been saying it quite a bit in this game because we've seen many kind of adjustments come on in between both of these teams. And look at Lin, 23 on her debut. Elite, lovely play.
Yeah, she's amazing. How would you rate their stuff again, Blackenblue?
What do you mean?
Would you say it's lovely?
It's streets ahead.
It's streets ahead, yes, thank you. And then we're gonna go look for the Biblioteca after this. I mean, it's Orangutan X's timeout, so one could say that they are in that Biblioteca right now, trying to study up, trying to figure out a way to deny that overtime, because they're getting dangerously close. I mean, they've got economy because they've won that many rounds in a row, sure, but they lose this round, and it's going to be 12-11. Don't want that to happen. They've got some ultimates in the bank. Aruma with the Tour de Force, Japips with the Nightfall. They can make things happen. Just haven't seen it yet.
Well, they got the op here on Yamori, but she hasn't had herself the most fortunate game so far. You're trying to get aggressive here. Potentially. We talked about that Tour de Force. Oh, Team Flash just a bit. But at least they've made a bit of noise here towards mid. So far, NWJ have been successful in kind of mitigating some of that short pressure, but I'm not sure if they have the right positions to do it this time.
Playing very far back. Ophelia might be able to just toss out a Paranoia or something right here, but I think they're just trying to avoid that Odin as well, trying to keep it hidden. Lin managed to fire a couple of shots, and it's a bit of damage. Ophelia takes a hit, and that's going to be a bit of a trade. 4-4 now. OGX has managed to capture Heaven, and off of that, they continue to rotate through. It's going to be a mid to B hit this time, and Casper finding 2 kills along with that movement. This is now going to be an open B site, and Aruma watching the angle. Okay, turns away at the last second. So repositions and finds a better angle towards Yamori. Whiffs onto Lin, but it's the Odin versus the Tour de Force. I don't like how this is going, Blackenblue. Doesn't feel comfortable. 1-on-3 situation for Lin to walk through. She's gonna get denied by so much utility. Has to stay further back for just another second. Goes in with the peek on the ADS, but it leaves her vulnerable, and Sway makes it impossible. It's 13-10 at the end of the day, and OGX takes the back.
What a decision for them to make there to kind of split it and kind of divert all the way into the defender's side spawn, go into B, but more importantly, the Nightfall there are huge to try and flush out Sky Elise. Or Ophelia maybe had a chance to throw out the Flash or Paranoia when they were coming towards Tree, but obviously too much pressure coming her way. Didn't know if someone was about to round the corner. Could have gone a different way. Good effort being put up for sure here by NWJ SCYTHE. It just ultimately too little too late, just the lead being erased and then surmounted on by OGX was too much for them to handle.
And you know what's crazy? Like, this is almost the same score line as the last time they played Ascent, and a big win streak for OGX. But you know what? Our panelists will break down exactly how all this went down. So Mika and Coldan, on to you guys.
Thank you very much, Quack and Black and Blue. I did not forget your names. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of such a thing? But I will definitely say that that was the most ambitious rotation that I've seen, I think, this year. I'm so glad that it paid off for OGX, especially since it looked like NWJ were building some sort of momentum towards those last few rounds, and it was almost getting a little bit too dicey. But OGX, they were able to close it out after that very crucial timeout, Coldan.
Yeah, exactly what you said. That last round was the most ridiculous pathing I've ever seen a team take the hit to the B side, right? They went to mid, went up catwalk, went to tree, went all the way to heaven, realized that the last two players were actually on that A side. So a brilliant call made by Sway in the mid rounds, right? To call a team back, say, guys, let's actually win this. Let's not SCYTHE and WJ pull off something that they did yesterday, right? We saw, I had kind of flashbacks, right, to the GEX game where they mounted their comeback round by round, bit by bit, but this time around, OGX completely turned a new leaf. I don't know, they just look like an insane different team on that attacking side. Historically, these two teams have been slightly more defender-sided in their win rates, but today, OGX looking amazing. Everybody on OGX stood, stepped up. 17 and 18, not the most amazing scoreline, but if you take a look down the scoreboard, everybody's putting up numbers, and that is the difference that really resulted in OGX beating SCYTHE today.
We do have to commend Lin though, especially with the Odin plays, the surprise Odin plays. But not just that, it wasn't just the weaponry, but Lin is just definitely one of those players on the side of NWJ that just has this amazing game sense, amazing timing as well to be able to deliver such amazing rounds for the team, right? But unfortunately for NWJ, they just came up a little bit short. I think the momentum they were building in those last few rounds was just a little bit too late. And for OGX, hey, they're that comeback team that we were talking about, right? We do know that when it gets a little dicey, that's actually where OGX thrives, and that's what they needed. They came back, I think, 9-ish rounds in a row. So yeah, that's like a OGX in their home court, so to say. And right now, it looks like to map number 2, which is gonna be Lotus, and Twirly here on the Rays. I think that we're gonna see the Rays on Twirly yet again as we go into map number 2. But yeah, I mean, going back into the first half of this map, I feel like OGX was first a little bit confused as how to read NWJ because they were doing some really strange strategies, right? Like the sub 30 kind of push for plants, right? It was a little bit disorienting for any team, right? And then suddenly when they would execute, they would have these clashes where you weren't exactly sure what was going on, but then NWJ would come out on top even though OGX had the site surrounded. So there was something there, I think, for both of these teams. I think it's going into Lotus, it could still be anybody's game with the way both of these teams are playing. But we're gonna have to see. Right now, OGX, yes, they do have that one map, but let's not forget how close that one map was.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a brilliant showing coming from OGX, and I think it's a sign for things to come, right? Sometimes it takes a little while to warm up. The first game is not that best, but they've already got this first map in their back pocket, and now moving on to Lotus, and they got Haven, as a safety precaution later on if they require to. So I think now they're sitting pretty SCYTHE, great showing on the first half, but an abysmal defense, if I'm gonna be honest. So I'm very curious to see how they will perform on Lotus. It is gonna be SCYTHE's, it's gonna be OG's map pick actually. So looking like OG is in top form right now. I'm curious to see how that map will pair out. Yeah,
it's getting even more and more dangerous for NWJ, right? So I do hope they have something planned for Lotus, which is gonna be our second map, which will be coming up right after this very quick break.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. Got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up,
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and we are on to map number 2 between OGX and NWJ. And right now we saw that, it was getting really close between both of these teams. NWJ showing no signs yet of fatigue from yesterday, and OGX looking very refreshed indeed. OGX, though, managed to take our first map, which was Ascent. Now going into Lotus, though, Coldan, what are we expecting here? I mean, you have both of these teams that I guess, sometimes NWJ does bring out the Reyna, right, on Lotus. We did see it not too long ago. And in the meantime, on the side of OGX, I'm expecting Twirly to still stick with the Raze.
I think Raze is a fantastic pick on Lotus, right? But, looking back at the history, I went and did a bit of digging. The last time they played this, actually, SCYTHE were the one to pick Lotus. And then OGX won that map. So, I don't know, maybe foreshadowing what's gonna happen later today. I mean, the last time they played Ascent, right, it was OGX's pick. It went OGX's way, but NWJ still picked it into them. This time it's Lotus. The last time when they were Big SCYTHE, right? Big SCYTHE won. Big SCYTHE picked that map, but now OGX is the one picking into it. So it's a bit of mind games, I would say, in this matchup right here. It's really interesting to see how the teams are actually picking into each other's map picks that they played previously, coming in with new ideas. Unfortunately, we didn't really see that come into fruition on Ascent, but I'm curious to see how OGX is going to be approaching this one, right? You've got a couple of changes, so the composition is not going to be the same as they did the last time they played. But yes, again, I'm expecting that Raze. I think Fade is another great pick, and we've seen that they have that inclination to play that synergy, that kind of combo together. So I think SCYTHE's got to be on that back foot, right? They're going to be up against the wall. Let's see if they can, really bring that fight to OGX, because I like what I saw in Ascent, especially in that second half. And if that continues, then it's going to be a pretty long day for SCYTHE.
Yeah, indeed. Another one, right? Back to back. But I think that for OGX, as we mentioned, it's like when it comes to endurance for the series, I feel like they do have the tenure to be able to pull it through, right? And as we did see, you know, like the addition of Sway, for example, has led to like some the sudden and impulsive, like, you know, kind of decisions, the calls that are so unconventional. So like I love those calls. That we saw a lot of them on Ascent, but right now it looks like we are going into a mirror matchup. That's what we were expecting on Ascent, but for now we're gonna see it here on Lotus. This is gonna be really interesting indeed. Seeing Lin go over from the Sentinel role over to or rather the Initiator from the to a Viper this time around on Lotus. So this is gonna be very interesting indeed. Seeing her match up against Sway.
Yeah, Lin's playing that sort of fill position for the team. So we've seen her on what feels like every single agent in the pool.
The great flexer.
Exactly. And yeah, she's flexing in the server with her scores as well. So it might not be too different. I think she is a fantastic addition as the Viper. She plays a crucial role as a sort of anchor player alongside the Killjoy. So she's going to be tasked with, you know, those lurks, especially with how she times her Viper wall to go up and down, right? It really can feign presence in certain parts of the map. But again, right, going back to the agent compositions, being a mirror matchup, it really comes down to how you utilize the utilities together as a team. You're not going to be expecting anything weird such as a Neon coming in, but it really comes down to how you want to work with each other and really determines who's going to be the winner.
Yeah, we're gonna see that teamwork really come into play here on this 3-site map, Lotus. Map number 2 here, is it gonna be the final one for the series? We're gonna find out, so I'm gonna pass it over to Quack and Blackenblue.
Thank you very much, Mika. I know you always remembered our names, but it's always a bit of a tough spot to be in right now after having lost the first map. And remember, this is already double elimination. This is the lower bracket, so this one's for all the biscuits. If you don't get this, you are out of the tournament. SCYTHE NWJ has to come back huge, and it's a little bit tough. The map Lotus, I mean, it's OGX's map pick, isn't it?
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's OGX's Mac pick or not, because if you look at this veto, all 3 of these maps are the 3 top statistically most highest win rate maps we've seen from OGX throughout this entire year. That is currently in the map pool. You know, obviously Icebox not there, yada yada yada. But these 3, you look at, you know, Lotus, Haven, and a while ago, Ascent are the top 3. So not the most favorable battleground for SCYTHE to be playing in for sure. But Orangutan, hey, they've taken away map number 1 in spectacular fashion, coming back from a deficit, and now looking to kind of get off to the races here for the opener of map 2.
Yeah, just gonna have to do whatever you can, and hopefully maybe SCYTHE NWJ can come back and push us into the 3rd map. But then again, it's a lot of maps that kind of, let's be honest, favor Orangutan X, and that's why map pools are important as well. SCYTHE NWJ trying to show us what they've got. They made it really close on Ascent. They had a really good start, but it kind of fell flat, and hopefully this time around it's going to be a different story. Again, like our panelists were talking about, agent composition, it's a full-on mirror, so it all comes down to the game plan, the strats, the calling. And what we've seen is that OGX does a little bit better, especially with our rotation from earlier on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you start, but how you end. And NWJ, that's one piece of the puzzle they're looking to try and find here in this map number 2. Obviously, contact made towards that B, sending the defense a bit more flustered back into their anchorable positions. Looking to flex here coming on in as the door opens up. That kind of insinuates for OGX to go towards A instead.
All right, just same thing, information getting pushed back, and we're rotating into a player. It's gonna be Sky Elise as the anchor, and she lands a great shot. 2 Daks, and it's Sway who takes the pit. The turret gets the kill as well because of the fragile debuff coming in from the alarm bot. They continue to push through. NWJ's already here, ready to receive. Crescents makes a trade happen after Capsper gets a kill, but here comes Yamor continuing to push downstairs, and the spike is dropped. Iruma trying to push back up with her lurk from B. Going back through, she tries to reposition, wants to stay hidden long enough to be able to find a couple more
30
kills. She
seconds
only has a classic though, and that's where it's a little bit difficult. The spike is dropped down right at the edge of stairs, and yeah, dropping through the rope. She's made a bit of noise, and SCYTHE, another headshot coming through. The MVP of this round, and it gives NWJ the pistol win.
Fantastic hold there from SCYTHE, but I guess the fake out here on Twirly was the fact that, yeah, the Trailblazer didn't connect, coming from the peeps, allowed her to kind of utilize, especially there, the fragile state of the alarm bot. As you mentioned, simple right click takes him on down, and the rest of OGX just can't stabilize as they lose kind of their forefronting agents here. It's an eco for them. One they're looking to try and take by force. This Ophelia obviously good for the one. Try and fall back, but there's no chance that OGX are coming out with the kill there.
Blinded.
Alright, still, yeah, the Bulldogs. Zero really low. So she's unfortunately gonna fall, and now Casper and Twirly trying to just find a bit of space. But look at the positioning from NWJ right now. They know they have this in the bag. A bit of a blind spray coming in from Lin. And somehow Casper managed to get a shot with this classic on towards Ophelia instead. So her counterpart gone. She picks up the Bulldog. And now has 50 seconds to try and, I don't know, do whatever she can. She's a little bit paranoid that someone could be flanking up around her. Tries to push around back. Trailblazer invites her in for a peek, and she catches Lin. Headshots through, down to 50 HP, and now tries to continue to suss out positions. She's no longer worried about upper. Goes back in for a bit of a crouch peek into Yomori, though, and that's where the Spectre does its thing. 2-0. A bit of damage, but not too bad nonetheless.
It was actually quite doable there. Fortunately so, it doesn't pan out the way here of OGX, but nice attempt by all means, coming from Casper. They made something happen, but at the very least they do damage economically here. OGX coming up with a buy, and so far, once more akin to Ascent on how NWJ were playing their attack. OGX this time, a bit more contact heavy, not necessarily kind of bulldozing their way. The default has been the name of the game.
Yeah, ever since Ascent, both teams have been just kind of carefully traversing across the map, just trying to work off of info that they retrieve. But neither side is really giving up all that much, and this is really because of the pressure and the fact that this is the lower bracket right now. OGX wants to make sure that they can capitalize off of their previous win, but NWJ does not want to lose. They don't want to drop out of the tournament just yet.
OGX slowly crawling their way on up. As soon as they pass this threshold, the alarm bot's gonna signal to the defense, hey, we're here. Once they hear it, they find it, rather they see it. Utility dropping and raining on down. The defense here in a bit of a conundrum, but Lin's able to get the one, and somehow the Nano Swarm also got the tag on the Twirly. The equalize 3v3, but that's good damage being done here already by NWJ.
Spike planted.
With that, Spike goes down. Full buys coming into fruition. It's still right around the corner. NWJ tries to find some shots. They've managed to skirt around a bit of early utility, but they don't have enough space just yet. Crescent's down, makes a move. They no longer have to worry about that flank. It's Ophelia, and somehow they line up for her at the end. The Bulldog, 2 headshots back to back. It's NWJ, and they've gotten the bonus win.
Through the wall as well? How did that connect? You can see even she's surprised. The stars align, and what an answer, I guess, responded to. Reach for a prayer. You got just more than a miracle. Lovely stuff. Of course, here, you have to acknowledge this, the effort being put. The alarm bot obviously kind of telegraphing that Aruma was behind that smoke towards a rubble a bit more, towards that murder door. That's where they were able to find her. But another strong start to a map here from NWJ.
Good win streak. Let's see if they can get more. especially on Lotus. Starting things out this way is always a good sign, but all of a sudden, OGX decides to rush in with a bit of an eco buy. It's the Stinger, but it doesn't quite connect. Lin is going to be able to shut down that initial push, but still space has been created. But what is this? OGX continues to try to bulldoze through, and while they are sustaining damage, Casper does find a bit of a kill, picks up the Vandal, and Spike is being delivered over onto C. Lin is right around the corner. Barrel might not have been spotted out yet, and it's another crouch peek. Lin easily makes work of this. Aruma is the only one left that can do something about this.
Lin has been so sharp. Super impressive. For me, I think in this tournament specifically, the biggest surprise we've had as an individual player. He's been really showing on up, putting great stake into her name from performances, as what we've seen a while ago and throughout this tournament.
30 seconds left.
But NWJ just still need the win. It's not about who pops off, but more about the team doing so as well. OGX, obviously a fourth round, is going to falter their favor. But NWJ, it's, I guess starting off like this isn't that surprising. This good on the
10
defense.
seconds left.
That's what we saw a while ago on their attacking side, as Lin obviously gets the fourth. But will that necessarily translate into their second half, which we saw a while ago crumble?
Yeah, you're always a little bit worried, right? But so far, so good. 4 rounds in a row, and with Lin performing like this, it's always something that brings joy. That said, OGX just needing to kind of, I don't know, maybe rethink some decisions, because they had B, but then they continued to push all the way through C. Spike, unfortunately, got dropped by Casper at the end there. So far, so good. I mean, at least for NWJ. The timeout now being called by Orangutan X, and yeah, I gotta agree, man. Like, I'm gonna be really honest. I have no idea. I didn't know who Lin was before this. Like, she just joined, and she's into Game Changers APAC Elite, and she's doing so well. We haven't seen her before, like not even last year. She's not really a player on any team that made playoffs or anything, but here she is, and she's making such an impact.
And to be fair, she hasn't necessarily been in any kind of, you know, team to the same standard as what we see here on Elite, or just in the Game Changers top 8, you know, for each open in general. So it just shows you that there's so many diamonds in the rough, untapped talent throughout the scene, and that's what Game Changers, this circuit, is all about. NWJ benefiting off of that cause here early on in the opening rounds, but let's see, defensive push to try and take Rubble away. That's a good bit of map control, seized early.
Okay. It's kind of trading utility, but you're not doing all that much off of it. NWJ are trying to control Rubble for the time being, and they've managed to kind of get a good position held now, but OGX continues to push off of it. It's the Seekers that kind of flush them out, but they managed to shoot them down just as quick, so that A has been denied.
Smoke. That's a greatly timed smoke there in the one-way, Quack, is that just shuts down any notions of following up on the Seekers, and now they're forced to rotate.
Okay. Minute left. Trailblazer goes in, and Sky Elise is perfectly aware of this. Doesn't quite manage to get the first shot, though. It's going to be Lin instead. Comes in for a bit of support. Oreophilia now through the revolving door. Manages to take another shot through. It's Aruma who falls, and it's OGX who are down to 2 players remaining. And they still need to get the spike planted. Coming back in around, they kind of try to peek together towards Maud. They spotted out Oreophilia, and they want to make quick work of her. But still, with the Shrouded Step, she kind of repositions. They manage to hear it. So the Omen counters go through. And with that, reading the rotations, they are very aware that Yamori's right around the edge of C. From the shadows into A. They have the timing on this. The spike goes down. Yamori in a 1-on-2.
Very smart decision there. Use the ult, get back into A instead. Just unfortunate for NWJ that when the fight was happening there towards Mound, Yamori just wasn't in position just yet. She was still rotating. A bit of a slow rotate for sure, but I guess they're just trying to be safe, not exactly sure if and how things could have turned out. 1v2 though.
enemy remaining.
Confirm, nobody on the spike itself. Yamori gets the one, but Casper is just way too ahead. This girl staying too friendly, and OGX take their opener.
Yeah, streets ahead, you would say, of the game. Knows exactly when to peek. I mean, she's the one who was positioned up around tree, peeped her head through and saw that, hey, she's not on the spike.
Remaining.
I mean, she might have warned her teammate, but Japip's just not quite prepared for that shot. But towards the end, she had the info. Casper getting the last shot, and right now leading the kill feed. It's 4-1, and OGX managed to come back for the time being. But here we go, full buys again for NWJ off of their 4-round win streak, and Yamori with a showstopper available.
I'm not sure if the step was heard necessarily. It surely can hear the orb being taken, though. Showstopper obviously available for Yamori this time around for any retake potentially. You can see such a heavy focus on the B stack here from NWJ, but it's not at all what OGX have in mind in terms of contesting. Maybe the C site, bit fine by Yamori. A bit of a risky kind of flush out there, knowing she had the ult to utilize, but here comes that C main push. Rosie, SCYTHE being taken on down.
Very quickly off of the blast pack, and now they continue to push back into defender spawn. Oreophilia is ready for the draw though. Paranoia, and she walks in, a double kill right off the bat. And that's gonna be NWJ trying to make the retake happen just as fast as Spike goes down. Showstopper committed as well. Japip's trying to hold the off angle, but Lin makes it a quick trade. NWJ will be able to collect on their 5th win now, a big lead.
Start that shit here, mate.
Well, I mean, the way that NWJ were able to still rectify things, great work here being done. Especially with the way that, even though they didn't have necessarily, too much control of the surrounding parts of the site, like CT here was taken. Casper just being taken on down there, or you feel like kind of leading that charge, obviously Paranoia in hand, making that contact work. Incredible stuff to have a player pop off at the right opportune moment too. And my bad in calling SCYTHE the wrong name. I was browsing VLR for history and stuff, and so I saw the name.
Oh my
pulled me up.
God!
Oreophilia! I talked about it! You have to be definitely terrified of Oreos moving forward.
Definitely terrified of Oreos. Oh, they're gonna dunk him. Oh God, into the milk.
The twist!
The twist! Oh, the lick! And she goes in and she gets that double. It's ridiculous how players have lined up for her now. She did it like in the start with the Bulldog, and then it's happening again. Now, OGX are playing perfectly into NWJ's hands because of these early picks, and they just don't have enough numbers to confidently break into sites. Sway just blindly walking into A. And now Japip's the last one alive, easily spotted out. A couple of sprays from 2 players of NWJ, and it's 6-1 Blackenblue.
Another impressive start for sure. Look at that, they just line up. So much fortune for Oreophilia. That's the second time a kind of lineup has worked out in her favor. A while ago was even more incredible towards that A site on their bonus with the Bulldog. Never forget. OGX assuredly won't, but can't let the misfortune get to their heads. Only creating your own path is the only option here. The ults, they're a bit more swayed in NWJ's favor, I would say, but that's not to say that OGX don't have some of their
I've got
own.
your trail.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised Coach Gunnar hasn't called a timeout yet for OGX, and this is their map pick. They should be getting more rounds, but right now it hasn't been working out so well. Exactly. A lot of ultimates online for NWJ right now as well, and henceforth they're playing a very defensive position, just banking on the retake instead. So, spike planted, both lockdowns going through, pink shells to deny the defending lockdown, and SCYTHE no longer has an advantageous position. off the plant. It's going to be Sway with the Viper's Pit up as well. So, unless NWJ can make use of their Seekers from Crescents or something to try to make a bit more headway into sight, it's going to be tough for them to retake. They might just have to opt for the full-on save. And look at this on the minimap too. We've got Japan on the biggest flank ever. They might not expect her, but Crescents does. Here come the Seekers. You've got a showstopper coming in from Twirly as well. Oh, it's a triple kill coming in, exploding. It's going to be the Smut going off too, though, and NWJ cannot make the retake happen thanks to Twirly and her explosive show-stopping action.
Spinning things around, Twirly did. What a way to do it! Off of the ult. Obviously, all of them kind of being a bit more low due to the Viper's Pit definitely worked out in their favor. What a way to bring it back, because that wasn't looking well for OGX in that post-plant hold. Casper throws out the Paranoia a bit too early there, and Towards Heaven not really connecting on much without much of a reason to throw it out just yet. As the smoke dissipates, and off of the Hail Mary. Another miracle given for OGX.
It just happened in the blink of an eye. I don't think she even knew if there were 3 people there. But here she comes, going through the door. She knows where Crescents is. Couldn't quite connect onto the first one, but here comes Saruma just in for the trade. A Trailblazer concuss onto Oreophilia too, and she instantly shrouded steps into safety, so not too bad. Viper's Pit up outside of B as well. OGX trying to regain their footing. They already have numbers advantage. They can hit whichever site they want.
3v4. You mentioned that they still have the choice to go whichever way they want. Making noise here towards that A main, TP into that drop position, and leaving Sky Elise to think the push is coming her way. They fake it on out, and C is very ripe for the taking.
Yeah, it leaves things very open. 30 seconds. Doesn't matter. Timer's going to reset to 40 by this point. OGX will be able to get a free plant. And if you are NWJ and you are rotating at this time, you have already lost the initiative. It's going to be a tough fight ahead of them. They might just save and go for exit frags as well. So OGX slowly gaining their groove in the game.
See what happens.
Good flash.
Guiding Light just confirms the waterfall being occupied. Obviously, Lin opens on the switch. Gets the one, but can't do it cleanly enough to be able to adjust for Japice. They're going to continue for the retake. Yeah, well, Sky Elise is connecting. A double for her! The Turner takes down Oreophilia in the end, and Naruma obviously follows up on her. OGX scrape by. Maybe in hindsight, not the most effective one, but hey, nice try. Anyways.
I like the spray transfer. But yeah, it was really difficult. Not insanely well coordinated either. But a good attempt nonetheless. I just thought taking a lot of time on that rotation might have worked against them, but still. OGX comes up big with a win. It's 6-3, and we might have a comeback on our hands. Bai's coming through now, and it's going to be Crescents aggressively pushing up to gain info, but B is open. Trailblazer in, Toxic Screen is up as well, and Twirly continues to fight for space. With a Phantom in her hand, she's looking to block them off from this breakable door. But NWJ wants to fight through as well. Yamori tosses the paint shells and pushes her back. Dark cover goes up right around Link. And OGX just continues to try and hold. Toxic Screen's up. Seekers goes through, but Japips makes it a spray. Now NWJ cannot quite make it through. The double controller smokes are coming into very much effect. Still though, right from underneath, NWJ has managed to find a bit of a crack to slip through. Guiding Light manages to pop it. Aruma finds a simple shot regardless. Lin tries to stick the defuse, but only manages to get it half without much cover. It's easy for Sway to find her shot. It's 4-6 now, and indeed the comeback from OGX.
Hey, Orangutan starting to get into something here, starting to feel themselves, and finally gain some rounds in retaliation. 3 for them now, consecutively. Luckily for SCYTHE, still able to continue up another bye. Maybe not the most favorable one for SCYLEISE, a Guardian in hand, but for sure she can make good work with that. See SCYTHE looking to be occupied here by OGX. Postplant by OGX so far has been winning them these rounds. Sway takes the opener on Yamori as well, which is a big pick. Paint Shells immediately removed from being a threat this round.
I've got your train.
That means NWJ has less to work with. OGX continues to try to commit into C. But you know, so much noise and so much presence being made around Mound, it just buys the rotations over. We've got Seeker going out as well, though. That might just have been a bit of a tell.
Cover going out.
Now NWJ is very much aware that the hit's headed towards B instead, so 2-3 players positioned around this, and they are just waiting for their opportune moment. Twirly, though, manages to sneak up into upper, spots out a player, Crescents find the shots instead, Pips makes it a trade, and NWJ just as quick, they are still in the game. Spike is down, though, and OGX, like you mentioned, Blackenblue, are holding these post-plant positions incredibly well.
Yeah.
NWJ through low, and they are dropped dead. Headshots for days. OGX 5-6.
Clean stuff in the end there for OGX. Nice kind of contact made towards that C. Fake out, rotate into the door, into B. As written, as promised, and delivered. Unfortunately, so here for NWJ, they haven't been able to make their first contact work on out in their favor, as we saw there, like Yamori going down early. And she's been struggling so far against this OGX team, both on both ends of the floor, attack or defend, who have been so far a bit more, I guess, aware of her internal timing. You can see OGX just continuously able to sniff out any shenanigans or positions she might be, being that first contact, being that duelist on the Rays. And it's been giving NWJ a lot more, you know, worries and troubles than you really would want as the underdog.
Yeah, and it's always difficult, hence the timeout. And this is their first timeout of the series, too. NWJ is trying to fight back. Despite such a great start, now they've kind of lost it again. And economy isn't looking too great either, especially with the fact that this is the last round of the first half where it matters a lot. We might just see a 6-6 scoreline. They've got some judges, some bulldogs. Let's see what they can make do with it, especially with the fact that they're on defense. I expect it to work a little bit better, but OGX has just been doing such a great job at working off of information that they get. Sway even has an operator now in this round.
Sway in the morning. No, we're
I don't get the reference. I'm sorry.
Okay, we move on. Sway, as you mentioned, on that op. On the lurk as well. This is going to be important if we do get a plant, because she's going to be able to kind of lock down not only the flank, but more importantly from Rubble. Going to make the cross from the stairs a lot more difficult on the retake for NWJ, but that's if they get the plant off in the first place towards that A position. Otherwise, it will be a bit less effective, I think, on post plant for the other sides. The other sites can still be usable for sure. It's again seemingly looking like a C or B hit.
Yeah, right now, A was blocked off thanks to Lynn's toxic screen.
30 seconds left.
Well-timed, well-placed, and kind of funnels them right into her judge. Oh, they've been spotted, though, and she tries to play around her poison cloud, but instead has to work around it. She's been sussed out. A bit of a shot to step through from Casper, and Lynn still manages to make quick work. 2 kills already under her belt. SCYLEISE comes in to receive them quickly, and it's going to be the attacking lockdown that applies pressure onto NWJ. Oreophilia turns her swivel on her head, double kills through, and yet still, with such a round, despite having not the best economy, they turn things around. NWJ ends the first half in a 7-5.
Great stuff here coming from NWJ at the end, finally rectifying their mistakes, but who can make no mistake? It's Mika and Coldan from the panel.
One of the many reasons why I look forward to these tosses, these little interactions with our lovely casters, Quack and Blackenblue. But Coldan, I'm feeling a little uneasy about this. You know, you had NWJ with the early momentum here, which was like, you know, very great. I thought it was going to be the start of that OGX comeback once again, but the last 2 rounds there were quite messy, to say the least, and it really was kind of like, you know, everybody passing the ball around and seeing who would catch it.
Yeah, listen, it was 6-1, and NWJ, right? They looked like they were in control of the game, and then that one round where there were
The
5
showstopper.
ultimates on the A side,
Yeah.
the showstopper
Yeah.
came in, and right after that, there were actually 2 rounds in a row where Casper was in a great position. Call back to the one where she was just lurking outside C, right? And then they forced the rotations from SCYTHE and WJ to, you know, essentially run around the map like headless chickens, trying to find out where they're gonna commit. And that is the mid-round calling that we know and love from OGX. That is how they won out Ascent. That last round, they made that weird rotation. Again, this map, they used the rotations. They bait out all the utility from SCYTHE, and that's how they've, you know, kind of clawed back a couple of rounds. If they continue up this kind of pace, this kind of momentum, I think they are in a great position to mount that sort of comeback.
It seems like the SCYTHE are very, very determined to put a stopper to that, though, especially with the performance on the last 2 rounds. Can this carry over as the sides switch around? We're gonna find out as we step back into the map with Quack and Blackenblue.
Sometimes it's.
Oh, they didn't hear what I was saying. I was saying, why do you guys look like you're in the same room? You have the same lighting, the same camera, the same white background. Let me continue on, Quack, in the second half. Apologies.
You know, yeah, the map design is just very good, even in real life. So, we're gonna have NWJ on the attack now, and they're trying to push in, but the turret instantly spots them out. So, Casper blocks them off with a dark cover, and now they have to look for another option.
Yeah, stalled here. NWJ looking for the option to suddenly pivot into the C site. Oh, Sway. She went a bit wider. Could have maybe found some contact there in Crescent. Spots out. Just a bit more presence here from NWJ, who are really toying with the door.
Okay. Trailblazer denied too. Good way to gather more info. I'm not sure about the guiding light. Maybe they're trying to sell a bit of a fake cut noise and head back towards B. NWJ wants to get the spike down. But OGX's positioning suggests that they are getting a pretty good read on this. Corley, in fact, is just hovering around A just in case as well. So everyone's playing it safe right
30
now.
seconds left.
Oh, but they're going back towards C. It looks like it's going to be a C commit here. Alarm bot turret. Utility set up to try and stop them in their tracks, but Lin opens up with the pick, and Yamori's going to follow up as well. 3 opening picks here for NWJ, who just shut down the defense of OGX. Going to have to play a retake. The lurk as well coming from Lin. Absolutely huge. She gets shut down, yes, but it's a 2v3 on the site.
Paint Shells, unfortunately, doesn't quite displace anyone, and they continue to push through Waterfall. OGX instantly dealt with by NWJ. I mean, this round is incredible thanks to Lin and her positioning. The timing on that peek through B.
Look at that. Just finding its mark. Oreophilia being taken on down, who didn't expect much. Rather, Casper being taken on down, who didn't expect that lure coming from Lin. And NWJ using that momentum at the end of the first half to bring it into the second, take a crucial pistol here on the attacking side. And this could be where they start to, you know, pull away with things. Maybe we could be looking at a map 3, but let's not call it before it's done a bit too early. Don't want to jinx it. NWJ have got a good fight still up ahead.
Always want to look out for NWJ and how they can somehow make use of these magical moments. Now that they've gotten the pistol, I mean, you're absolutely right, Blackenblue, because it's going to give them a lot more momentum. Not unless OGX can somehow turn this round around on with their pistols. They don't quite have the information. Somehow getting a read on this because they've seen that C and B are clear. The dark cover comes out to block off stairs. And that means that NWJ can only push through tree now unless they go in for an execute. The split hit works regardless, and without the range, it's easy for Yamori to spray them down. Spectre, 2-3 kills coming through now. Another one from the Bulldog of SCYTHE, and with a double kill, she ends the round in flawless fashion. NWJ certainly have the momentum in the second half.
Early on, at least. But another bonus would definitely benefit their cause, as what we saw from the first half. NWJ clean so far there, kind of being aware that taking those multiple fights against multiple targets, still not the position to be in, even though they have firepower advantage, as target rich as it might be. And NWJ, let's see how they convert their bonus. They do have this comp, obviously it's a mirror, which should be more beneficial for the fake outs here in the attack. Trying to condition early on. Let's see how much they actually utilize that, because the pusher coming on in. Rubble trying to be fought over by both sides, but OGX looking to rescind it now as they realize how much presence there actually is from NWJ's attack.
And that's not too bad either, though. They've kind of traded bits of utility. Yamori threw out her paint shells. I mean, Torley threw out her paint shells. But Oreophilia spent her paranoia as well. And that means you have less of an initiating tool, or less of a catalyst as you push into sites. So it comes down to Crescents and her guiding lights now. And unless NWJ can make it a sudden reaction, it's gonna be tough. OGX is already getting a good read on this, and look at Torley's positioning, hiding inside of this dark cover along with her teammate. They are ready to receive anyone who might walk through. What they don't know, though, is that NWJ has kind of sneaked past the broken doors. Japips peeks out, gets a shot onto Yamori, and that's not too bad, but the sight hit goes towards B regardless. Walking through the nanoswarm, Crescents doesn't care, but only for a second. It's a good bit of damage, but it's not quite enough. NWJ continuing to do a bit more in towards Link. They managed to deal out with 3 players from OGX. It's back to a 2-on-2. Blast Pack trying to keep them at bay. Japip sticking the defuse all the way through. We've managed to get off of it for the time being, and with the Phantoms and the Vandals, OGX fights back. No bonus win for NWJ this time.
They made it close, though. There was a moment there, certainly, where things could have gone their way. Clearly, Japeeps as well, making sure that Yamori doesn't stay alive too long off the flank, really helped secure things, at least to try and be a bit more winnable there. And OGX able to play the retake amicably. Obviously, on the attacking side, you can see like players like SCYTHE just trying to throw caution to the wayside, and almost gained them a kill. Didn't convert just yet, but that was their bonus. Let's see how their actual gun round continues on. You can see the lurk here once more by Lin towards Rubble, but with OGX taking that kind of piece of control way early at map control, it squeezes now the options of NWJ to have to divert towards B or C, which the defense is a lot more, it seems like, ready to receive.
Yeah, you got so much killjoy utility towards C. You've got the alarm bot. You also have Sway just on top of B upper. The Snakebite could really stall for a really good period of time. Well, Poison Cloud available as well. So for NWJ, they kind of just have to go in for the Hail Mary push. Lin will not be able to find any joy towards A. So C is the only option. Here comes Casper. Still right around the dark cover. Trying to weave and duck through those blind shots. NWJ thinking about continuing to push through. They've spotted out the barrel of Varuma. Just kind of pinging into position, but she's still okay. And here comes Casper at the right time, just as soon as they turn their heads. Here comes OGX on the retake now. SCYTHE trying to hold it down. She managed to get a couple more, but Oreophilia just continues through instead. Casper managing to do out a lot more damage. Oreophilia's the only one left. What a weave! What a fadeaway! And turns back at the right time. The final shot, a clutch coming in for NWJ.
Big time players making big time plays, and that's Oreophilia connecting once more. How many times has she delivered in this game? Over and over!
Enemy remaining.
Another clutch goes her way. Another triple to her name. And absolutely no doubt in her game so far. NWJ 10-6. Eco now for OGX, looking to bring it to the 11th. Even to match point.
Really finding her form right now. 22 kills. We thought Lin was good, but Oreophilia on this map somehow is just giving us such a performance. Again, this is Orangutan X's map pick. Somehow, with this star factor, everything is turning around. OGX does not have to buy this round, and it's going to be very likely a round for NWJ unless a thrifty happens. Wow. Looking at the minimap, though, positioning not too shabby for OGX. They're trying to make use of some of these close angles.
Well, we've seen OGX come back and kind of rectify a deficit, especially in map number 1, so who knows how this map number 2 might still turn on now, trying to get aggressive there. Aruma just could not find the timing. Lin obviously shuts her down, but the push, it's on the way. No reason to stop for now. Paranoia keeps the waterfall retake at bay. Obviously the smoke confirms that space taken. It's going to be difficult for OGX to try and go for the attempt, but not much really to write home about. Sway a double for her. That's all she wrote. That's NWJ, a single round away from match point.
Not too bad. I mean, yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Aruma. And for NWJ, it's just, again, that quick contact play. We get a kill, we just rush into sight, and they managed to clear it. What's interesting is how OGX went in for the retake. As soon as the alarm bot dropped down, everyone was on the same page and they went in for it. But unfortunate for Sway at the end, it's partial and she couldn't quite find the shot. So, I was a little bit worried. If NWJ lost that round, then yes, maybe OGX stands a chance. But with that win, OGX now needs to find a way to chain 5 or maybe more rounds in a row just to tie us up. And that's why it's going to be that final timeout coming in from their coach.
They've done it before. Can they again once more? OGX, Orangutan. They shall not escape just yet from the lower bracket. As NWJ looking to extend this into that third. The attacking side here of NWJ have been pretty intuitive in picking the right call to make in that mid-round. You see OGX trying to squeeze the map away early on. But NWJ are kind of... they're readily happy to give up that space early to kind of find out where the majority of OGX defense is, and then that's when they adjust to the opposite side of the map.
Very good adjustments. And sometimes, you know, this mid-round calling comes in from Oreophilia, who is just giving us such an incredible performance right now. They're kind of holed up towards pillars, giving up A control. The turret, I assume, is watching that push that could potentially come from Orangutan X. So that signals to us that it's a very clear sign for NWJ to want to hit B. But they've been blocked off by Casper once again.
The showstopper. Presence being taken on down here. Twirly going for an aggressive peek. Finally, the squeeze of map control here from OGX. Gaining some actual tangible benefit. Takes 2 picks off, and that could have just been the round there off of that play.
Potentially. And like I was saying, I thought that turret would catch them, but no, it didn't. Not enough range, I suppose, and Twirly somehow managed to walk away with daylight robbery. 3 players left from NWJ, and they continue to try to break through. Bulldoze onto sight. Sway still alive. Snakebites on their feet. They can't quite push through, but Lin making use of just a tiniest crack, tiniest space. She takes down Sway. And here it comes. Aruma trying to block them off. Gets a shot away, but then instantly traded by Lin. And with those kills, the Viper's Pit comes online. Showstopper from Twirly, though, and she does not want to give them match point. Lin trying to stay tucked away. She uses that space, now pushes in at the right time. Spots in another player, and it's going to be online for the ace. Looking for Casper now, who is so darn low. The spike slowly taken away. 10 rounds available in her magazine. She doesn't care. Drops the Viper's Pit at the right time. The dark cover, though, both controllers trying to sneak back and forth, in and through. And Casper just finds the right timing. I have seeked you, I have found you, and I have earned my team yet another round win. It is 11-7.
That was so close for Lynn. It could have been it. Tried to find timing. Obviously, the safer play there was as soon as she spots out, nobody's on the spike, just waits for the next tap, but I guess was trying to catch him off guard, trying to catch Casper off guard, but she's the one who falls into her own demise. 7-11, how convenient for OGX to keep it away from match point. When the going gets tough, they get even rougher. And then Eco's state now here for NWJ.
And with this, OGX might be able to turn things around. Still a tough retake nonetheless, but very well played by Casper. Back into it though. They want to fight this A-Rubble again. Eggshells through. Oreophilia survives with the Bulldogs and the Spectres. It's a 1-for-2 trade that favors NWJ.
Oh, nice shot by SCYTHE. How are they making this happen? Isn't it so comical? Hysterical even. That in moments like these, it's the eco rounds that somehow get them across the line, that somehow secure match point. Don't want to speak before it's all done, but a 4v2 advantage is certainly one to be wary of, even against an eco. They got some rifles to work with. It's more than enough to shut OGX down.
Very worrying though. Look at her, SCYTHE's position. As soon as she hears a bit of noise, there she is. That's gonna be the peak. And Sway knows this, so makes it a trade, but now has to apply the quick pressure. Walks up front, heads up to against Oreophilia. With that, she's been really wounded. Oh, and it's gonna be the snake by Blackenblue. And here we are, match point for NWJ.
Wow, what a contact play from NWJ. We saw that on Ascent a while ago too, that's where the best at, really. Making use of that early contact, they fight for it here. I'm not too sure what or why necessarily OGX would want to go for an aggressive push like that against an eco, knowingly so. You just leave yourself up to more risk, and sometimes those risks don't return the reward that you were initially invested into. Look what OGX are put in a position to be in. 7-12, they got some ultimates to work with, but the economy heavily favoring NWJ, trying to take away that control from Rubble once more, and Sway capitalizes off of it. Twirly low HP though.
Over here.
Yeah, gonna need to be topped off by Chapips and her regrowth, but keep in mind, they only have Spectres in this time. And despite getting concussed, NWJ still has a pretty good advantage, especially in terms of their arsenal. Now slowly transitioning towards the C site. You've got the toxic screen. You've got a bit of Killjoy utility coming in from Aruma as well, though. So let's see if OGX can actually receive and defend this site well enough.
It's gonna have to be a stellar hold, or at least a retake here that works out in their favor. Quack, lockdown place to try and burn time, just to apply more pressure here. Would have been better if it came later in the clock, but obviously still gets this desired effect for the most part of burning out time. And WJ looking to commit, and the smoke just confirms that space is a pivot here to be.
Oh, that is dangerous. The Seekers just keeps some of the OGX players on C for the time being, which means it's all up to Twirly. And unfortunately, she can't quite find the shots. Guys like into her face too, and she has to dodge it, but can't quite make it happen. Crescent goes in and capitalizes on the moment for a double kill. And
Great
with
flash.
this, we're into a 3-on-3. NWJ might just be able to push us into a third map because of this. Off angle being held. Oreophilia swaps positions. And now it's going to be OGX trying to push on through. Again, not the best weaponry, but they continue to trudge forward. Oreophilia just receives them in kind. Chapips finds a shot onto Crescent. It's going to be the Seekers. A good headshot, but still not quite enough. 11 HP and just goes in at the last moment. Another duel. A perfect shot. And the defuse that sticks them onto 12 and 8. OGX still in the game.
Chapips the superstar that she is, delivering when it matters the most. 11 HP and still making it happen. OGX simply will not falter just yet. Twirly miraculous shot. I mean, it was a great flash by Crescents here, but an Oreophilia did so much work there, getting away with murder. And yet still, Japeep's off of the Seekers, confirming that both were here towards that top B. What a shot to connect to. Timeout by SCYTHE. And Orangutan. No more monkey games being played.
Yeah, not at all. They know they need to close this out now because they're starting to lose their grip. Hence the timeout. But again, they don't really have a coach. And a timeout like this also gives your opponents a bit of a chance to talk to each other. I mean, this round was won just like pure heroics from Japips. So it's going to be tough. And there might just be like a sudden execute that OGX might not be able to react to. So to me, this timeout, it really comes down to how well OGX can get a read off of this. How well OGX can prepare themselves for what's to come.
OGX still have a, maybe not the tallest order to climb, but certainly one that you wouldn't mind spill with your friends. Lots to be out of here. And OGX, maybe a performance like that, a round like that, is what they can rally behind. When you have a player perform such a hype moment there in Japeeps, the rest of the team can follow suit. And WJ this time, though, benefiting off of OGX, not necessarily squeezing and taking that rubble away early.
Yeah, they want to go for pillars instead. But very well timed dark cover by Casper. And just delays the hit onto A for a little second more. Guiding Light will be able to give a bit of a signal to OGX that NWJ wants to hit A. And that's why you see Sway reposition towards Tree.
Here.
Oh, another smoke here just gonna burn some time. A bit of info starve, obviously, in the opposing side as well. Snakebite to keep him at bay from entering through that door. Forces them to pivot here into B.
Oh.
Nobody really to receive them, so it should be a retake coming from OGX. Difficult one, may I add.
Alright. Here it comes, though. Oreophilia repositioning with her from the shadows, so that's a bit of a something that causes paranoia to OGX. They're going for the tap. Twirly just positioning around. She's got the Phantom, so at close range, she might be able to spray them all down. They walk straight into her. That's the first one. There's a second. Pink Shells toss in, and it's Casper who walks through. Oh, Lid's trying to deny them with a spike. I mean, the snake bite. But here it comes. 1 on 2. And unfortunately, it cannot quite happen for Sway. Her back was exposed, and NWJ shuts down this map 13-8.
Oh, they played that so well at the end there in the postman from the link. Even though they're kind of smoked on and off, they used every piece of utility to keep them from taking that, from sticking to defuse. They not only threw the pain shells, but the snake bites, the blastbacks, everything they could, and they made things on happen, Quack. And one way to do it as well, here off of a map that was OGX's, one of their best performing statistical maps, and they bring it to map number 3 on Haven. One cannot question the reason why we say NWJ is a dark horse in this tournament.
Yeah, it's always the best thing. So surprising. You expect to see OGX doing a lot better. They might have had a bit of a comeback, but then it got completely shut down. And just a performance from Oreophilia and Lin. And you know what? A better performance coming in from our panelists, Mika and Coldan. Tell us, how did NWJ make this happen?
I was thinking the exact same thing, because as I was watching the match, I thought that, you know, those little sparks of momentum that OGX would have, right? Especially off of amazing, like, you know, ultimate plays or, you know, utility plays. I thought it was it. I thought it was OGX gaining momentum, and it would go kind of like similar to how the first map went. But Coldan, it seems like NWJ, they were really pushing back as much as they could, and you know, you could really see these players suddenly come online, you know, suddenly transform into something else entirely, because they really do want to continue their run on here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like what the caster said, like what Quack as well as Blackenblue mentioned, right? It was the Linsanity show. I
Oh my
mean,
gosh.
so much credit to Linsanity, but not only here this time, right? Not just her at the top of the scoreboard. You got Oreophilia giving OGX Oreophobia. I mean, what an impressive display. 29 and 10 as the Omen player. Not so often you see Omens topping the scoreboard, having this kind of an insane performance, but she really dictated the pace of the match. I mean, every single time that she was in a position, she found a nice, angled hold, or even, maneuvering around the seaside when I just getting recalled back to that clutch, right? She had 1 versus 2 at the back of the seaside, but again, individual brilliance coming in from the top 3 players of NWJ, and it's really insane to see how the team, it's not just a one-man show, right? It's not just one player popping off. It's every single player, playing off each other's utility, out of each other's contacts, and finding that kind of value, pulling off such ridiculous rounds.
Fear of Oreo seems to tie into the special day today, the Friday the 13th, right? It's so crazy because it was like, it was as if NWJ knew these tiny little windows of opportunity that they would have. They really capitalized on that. They were like, and not even, I actually saw it as more of from an individual player perspective, right? If Lin saw okay, I have this small window to be able to actually get a double or a triple, then I'll take it. If for example, Crescents maybe sees I have this window to be able to push them back, I'm gonna go do it. So this kind of intuition that they're getting in this this map, this kind of especially since I feel like OGX, I couldn't feel that same kind of push, or I couldn't feel that same kind of drive for them. I almost wonder if maybe they were feeling a little too comfortable. Maybe could they possibly have counted NWJ's size out a little too early? Maybe, but now we have no choice. We are going into Haven, our map number 3 for this Coldan. So it looks like this is really NWJ saying, do not count us out just yet. We still have a lot of fight in us. Never mind what happened yesterday. We were coming in very, very fresh, and we still have a lot of tricks up our sleeve. We're gonna find out just how much more, and also on the side of OGX. Once we come back from this very quick break, we're going into map number 3, Haven, in just a bit.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Our first match of the day, and it goes into a map number 3. I mean, what were we expecting with our luck for today here, Coldan? Because right now, it is an elimination match, and neither of these teams want to go home. They are definitely fighting for their spot here at Elite. They're saying that we're going to go out in the best way possible and bring out, no holding out back punches. We're going to give it everything we have right now, and that's exactly how I feel about both of these teams. I'm really confused with what happened with the previous map though, because I was very confident that this was gonna go the way of OGX, especially since it was their map pick as well. But we saw that they were struggling quite a bit with NWJ.
Yeah, I think a lot of the rounds, to be honest, came down to really, really close clutches. I can, recall 3 off the top of my head. We had Aureophilia's clutch on the C side, Casper's clutch on the C side as well,
As
and then
well.
yeah, Japip's one on the B side. So a lot of individual brilliance being shown on Lotus. I think both teams were really effective in pulling rotations while they were on the attacking side, right? We saw many instances where Scythe was able to find themselves a free B side or a free C side, depending on where they kind of pulled the rotations of OG. And when they found themselves in those post-stun situations, it can get really chaotic. So the utilities had to be perfectly in sync, as well as the coordination from every single team member. If not, one of the players on Scythe was just gonna pop off and just get an insane multi-frag. So that kind of just went in the way for Scythe, especially considering they won both pistols. So that's essentially like 4 rounds already just given to them. So yeah, it was rough for OG, but going into Haven, I think now this is kind of like their playground. This is the map that they're very familiar on. This is the map that they like to pick into. And I'm very interested to see how they're going to be approaching this, because we have seen them recently. The day that we started, the first day, right, when we were on panel as well, they brought in the Neon as well as the Chamber. We witnessed it ourselves firsthand of how proficient they can be on Haven. So I think this final map is going to be a banger between these two teams, and honestly, I do believe it could go either way.
Yeah, exactly. Especially after what we saw on Lotus, right? And we're heading into another 3-site map as we speak. And I feel like, there were so many times wherein we thought that OGX was going to be able to close out the round. We thought that they were in very favorable positions, but there was just something on the side of NWJ that I feel like, they were just we wake up really hungry today or something, to be able to stay in this tournament. Right now, though, again, third map endurance-wise, again, it's a massive test for both of these teams. And at the top of this series, I would have said, OGX endurance-wise is probably gonna, pull through this. It's exactly what I said, actually, at the very beginning. I said, if this is an endurance test, then this is probably OGX. Now, after Lotus, I'm actually not too sure, just because there's a fire in NWJ right now, and I feel like they're really not letting their shot get away from them here, Coldan.
I think NWJ coming into today, I think they have just a fire underneath them. From yesterday's game until today, we saw that they never gave up. Every single round they gave it their all, and it's not a one-man show. Every single player from Scythe stepping up to the plate. It's honestly rare to see so many players of a single team pop off, at the same time during a single map. They like to play those rounds extremely tight to the final seconds, and it really gives their team a chance to show off what they have prepared. And individually they might not be as mechanically talented as maybe SMG together, where they have just overwhelming firepower. But I think this is what really draws me to the Scythe squad. I love the way they play. I love the synergies that they have within the team. Individually, they can hold their own to honestly any player or any team in this entire tournament. And when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, I think it really comes down to themselves, right? Whether they overextend, whether they make small mistakes, I think they have the recipe for success. They just need to connect the dots just a little bit, and they have that unknown factor, that Lin sanity power that comes in this tournament that nobody is expecting. Together with Aureophilia, together with the rest of the team, I think they definitely do stand a chance. And I think Haven is a great battlefield for them. It's a comfortable map for them. The agents that they have picked so far, I don't see anything off meta, so I think they're just going to be playing their game, and honestly, that's more than I could ask for.
And as you speak, we are going into Agent Select right here. I'm curious to see if we're gonna see the Neon, right? I am going to... looks like we are indeed going with that OGX comp that they had against Team SMG not too long ago, right? With the Chamber and the Neon as well. And it looks like Scythe are sticking to their guns and what is comfortable for them.
Did I mention something? Okay, so I hate to put it under a microscope, but I feel like Aruma's Chamber is a little bit lacking. It leaves me a little bit wanting. Sometimes she is set up as that Chamber player, the one that's gonna get those opening frags with the Headhunter, with the AWP. I'm not even sure if I remember a Headhunter kill in this series, or at least when I've been watching Aruma. Like it's honestly a little bit rare. to be seeing those kills. And honestly, I think that this map relies a lot on her. She needs to secure those impact kills to allow her team to win, because as Chamber, you don't have util to back up. You have your aim and you have one little trip. So I don't really want to put it too much under the microscope. It's not entirely going to be on her, but I think a lot of the win condition lies on the back of her success as that anchor player.
I do think that we saw a lot more success from her chamber on Haven rather than on Ascent, but we're gonna have to see indeed how this pick does pull through, especially with all of the other unconventional picks here on Haven that might potentially throw NWJ off of the rhythm. We're gonna see indeed if they can do that. So OGX and NWJ, the final map. So Blackenblue and Quack, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika and Coldan. And yeah, Coldan's got a point, and still this is a really, really tough matchup. Both teams might be comfortable on the map, and we've got some interesting agent compositions, but that said, again, high stakes. You lose this, you are out of Game Changers APAC Elite. So, hey, I'm Quack, this is Blackenblue. What have you got for us, man?
I mean, what did they got for us, right? With that map number 1 and 2 being so climactic, especially at the end of map number 2. You have to wonder what the Scythe bring to the table now that they are arguably in such a great position to overtake this series, right? You look at statistically Lotus for them, and it's been one of their biggest struggles, and yet they're able to best a team like Orangutan on it, and now they move on to Haven, a map that they're just a bit more comfortable in. It puts OGX in a very precarious spot. They're pulling out that Neon, which we did see to some extent in the past, but now here for OGX to pull it out on Twirly, and for Aroma to be on this chamber, this whole kind of setup, it's very precarious. Many ways it could go wrong, but if it goes right, then it's going to be spectacular to watch.
All right, and you start things with the tech pause.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, do you remember like a couple of days ago when it was SMG versus Orangutan X, and we saw this Twirly Neon on Haven, but the one thing was that although she was pretty good, 19 kills, 16 deaths, she had a lot of first kills, 4 first kills and 3 first deaths, but her team was often kind of not really following up that well. And that's one of the things that made it a little bit more difficult for Orangutan X to find success against a team like SMG. They ended off the first half with a 3-9, and then they got, subsequent 3 more rounds. And I think that happened a little bit because of, I'd like to think it's because of Iruma's anchoring as the chamber. But that said, it's the attacking side is always kind of struggling a little bit, and Sway didn't have the best game that time as well. So hopefully some of those have been fixed coming into this game. I mean, you left Haven open, so you've got to make it count.
I mean, we did see some benefits of it on the attacking side, right? Like with the amount of util they've got to kind of execute with. Obviously the relay bolts, and then the gravity well, Nova pulses, the stuns all coming together. It just becomes so I guess intimidating to try and anchor the sight down against them when you're on the defense. But on the flip side, they did kind of lack a bit more stopping power utility. Passive information gathering for sure gathered from the tripwire, rather from the trademark, but you kind of see where, especially against a team like SMG, the weaknesses of this comp, that's where it really came into effect. And if NWJ were able to take anything from that game and apply that here, it just could be what gives them that small edge and taking them down.
Yeah, and that's actually another thing to bring up as well, because the composition that NWJ are running right now is very similar to the one that SMG has, bar the controller, that is. Aurophilia tends to go for the Omen, but on SMG we had Shirazi as the Casper, and she was popping out that game as well. So some slight differences, but there is a chance. That's the main thing. There is a chance for SCYTHE NWJ to upset this entire series completely. And for the first time in like, the past 5 times that these two teams have faced off against each other, SCYTHE and NWJ might actually walk away with a win, and along with it, eliminate Orangutan X from Game Changers APAC Elite. So a lot of things at stake, a lot of things to think about, and it's very crazy, especially with the fact that this is Lin's debut Game Changers APAC Elite. And we've seen such crazy performances. Hopefully, we can see more of it in this very final map between these two teams. Another thing, though, just interesting to bring up again, was SCYTHE and NWJ playing this map against Global Esports Phoenix yesterday. And I say that it's interesting because NWJ actually had a really good start. They had like 4 rounds won in a row off of their pistol. And then after that, there were some, tech pauses and whatnot. And suddenly they just lost all their steam. After that tech pause, Global Esports Phoenix just came back in full force and they couldn't recover, especially once they swapped over onto the second half. So, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen for NWJ today, but hopefully not the same thing that happened yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, well, their attacking side definitely kind of was slipping, and that's not something you want to see necessarily in a map like Haven. But what is slipping is, I guess, us, because we're in a tech pause, and so
Caster, start the game.
Caster has to start the game. No, but in all
Can you do it,
seriousness,
Blackenblue?
am I pressed the button? Nah, maybe I'm gonna let you
Okay,
guys sit with us for a sec. It's your problem. Deal with it. No, I'm kidding. I'm nice. We wait. And while we wait, we ponder at the fact that nobody expected SCYTHE to be a team like this. They were always arguably maybe a step ahead from the teams that qualified through LCQ, but that wasn't a big jump at all. And the fact that they're putting up this much of a fight, and sometimes in very convincing fashion, like in map number 2 there, versus a team like OGX, it turns heads. And now NWJ, as we finally are going to get onto the map very soon, they have a chance to really pull this upset off, and what a way to do it. OGX, maybe not the most consistent here today, but if they can make it happen when it matters the most, then they can still continue on further to the promised land.
And they're doing it without a coach, too. That's always something that's very, very impressive. Like you mentioned, right? You called them diamonds in the rough, and they always have a chance at shining a little bit brighter. OGX now on the defense. Aruma already peeking out to investigate with her headhunter. Yomori turns away at the last second, eats a bullet to the head, and then Crescents makes it a trade. So Spike is going to be retrieved, and we are going to rotate.
A good counteracting shutdown there. Obviously, they gain the advantage here. Sky Elise picks off Twirly as well, trying to go for an aggressive peek. Casper equalizes the player countdown. She's here towards the clutch. Gonna park herself like a car, like a truck. She connects on the one, but Sky Elise can connect up close. Gonna fall back, connects on the third for Casper. Pulls out her knife. Oreophilia takes her down ultimately enough, but it's a 1v2 still.
Now she's just kind of wary that there might be people watching for her. The one angle that she does not expect is the one from right behind her. So Spike down, they get the plant, good little eco bonus, but it's still OGX that walks away with the win. And with those kills from Casper, wow.
Yeah, just peeking out from the garage doors, connect on the first, fall back, connect on the second. Somehow scrapes by with a third as well, and a Sky Elise. Casper didn't come here to play no games, have no fun, unless it's with a gun. Triple for her to open up the round and get OGX in the right path.
That's just a good way to start. Now Casper is 3 points away from her Cosmic Divide. Yeah.
Great stuff from Casper, but the rest of the team has to follow suit as well. You can see here kind of a TP play out back in A-Link for Aruma, just trying to make sure she can be the first point of contact on the site, at least on towards sewer. Let's see, I mean, they are coming our way, so there's an opportunity here to maybe find some.
Trying to find some. Alright. Rendezvous away. So we're just kind of falling back. Again, it's that same info game. I mean, these two teams have been doing this ever since the first map pick on Ascent. Just trying to make every single round count. The Owl Drone, though, I would say, was expended a little bit early on as well, just to clear out mid. With that, I mean, now NWJ is just completely cutting noise. It comes down to Casper and how quickly she can react to the current movement that we're seeing on the minimap. Alright, she spots him.
He comes out to push. Obviously an eco here for NWJ. Make sure they clear Twirly off the corner, but the backup from Casper is way more potent. 2v3 stands, of course, and OGX actually didn't bring too much invested into this round. Really buy up as heavily as you might expect. Uma just deletes Lin, and so does SCYTHE follow in her path. Same fate shared. OGX 2-0 start for sure. It's how NWJ respond down their attacking side, which we saw be a problem against Global yesterday. They start to rectify that here.
Definitely need to make it happen. But I guess the one thing that we can account for currently is the fact that that was a pretty good eco. They've managed to hurt Orangutan X's economy just by a bit, so it's light shields here for Japips and Twirly, although they have Spectres. The rest of them maybe on just some pistols. Interestingly enough, though, okay, we're going offensive on the defense. Twirly pushing all the way up through a window, trying to pull off a bit of a flank. She's got the Spectre trying to look for some hits, but can't quite spray them down. SCYTHE answers back in kind just as quick, and the spike will go down on A.
Spike
Quick and early shutdown here. Of any notions of taking the round away, of taking this anti-bonus, rather this bonus away, WJ almost assuredly secure the round. Encourages. Lets him know, hey, where exactly they're coming from. Can hear both of them right now. By all means, SCYTHE's crawling up behind him with timing too.
One enemy remaining.
Hello.
No way to get out of this one. Oh, okay. Nice response by Sway rather. She picked up the Vandal to have something better to fight over. The round is done, and NWJ successfully winning that A main contact was huge. OGX placed their eggs into a basket, and once it was dropped, well, there goes half the cart.
And a lot of broken eggs. But with broken eggs, you can make some omelets. So even with that, I have no clue. But 2-1, right? And you can come up with a full buy this time around. Sway, you know, it's a good little frag. It's an alt point, and she gets the buy up for a teammate potentially. I guess not currently.
I ordered poached eggs for breakfast, and scrambled eggs is what came. I'm so disappointed.
Poor Blackenblue.
I wanted my eggs Benedict, but we continue on. No sanctity.
Right. So NWJ, I mean, yeah, they've been doing pretty well, and then it's just continuing to pick things up. Iruma with the operator, alt orb picked up, I think by Casper. So that's a cosmic divide available now, and look at the aggressive angle that Iruma's holding towards C-Long.
Is a safe retreat as well, as long as they have garage control, which is the one worry point for me here. If they take garage away, Iruma rendezvousing back won't be as safe as they assume. Now there's still gonna be a Radiant box there, but there is the one, or you'll feel it taking on down and nobody there to get the punish. So looks like NWJ want to come in towards B. Scan won't be shot out in time. Yeah, it is quite early.
With concealment.
Still low. Cosmic Divide is available. Fault line comes through. Japips has to back off. She's got some shock darts that she could use, but too close, and she did not expect them to peek out that way. And with that, two players are gone from OGX. NWJ is able to stick down the spike plant, and Twirly tries to fight back. Has to dodge some flashes. Iruma comes in from the opposite angle, and then here comes Casper from mid. NWJ backed into a corner, can't quite fight back, and it's going to be Crescent who bites the bullet instead. It's going to be OGX 3-1 starting things off.
Yeah, so many choke points that OGX can really fight on over with their comp here. You see Twirly obviously flushing out that A link with the relay bolts. That stun kind of putting Yamori in an even more uncomfortable position. Great opening shots to try and open up the site itself and get things going, but even better at the end here from OGX, who are continuing their tirade on the defense of all things. Eco now for NWJ. And this is where, once more, we're seeing the same symptoms of a very familiar sickness that was applied on NWJ yesterday versus Global, and Ruma starts things off again.
And that is such a useful tool right now. The operator in her hands, definitely a bigger impact as compared to the past few days, and proving Coldan wrong. So, I mean, it's actually eliminating a lot of possibilities for NWJ, because with that operator, they're not going to repeat those same angles. And then now she's going to potentially reposition. This is information onto the A site, and NWJ, you know, they have to somehow commit to this.
Here.
5v3, of course. Some weapons to work with, but not the most favorable. Twirly knows they're coming up on here. Can use a stun, but doesn't. Goes for the dry option, and NWJ punish here the, I guess, complacency of OGX.
My sentiments exactly. At least this is a good shock dart from Japips, but she is smoked off, vision robbed by Oreophilia. And you also have an operator on. Whoa. Operator on retake, I was gonna say. She dropped and then rendezvoused back up into heaven safely, thankfully. But here comes, it's a bit of gravity well, pushes Yamori out by the edge. Can't quite find a shot onto her though, and here comes Japips, only able to find a bit of a trade before Lin claims her life. NWJ still very much in the game, 2-3.
Imagine if Aruma there, mid-air, just no-scope a shot out, and then by the time she lands, she TPs back up with this, basically a
Dead
pick
body.
going untraded. That'd be crazy.
That's crazy. Different game though. I don't know that those kind of mechanics work in Valorant unless like it's really just that miracle shot. Sometimes, huh?
Lots of precise
up trap,
gunplay
no scope off.
Yeah, with a 360 in between. Why not throw it in just for the tricks?
Want to make it a 720? All right, no
1080 while you're at it.
Oh, well.
I mean, all right. Enough with the horseshoe play. Aruma's got the, obviously Hunters rather, sure, the force to pull on out.
A lot of
Hunter's Fury
ults.
as well as from Japeeps. Yeah, basically the point is, lots of stuff to use. And they have to make sure they use that, because we saw the punish come in last time around when they kind of went dry on these fights.
Oh, okay. That's actually, yeah, a very good point to bring up, because they had a good chance at actually stalling that push, but instead they fought it dry, and now they're gonna have to pay for it. Same thing happening this time, except for Casper trying to pull them into the gravity well. Has a good chance. She lines him up. Two is gone. Looking for the third, but Oreophilia trades, brings back a bit of normalcy to her team, and with a garage push now, Sky Elise eliminating another angle. Sway makes it a bit of a trade though, and then from the shadows, Oreophilia claims the A site, attacking lockdown, keeps them at bay. Sky Elise trying to catch them on the rotations, but she has to make the right guess. Japips and Sway trying to play it safe, instead they stick together.
I think they might have just won the round there by using that lockdown. You saw that Sway was trapped in the back part of the site because she couldn't cross into CT because the lockdown was going to detain her. So now they're coming on in with a lot more time burnt. Still a chance, obviously, but you can hear the ticking. It's starting to burn down.
Yeah, that sounds like, less than 20 seconds? I don't know, but I mean, feels like it. Oreophilia doesn't matter. Flushed out of position because of the aftershock, but she still lands the shots. Carrying on with the performance from the previous map, she saves the round for her team. NWJ, they tie things up.
I still die from the aftershock. I mean, rather, still die even with the aftershock. Like Gravity Well, of course, they're being pulled on in by Casper.
That's a
It's
bit
still
of
not enough.
Feels bad for Yamori. I think she wanted to tailwind into Casper,
Ooh.
but she bumped into like Crescents or something instead.
Just a bit of lack of, I guess, coordination there, or synergy between what to do. Look at the push here coming from this Twirly. Not able to get much going. Sky Elisa double shut down off the eco push.
I feel sad. Black and blue. I'm
Sad.
blue now. Tabati,
Why do you say?
Because the movement wasn't that fluid on that play from Twirly. But Pips just comes in and lands shots! What? The Sheriff double! She's doing it again! She clutched the previous game, now she's gonna make it happen once more. The spike has been dropped. Still though, they've got the guns and Japips has been eliminated from the equation. It comes down to Casper. She lands the first one, looks for the next, but Oreophilia with the little crouch tippy taps. A final shot to the head, and NWJ find their lead.
Yeah, just hitting her with the shuffle shake.
Shuffle
at the end.
shake. Ooh.
Yeah, just to make sure, throw off to cross
Enemy remaining standing.
the game. Unfortunately, doesn't connect for Casper, but valiant effort put into kind of, I guess, rebound from the opening fight. Off the eco there. OGX, of course, they're not doing too bad at all on the defensive side here, considering we're only in round 8. It's NWJ who had a bit more pressure on them to perform, finally able to in these past 3. It's been such a streaky game here for NWJ. You rarely see them win 1, lose 1, win 2, lose 2. It's been a streak or nothing for them throughout this series, which is kind of concerning, to be honest.
That's right. It's kind of odd. And well, OGX looking to find their own streak. Timeout being called now. Aruma back on that operator play, but still, despite her little bit of success, it's the fact that OGX, we're starting to see them go in with that kind of like dry fight, right? Remember how Twirly went in for it, and this time with that, attempt at making a mid-window push. It's not that safe, it's not that clear, and because of it, they can't quite secure the kills that they want to get. So NWJ is always able to answer back in kind, and Crescents now has her Rolling Thunder available.
Well, you can see them prepping to stun for sure, as is typical here from the A-Link. Obviously, waiting for contact to be made. Keeps as well.
Good.
Confirms that. Wonder if they get the stun burst. No, good discipline here by Sway to not let that utility early. Just trying to play the info game.
Burns a bit of utility from OGX as well. Casper running out of stars. All right, OGX now this time definitely trying to play it safe, making use of their utility to keep NWJ away. Burning down the timer though, NWJ makes things very, very precarious. We are like always thinking about where these people could be headed towards. Cloudburst into B, and that kind of makes it very clear now. Sway backs up, perfectly lined up for the Rolling Thunder. 2 players are hit. A counter Rolling Thunder, but Sway lands the first shot. Skylise comes back in, a bit of a trade. Japit trades right back, and now we're on to the 2-on-4. NWJ blocked off by this huge curtain. Casper strikes from the back, and now Oreophilia. No matter how good you are, you can't quite clutch against 4 with 10 seconds remaining. So she opts for the save instead. Paranoia out. Wait, Shrouded Step in! Oh no, she's gonna get burned and completely buckeyed. Twirly just shuts things down. We're back to a 4-on-4. That was a little bit odd.
I don't know if that panic Rolling Thunder necessarily had much reason to it. Obviously, just to stop kind of the ensuing pursuit that was to come from Sway's Rolling Thunder here in Orangutan, but didn't really amount to much for sure. Didn't really connect on much either.
One enemy remaining.
Just allows OGX even more advantage here on the defensive side of all things. Time out now by Scythe.
Yeah, I gotta keep your comms up. Gotta keep talking. Rolling Thunder, I mean, I guess if you're sharp enough with your shooting, it might somehow work out, but they never would have known that Casper was flanking them all the way down C. And there was a bit of a commitment to the crouch, which I think made it a little bit more difficult to land the subsequent shot. That said, it's still an even game right now. And if you're taking a look at how the ultimates have been cycled, NWJ still has some in the bank. In fact, it's OGX on the half shields. Aruma's still on the operator, which is always nice. But, I mean, you can definitely see the impact of the timeouts now with how the utility is being used. And that's the main thing that we want to focus on. The main thing that both teams need to keep up. NWJ still playing that info game.
You got the op still anyways here in OGX, which...
What?
Let's get taken down. Lynn somehow wins that fight. Off the roam as well, even as a Sova. We saw her lurk a while ago. Well, obviously as a Viper, but as a Sova? Even Aruma surprised.
Yeah, kind of caught asleep at the wheel. Jeez, Lynn is just on another level right now.
Yeah,
that was pure heads up. But look at the push from C long, Blackenblue. Oh, they're coming in from behind. SCYTHE is prepared for it. It's a very slow-paced game, and NWJ keeps inviting OGX out for these peaks, and they come up huge because of it. A bit of a phantom spray, and Oriphilia trades right back. This gives NWJ the C site.
Calling my bot.
Yeah, great trades here.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Should by all means, barring some hysterical heroics, be around for NWJ. And this is when we see the best of NWJ, hasn't it? When they're able to just slowly take contact, obviously win those fights, connect on those shots. I'm not too sure if they spotted out the barrel of Crescents. It almost seemed to be the case.
Revealing area.
But they definitely did not spot SCYTHE right under window.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Elise now. She's coming up from the round back. Doesn't even matter though. The Crescents just takes the angle. Double kill back and back, Blackenblue.
Made sure as well to hold on to the Hunter's Fury as long as possible, so they still have that for another post-plant position, or even to just initiate here on the seaside especially. Could be big for getting them in further round. They've taken the lead with that too, by the way.
By the way. Dang, alright.
By the way.
It's a one-round lead. Let's see if it can turn into even more. But OGX for the time being still able to buy back up, and that's always nice to see. Aruma trying to switch up positions now, locking off Garage instead. Oh, good pick by Sway, just suddenly peeking out of A short.
Nice shot. Aruma's doesn't connect though for sure.
Placing swarm grenade.
Okay.
Swarm grenade out.
NWJ. They still have that Hunter's Fury as I mentioned, but they're going to be hard-pressed to let that loose without finding a pick first. And obviously the C site is quite occupied with some threats they'd rather not deal with as of the moment.
Oh yeah.
And OGX have all marks checked really here, so they have good positions to fall back into safety and not get overwhelmed on any portion of the map currently.
So far so good. And OGX is making quick work, just relaying off of info. Twirly confirms that it's an A-hit, slows them down with a relay. Ooh, both concussed! Very well done, and now tucks herself into safety. Burns a little bit because of the nanostorm, but not too bad. I'm more curious about Japip's positioning, though. She has the Hunter's Fury, but now stuck on site. She has to take the fight, and unfortunately, she will not win. Twirly tries to answer back, but only good for one. SCYTHE, off of those 3 kills, plants her feet down with the lockdown, and pushes OGX away.
Ooh. I wonder if they're going to commit to the retake. We haven't been seeing much save attempts from either side throughout the series, wanting to really kind of fight for every single round, brawl for every single point on the board. Aruma once again using that.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Rendezvous doesn't really gain much, and neither does Casper. So round's done. An idle save, perhaps here from Aruma, but no, once more. SCYTHE. Aruma I mean, the op was working a while ago, but so far I've been losing to kind of these duels.
I know! That should not be happening! And you just lost a 4,700 investment. Not to mention, okay, NWJ has extended that lead, Blackenblue. And this is a map which Orangutan X is supposed to be good on. This dark horse of SCYTHE and WJ, maybe it's the duel between the dark horses, but SCYTHE and WJ has been showing up today.
Definitely have, and what a face to put on. A huge stage for them, especially.
Right there.
Noise being made here towards mid, trying to fight over that contact, and Twirly connects. Good trade out for either breach, at the very least. Well, that affects, I think, the defense here a bit more, because a lot of OGX's game plan is playing off of that breach stun, playing off of those chokes. Obviously, it'd be great to have on the attacking side as well, but with the contact play that NWJ plays sometimes, it isn't always necessarily the biggest part of their attack.
Better for post-plant scenarios, but right now, NWJ, that contact, it's the same game plan, slowly traversing across the map. And OGX is always paranoid because of it. Aruma now, hearing the footsteps, has to make her shots count. There's the first, not quite the second. Lin makes it an open sight for her team. Not to mention from the shadows from Oreophilia to top of heaven as well. Twirly seems to anticipate it though, so watching the angle. Oreophilia, you gotta time this right. She hears the footsteps. Oh, it peeks out at the right time. Hello, there's the shot. Japips with the shotgun though, answers back. Twirly trades as well. It's all down to Yamori, and Twirly's just trying to make it safe, playing off of the recon. Duo, tag team, and they go in together. OGX answers back. It's a 5-6.
Great util from Japeeps in that round. The shock darts obviously denying the initial kind of plant attempt there by Lin. I'm not sure if it was a double lineup, but the scan for sure at the end. They're confirming Yamori, leaving little to chance for the defense to mess that one on up. Aruma finally gaining a pick off of these kind of deep angles that she likes to hold. Twirly starting things off and ending it too. OGX slowly trying to tie the game on up. But NWJ still have one last chance.
And maybe try to secure that 7-5 lead. Very curious as to what Twirly is going to do, though. Again, Lin has been sitting on this Hunter's Fury for several rounds now. Twirly just earned her overdrive in the previous round. So now it's again back to that info game. Casper confirms that it's a C hit. Twirly's right around the corner, around Garage. She slides in through, gets the first one.
What?
Might want to try to back off. Rolling Thunder comes in, Hunter's Fury as well. And then here comes Twirly. She just goes in for the sprays, gets a second one. A lot more kills being traded forth, and it's going to be Oreophilia trying to bring things back. But OGX has enough numbers. Oh, good flicks, but Aruma with the operator makes it impossible. 6-6, we tie things up.
Shio's on the mark too as well to adjust to where Aruma was going to peek from that log's position, but still not enough. But the best, who is always enough and always will be with us, is our panel. How you guys doing?
We appreciate all the love. Way too much love coming our way, Coldan, I think. But I'm quite uneasy about how this match is going. We're seeing a lot of rounds wherein, you know, it becomes almost like a little awkward, and you're wondering where is the, you know, the confidence, that comeback potential of OGX. I don't feel that it's, you know, as prominent as it was in their previous matches, and NWJ here really pushing back, and I almost feel like this could potentially be NWJ's map after all.
Yeah, it very might well be that case, right? But I think it's a bit too soon to say, right? The scoreline is still incredibly close. But we did see yeah, we did see SCYTHE really showing up in their slow play style, right? Because of the composition of what OGX has. They don't have a lot of information agents, so they had to go for pushes. We saw Aruma getting caught out multiple times. We saw the push down mid being stifled as well. But OGX still has that resilience, always going for those retakes, and they still managed to claw back a couple of rounds. So as close as you can get, I think swapping over to the sides, they just need to ensure that they play together as a team and use the utilities in unison, you know, for either squad to take on the win. It's still either 50-50 to me.
Yeah, and that's where it gets a little dicey, right? It's like, it is 50-50. I thought maybe that it might be favoring OGX a little bit more at this point, but we're gonna see. I mean, Queens of the Comeback now is the time for whatever comeback they might have in them, but for NWJ, they just have to keep on pushing. This could be theirs, but we're gonna find out as we toss it on back to Blackenblue and to Quack.
Always gotta
thanks for
love
having
the
us.
love. Yeah. You give them
Never
so many
mind.
compliments.
We hate you guys.
Oh!
Y'all suck. I'm kidding. We never.
Black and blue.
But who doesn't suck? Never mind, there's a bad joke at the end of that. But who doesn't suck are both of these teams.
They are tied
Because
up.
They are tied up. And they're doing pretty good, actually.
Oh, but this is very early contact. Bit of a stun, a bit of a trade. And player's still relatively alive.
Relatively. A site quite occupied right now, Quack. And I'm not too sure if this is going to be the best idea for OGX to continue forward. Luckily, they have some notion as well of second-guessing their current predicament. Attacking side, final half of this series, by the way, BT dubs. And NWJ put a stop to this and take an open pistol. That'd be one great way to overthrow it.
Ooh, Twirly. Slides in, Aruma getting a shot with great info from Japips. They managed to make this work! It's down to the last two. And SCYTHE is just still right around B. Oreophilia, I don't know if she can find all too much. And look at the positioning. It's overwhelming odds. OGX against NWJ. They win this, and it's going to be good for their momentum. Sway peeks out at the right time. SCYTHE answers back, and Twirly, here she comes. It's going to be 7-6 in favor of OGX.
All right. OGX on the contact, everything working their way. Aruma opening pick, and then Twirly following up here off the scan. And once more, the scan from Japeeps has been so quintessential to a lot of their attacking sides here. Just gaining information. We saw that a while ago as well on Ascent, and the Sova on Japeeps is just, or just a scan in general, is so big to really allow the rest of OGX to keep their head turned forward.
And that's just a great sight hit with them cutting noise as well. But this time around, NWJ off the eco, slowly pushing up C. That eliminates one option. A seems to be clear as well, with Lin along with Yamori peeking out. So they know that it's closer towards B, but OGX seems to anticipate the push as well. Casper, she knows she's behind them, but just turns away at the wrong time. Sway comes up now from the other side, but then it's easy for NWJ to continue to leapfrog off each other and peek one by one. The classics, they are singing right now, Black and Blue. 2-on-2. Make that a 2-on-1. We've picked up a Spectre, and now this is a much more doable round for NWJ to come back in. Our panelists were talking about this. NWJ, this might have been a stamina game initially, but now that they found their confidence, now that they're doing so much good work with the coordination that they have, this is very, very doable for them. Aruma, of course, wants to bring things back into OGX's favor. The spike dropped and she needs to retrieve it. Collects onto the first shot, but here comes Lin again with her cape, saving the day. The thrifty win for NWJ.
7-7, and NWJ once more, these kind of lower economy states, they're still able to convert even on a thrifty. This is when sometimes they seem the most scrappy, when they can just really throw OGX for a loop. And on the defensive side, it's going to be difficult to start, gaining these rounds. And so to do it against their anti-eco is even more wonderful for their benefit. They're going to buy not much, to say the very least, here for OGX, as an eco is to be expected. Now they're just trying to find anything going their way from the lurk.
Every round from here on out is just always so crucial. Again, always got to remember, this is an elimination match. Yep, barrel spotted. Trying to go in for that wall bang now, but headhunter rounds have to be very well reserved. Oh, and with the paranoia play, SCYTHE, a bit of a tag, and still good enough damage. She's just blocks everything off. OGX tries to push out a C now, but they get roadblocked by Oreophilia. A second, another shot coming through.
Spike down.
Okay.
I can't believe SCYTHE is out of that unscathed. 100 HP, 50 armor, not a single tag up on her. Great paranoia help here coming from Oreophilia to keep her alive.
That is ridiculous.
30 seconds left.
Maybe she hurt the hop. Got the first shot off. Just getting flanked as well, though. Twirly has to watch her back. Watch her front as well. Two players completely surrounded. Everyone converging onto her position. Uses the... I was going to say that she was going to sprint, but... walked straight into Lin, and I guess she didn't expect them to be right behind her. So with that, NWJ finds momentum.
Deleted.
30 seconds left.
I'm kind of speechless, honestly, with the way things are turning out here for OGX. Opportunities not being able to be seized. NWJ still somehow able to continuously hound on the pressure. Operator out now for Yamori. He's been having herself a quieter series for sure, but if that changes here right now, it matters the most. Everything will be rectified. Operator obviously spot on out the angle. Sway still trying to pull that attention away.
Yeah, reaction's not quite there either. Drones through, and they are trying to push Yamori back. Not much happening. Everyone's just, it's a bit of a stalemate between the two teams. And once again,
it's kind of like chess here, you know, just trying to see who's going to move first. Initial feints from either side. Nobody throwing the first punch just yet. But this benefits NWJ. The more time burnt off, the more difficult it's going to be, the more hasty OGX are going to have to try and take this one on in. And here comes the push.
Recon broken. Lin able to get the first, but Casper trades instantly. With the relay bolt, Twirly makes it a little bit hectic, and she's able to collect on another frag. Down to the 1-on-3. SCYTHE, the slow rotations, walks straight into Japip's crosshairs, and that brings OGX to another tie.
Okay, OGX, good response. I don't know how they're able to just pull off this kind of 30-second meta thing where they just don't do anything sometimes for the most of the round, and suddenly in a last-ditch effort scramble,
which game
explode
is this?
Onto the site.
Yeah, the 30-second meta is really coming up. Very tactical. But it comes with a lot of noise cutting. Still though, this time maybe a bit more of a rush. Trying to switch up the pace, and along with the overdrive as well. Twirly just trying to find some blind shots. Well, it definitely creates a lot of space.
Well, they've definitely gotten the plant off very quickly here, which is certainly good, but the lightning fingers does kind of dissipate before being able to actually use it for a fight. Retake from NWJ. They are taking their sweet time, though. They've got lots of utility to throw on out. Here comes out that Rolling Thunder off of the attacking side. That's going to burn even more time. And Twirly's able to get the double with the frenzy up close. A triple for Twirly. Spinning them round for round, and they're confused. Concussed. Don't even know what's happened. Lin gets a double, but the round is done. OGX have won.
And it's all thanks to Twirly. Just dancing around them. Completely dazed. NWJ did not know what hit them. First it was the overdrive, yes, and the fast lane, a lot of space being gained. But she kept one relay bolt, and also the frenzy. She was just positioned right around the mouth of that Nebula.
A stapler.
A stapler!
With a stapler. I once saw a man. I once saw him kill 2 men in a bar with a stapler.
Yeah, Twirly's a player of commitment and sheer will.
Exactly. So, that's Twirly Wick to you, son.
Oh,
incredible stuff.
That's Vidania.
Baba Yaga.
Alright, now she's back in towards A, though. They made a little bit of presence known towards mid. A lot of shots being traded back and forth. But NWJ, of course, trying to find their lead back as well. Their economy is starting to dwindle. Oh, look at this. Alright, Lin's got the Hunter's Fury. Not using it.
Spike planted.
Right. Yeah, not denying the plan, or at least delaying it for the meantime. Maybe for the retake here, to flush out that help position and Graffiti at once, possibly. Could be one way to use it, but once more, NWJ taking their time before they initiate the retake.
Oh, there it is. Called it perfectly, Blackenblue. Skylee's in position for a bit of a flank as well. They continue to push through a link. Oreophilia makes a good bit of damage, but still blocked off by Sway. And with all of these angles being held, Skylee's has to make their shots count, but only good for the first. Japips with her classic shuts her up. It's going to be OGX now cementing their lead 10-8.
I mean, once more, it kind of just lets the attacking side here, the post-plant hold from OGX, settle because of how much time NWJ are waiting for these retakes sometimes. I'd like to see them kind of, you know, throw a wrench into those plans. Maybe have somebody go for something cheeky, get a scan off, somebody peek, get a free kill to kind of thin out the herd just a bit while the plant attempt is going on in the first place. Those type of things where you'd want to see NWJ shake up the expectations of OGX instead of being so rigid in their play.
They haven't been able to break that mold yet. And this is where it gets really quite excruciating to watch. I don't know if there are any more timeouts left, but either one of these teams could use one right now. And with NWJ, it's such a great story going thus far with their lower bracket run. Is it really the time for them to get blocked off? Crescents with a bit of a fadeaway shot, able to keep the dream alive for just a bit more. But look at the mini-map, Blackenblue. Twirly wants to push into A.
Well, most of the defense is somewhat there. I'm not going to say ready to receive this, but Skylease is in a difficult spot. She can maybe get the one off, but the stun forces her to readjust and allows Twirly to find a timing. She had lockdown as well. She had to know. With the lockdown, you have to be a bit more passive so you can bail out for the retake, have somebody else play that aggressive.
Just not ready for it. Didn't stay frosty enough, and yeah, a little bit of pressure from the fault line and everything gets broken apart. But good execute coming through though. Yamori leading the charge with the Phantom and the Tailwind. Twirly answers right back in full. Triple kill. Casper and Sway locking things down from A-Long. And with that, OGX 11-8. Economy broken for NWJ.
Wow. OGX.
Oh no.
And this is what separates them from some of the other teams here who are viewed as a bit more middle of the pack in this tournament. The fact that they're able to kind of readjust and reassess the situation and sometimes just to be honest, win the fights that they need to when it matters the most, right? Connect on those shots. It's part of the game.
It certainly is, but it's a little bit painful. It's a little bit heartbreaking to watch this happen to SCYTHE NWJ. So with their timeout right now, maybe they can turn things around. They have those ultimates. And yes, OGX has them as well. This is one of those rounds where you're always thinking about your buys, because do you make your stand here, or do you let things drop into match point, series point, in fact?
Why so serious, son?
Because it's a lower bracket elimination match, Blackenblue. It's serious. It's serious.
Why so serious, son? NWJ, the closest they've ever been into making it even deeper, and yet it could slip from their grasp. No time for any jokes, any jests. NWJ right now have to pull out another thrifty round, another incredible response just to keep this from match point.
Oh man. Oh gosh, and Ophelia is trying to capture an off angle now, not quite getting the flicks. Slowly running out of steam. It is starting to look like a match and series point more and more. Seaside has been captured. OGX has planted their flag down. Even the random spray catches on to Crescent's head. No.
Oh, they should have been able to capitalize off of the scan there, but obviously easier said than done. Memorial low HP as well. Oh, Shock Dart gets her even lower. So much delay in time here. Lynn dropped in the garage, only gets the one. Casper ready for the trade. A triple for Casper. Maybe a fourth with the classic, but no, it's going to be Twirly to follow on up. As match point is secured. OGX
Match point.
one away from progressing further.
This could be it. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Blackenblue. But for OGX, their lineage continues. They've been going in with such a great run throughout the entire year. The first team to go up against Team SMG in the grand finals of Open 1, now continuing fourth. Meanwhile, for NWJ, such an incredible Dark Horse performance. Lynn giving us incredible shows as well, but this might be where it all stops. This might be where it all ends, unless they can turn things around. OGX wants to make it happen. A quick push from Twirly outside of garage, shut down by Yamori. She needs to run, she needs to climb, she needs to kill, and she might be making it happen, just at least for one more round. They heard those sounds outside of C-Long.
They know where they are right now. Ophelia double for her. Another connection, double as well for Yamori. And NWJ refused to go down so early just yet. We continue on further. Lower bracket round 3, eluding OGX for the meantime. Due to much of what was done by SCYTHE, but it's a good shutdown here. Dodging, anticipating the stun on the heavy push around. Kind of a hasty push from OGX. Trying to want to close it out immediately. And I have to ask, did you tag me in a story, Quack, on IG and didn't delete it?
I deleted it. What are we talking about this now?
I was embarrassed. And I checked it and it was gone. I was like, what did Quack tag me in?
Alright, here we go. Okay, 3 ultimates on both sides. And again, it's still 3 more rounds for NWJ to push this into overtime to keep their dream alive. If they can make it happen, there will be such an incredible run for them. A team without a coach. They have been so well prepared, they shut down Twirly once again. And without that tip of the spear, OGX looks a little bit blunt.
Yeah. They've been hasty on these pushes at match point. They've been... It's kind of like... when a hound sees, their prey, they just want to fight for it, they want to fish for it, but it's not coming to them the way that they expected it to. Lynn still has the scan, which is huge actually here for this retake to still be available this early on.
Okay, defending lockdown. The smoke dissipates, but here comes Casper's Cosmic Divine. It keeps Sway alive. She drops down, stays hidden. Yamori, Sky Elise, they've managed to fight back. Iruma does not have space, does not have room to hide, and NWJ goes for yet another round.
And this is the difference of what the benefit of retaking when you don't settle, when you don't allow the opposing side rather to settle, when you don't allow that attacking post plant to get into position, get ready for the push, set up their traps, set up their system. NWJ start the retake while the plant attempt was going. They start to apply the pressure while they were trying to get on the site itself. And you can see there that Lynn, even though she knew the rest of the team was going to be behind her anyways, she didn't wait for the rest of the team to try and chime on in for the fight. She got her one, and when she saw that, hey, Cosmic Divide is up, I'm gonna hop right through it right now to get the timing and really throw a wrench into the plans and the spokes of OGX. That's more of what NWJ need to do here if they do give up the site.
That is truly just freaking incredible sense to know when to push like that. And it forces Orangutan X to call that time out. 12-10. 2 rounds away from pushing this into an overtime. 2 rounds to write another chapter for NWJ's run this year in Game Changers APAC Elite 2023. Of course, it's always difficult. It's an uphill battle, but they are not backing down. There's only one way out for them. And OGX, they're looking to shut down that dream. Iruma with the tour de force play this round.
Here we go.
You want to play?
Final
Let's
act
play.
of this series. Final few rounds to come on in. 23rd we are. Will we continue to the end of regulation? Another B push coming here from OGX. Stun trying to take that A-Link away for the further post-plant effort.
Oh my god.
Gravity, well, good effort, but they're not really going to try and stick onto it just yet.
No more.
Oh, what a connection from Lin.
Perfect strafe shot. And that's Iruma dead. Tour de force, you know, don't have to worry about it anymore. Yamori with the flank, gets the first one. Tailwind propped up. She's looking for another hit. Just buying time for her teammates to peek out. Oreophilia makes it a trade. Casper still alive though, but here comes Yamori. One player left. Casper gets another headshot, continuing to duck and weave. Another shot going through, but the spike has been stuck and defused. Lin still on the board.
We go to the final round of regulation, of course. Of course we do, on the final map of this series. How close the stakes are coming to be. Smart by Yamori here to recognize that, hey, once they're really kind of aware of her position and spots out how many are marking her, it's kind of jiggling, buying time, as he said, for the rest of the team to peek out from B main, capitalize on the information given, and see what they can take. Twirly with a judge at hand. Final round of regulation now. Time to put out all the stops.
Overtime or bust. NWJ, can they make it happen? Fully blinded this time though, and Twirly is in such a prime position. Here comes the judge. Oh, but you're going to be overruled instead. Japips answers back, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. Oh, they are so uncomfortable. Oh, Sky Elise getting a triple kill now. Aruma's the only one left, and she's stuck, pinned down inside of Garage. Peeks her little head out, but Lin slaps her down. We are going to overtime.
Sky Elise, what a hold on the site. A triple for her. Shutting down Twirly there, of course, who kind of had the free kill towards the back site. As I believe it was a breach that was kind of blind here. Actually, no, it was Oreophilia who was blind on the back of the site. NWJ somehow are able to rectify their woes 4 rounds straight to bring us in overtime when it seemed impossible. They made it happen. Glass cannon out of Iruma to try and get something going here for them finally.
And OGX has been throwing these Hail Mary plays right at NWJ, and every single time NWJ has been answering back in kind. 4 rounds, 1 in a row on the defense, but we swapped sides again. OT1 begins now. Fault line doesn't quite catch anything. A lot of footsteps towards A long, and Iruma calls it. Here comes the hit though. Cloudburst. Tillman kind of denied for the time being. Sway just throws out another flash. The trademark pops off, and it slows down NWJ, but they still have managed to create a lot of space on the site, so Spike should go down.
Going to be difficult to retake with the operator too here for Iruma, unless the opportunity presents itself. She can mark this position though, and unless they have a smoke for the window, for the heaven, then they're gonna be pretty hard pressed to try and flush her on out. Spam on through, connecting through the wall back the aftershock. Aruma dropping down to hell and proceeds back up to heaven. But Lynn, what a triple for Lynn! Connecting on it, the spray control, and then WJ take the lead.
The stars and the planets aligned, Black and Blue. We are playing Connect 4 right now. What on earth was that? This round is sending me. That no-scope that you were talking about from before, it happened right here.
What?
And then she dropped out again, and Lynn just gets the perfect spray.
Lynn's sanity at its truest here. The Phantom providing a miracle. A prayer answered. An omen established. And NWJ benefit off of it. 13-12 Quack. Who would have thought? In that fashion of all things.
Oh my god. And now, when NWJ is doing that well on defense, they had those ultimates before, and this time they don't. Not unless they pick up some alt orb somewhere, but it's tough to do that on Haven. Haven defense. But 5 rounds in a row, they got that momentum. Could this be it for SCYTHE NWJ? Could this be their moment to extend their lower bracket run? It's such a crazy and ridiculous performance thus far as the dark horse of this tournament. Orangutan X is looking to shut that down.
It's a different beast. They've woken up here now. Yeah, Orangutan, as you mentioned it, yeah, slowing down the pace. That's what, 5 rounds now straight that NWJ have been able to take, including regulation. Momentum heavily in their favor, and the pendulum has not swung back just yet.
Okay, everyone's taking things a little bit slowly. OG making careful moves. Using the drone, using every piece of utility just to get a little bit more space. Casper in a prime position to lurk outside of B. Here comes the hit. Twirly kicking things into high gear. The fast lane comes up, but you haven't quite yet cleared A short. Lynn as well as SCYTHE are just lying in wait. It's going to be a little bit precarious to plant the spike in this moment. Twirly starting to peek around just to check. First corner eliminated by the aftershock. Now running through, barrel spotted, but Lynn gets a heads-up duel instead! We start things off, fault line connects, shock dart just to hold sway away. And here comes SCYTHE all the way from Ilong. She's been left undetected. A good spray coming through. A second one to boot. SCYTHE trying to turn things all the way up to 11. Comes in for the tap. A good stun. And it's going to happen. Casper, can you turn things around? Goes in, but gets shut down by Yamori with the wall bang. A large caliber punch through. And NWJ taking Orangutan out of the race.
Who would have thought, of all teams, Orangutan will be the one taken down here today? What a game, what a series, and what a team SCYTHE have proven to be here. NWJ, I am absolutely impressed, Quack. I love what I saw here coming from NWJ. There's a reason why we said they're one of the dark horses of this tournament, and now teams are going to start to believe.
It's so ridiculous. They don't have a coach, and they keep making this happen. They're just making it by pure plays, individual performances, and also coming together. Exactly. SCYTHE, Lynn working together like this, and Aureophilia showing up at times. It is just that amazing. We love their performance, but you know who else we love? It's our panelists, Mika and Coldan. We love you guys so much. Tell us what happened.
We love you too, but you know what? I don't love that those mini heart attacks that I got while watching that map. Coldan, what did we just witness here? Orangutan X eliminated by NWJ, and you know what? Black and Blue just mentioned, in one of the rounds that they've woken up a completely different beast, and I think that's what happened here. This was just something else for NWJ, especially those last few rounds.
I mean, what we witness here is history. I think this is the best performing side we have seen all year. I mean, hands down, the resilience they got from yesterday, it translated over again today. On the third map, they were down 8-12. Yesterday, they were down 7-12, and suddenly they were all, just awakened. They realized backs against the wall yet again. They're just gonna take it like they did yesterday, round by round, kill by kill, and everybody stepped up to the plate. I mean, not to mention that insane spray down by Lin at the end, Aureophilia, Sky Elise, and an insane performance from every single player, and they did so together. It wasn't a one-man show. It wasn't a one-player, pop-off throughout the entire game. It was every single player playing together with their utilities. They went for the slow plays, they had fast plays as well, and that last round, the dynamics of them, for Sky Elise to wrap around from short all the way to long and then catch them as their backs were turned, that is just sight on that miracle run.
I just had my eyes on Lin. She was just amazing. I mean, that triple kill, that was, it was just, I mean, everybody had moments like that as well, right? And I think what was remarkable as well about NWJ is that, these moments came in right when they really, really needed it. Somebody needed, to really punch it, and there was always somebody from this team that was able to deliver. And unfortunately for OGX, you kind of expected the same. You kind of expected somebody to just, go on overdrive, and not necessarily on the neon all the time, but literally go on overdrive. And it wasn't there when you needed somebody to pop off. They couldn't deliver, and they were just overpowered by NWJ, who were doing exactly that. And oh my goodness, this is just amazing from NWJ. Everybody, I think, a lot of people have to eat their words right now, myself included, just because we all thought that it was going to be OGX, and we had them again as in our top 4 teams. But now NWJ, this is literally game changing for me. I have to go back and look at my predictions and say, like, okay, wait, hold on, I didn't have this in my script.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the first kill, so it's not the biggest difference, but 15-11, and the edge still goes to NWJ. I think they were able to dictate those opening kills just slightly better, and at the end of the day, it might have just, been that small little difference to make such a big splash in this tournament. I mean, OGX they are the second seed in this tournament. They have consistently made top 4 grand finals appearance this entire year, but now knocked out early by SCYTHE, who they themselves have been struggling, but now with an amazing performance. Sky Elise on this map taking that MVP, and well deserved. I think that last round kind of just encapsulated that entire map, and this entire series. Every single player, I cannot stress this enough, but SCYTHE has got a good squad. Like, every single player can play up to their potential if required to. And you add on that resilience that they've gained up from yesterday. Today, now they've gotten even more experience, and they've gotten the confidence to boot. I mean, you play until 12 midnight, and then you come in and you deal this kind of a blow to OGX. That's a statement if I've ever seen one.
It is a massive statement indeed, especially since, this was basically 24 hours or more of a high pressure competitive environment, right? And it's exactly the kind of environment that makes diamonds, that makes diamonds out of players like this. It's exactly what I'm seeing of NWJ. They're basically saying, we can take the pressure, we can actually deliver when it matters most. And this is a lower bracket run for them, and I am incredibly impressed with what I'm seeing with these ladies. I am excited to see them continue their journey here. Very, very exciting stuff for these ladies. They can finally relax a little bit, though, for just a bit. I think they can breathe a sigh of relief for now, at the very least. But of course, we as the audience and the panel and the casters cannot breathe a sigh of relief just yet, because up next we have Team SMG versus FULLSENSE Sapphire. Yes, it's gonna be very, very explosive indeed. So don't go anywhere. VCT Game Changers APAC Elite will be right back.
One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
back, everybody, to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. We're gonna take a break from our lower bracket run and return to our upper bracket, where we have Team SMG versus FULLSENSE Sapphire. This is a big match here, and myself, Mika Fabs, and Coldan are here on the panel desk, virtual panel desk rather. And Coldan, what are you thinking about our upcoming match here? It is a big one, and it is one that one of those matches that I think have characterized the Game Changers APAC scene for quite a while.
Yeah, I think this is the storied matchup that has been going on for the longest time. I mean, if you go back and look at all the other opens that, throughout the year, 1, 2, 3, you see them face off each other multiple times, and it has always gone in the way of SMG. FULLSENSE Sapphire still yet to crack the code, although they are the ones that have been, the closest at cracking that code, right? They are the ones that actually had, in my opinion, have the best chance of beating SMG. And I think now more than ever, right, stakes on the line, this is where it all matters. All your previous results, right, you can throw it out the window because it doesn't matter. Now this is the game that matters, this match, and potentially the one in the grand finals. And if they can take down SMG today, I think it would definitely spice up the entire tournament and make the living hell in the lower brackets.
You're saying you're ready for another upset here? I wouldn't
we've seen it in the first game.
Yeah. I wouldn't exactly call this like an upset because like both of these teams are incredibly cracked, right? You do have Team SMG that hasn't lost a single match yet this entire 2023. That's an amazing run in itself. And you do have our defending champions, I would guess, for like the Game Changers champion circuit, which is FULLSENSE Sapphire. They were our representatives during 2022 when they went to Berlin, right? So there's a lot at stake here, and of course it is the first slot to the grand finals that is at stake, ever closer to being the representative again for FULLSENSE Sapphire and finally representing the APAC region for Team SMG. It's very poetic indeed. It's like, would Game Changers APAC Elite be complete without this kind of face-off, right? And we'll take a closer look at Team SMG first. Their roster that has been unbent, unbowed, and unbroken, undefeated so far this 2023. Let's take a closer look at these ladies.
I mean, is there anything more to say about this star-studded roster? I mean, every time they've taken to the stage, they play with the utmost of confidence that, like, we've never seen a team in Game Changers, right? They are the team that really wants to make an era of themselves, go the distance, go the mile. And I think it starts here, right? Showing dominance in this upper finals up against the toughest opponent that, toughest opponent that they've experienced in this entire year so far. And to them, another day in the office, I guess. Another one on the tally.
Yeah, another victory to for the run so far, right? It's you look at their record, it's all green on their side. It's like it's complete, and I don't think they plan on stopping right now. But of course, as you mentioned, Coldan, if there's any team that has the best chance of doing that, of finally getting that red mark against the sea of green that Team SMG has, it is FULLSENSE Sapphire. So let's take a closer look at this roster, the former champions looking to take back their crown.
I mean, FULLSENSE Sapphire, that team that has been so close to the top, and a couple of interesting compositions that we've seen them play so far in the lead has got my eyes, looking at their direction, and really, really interested to see what they have in store for us here today. And yeah, I mean, again, Ginny leading the helm of this amazing roster, Alyssa being that sentinel that they've always relied on, and Baby TZ actually opting to play more of that flex role. I'm really liking to see what this new, I guess, look of Sapphire has come to be. They have slightly changed up a bit, but they still keep that classy, iconic playstyle.
Absolutely love that you brought that up because, you know, that is one thing unique about this matchup, right? Well, but hold on, we are going to Lotus, we are going to Split, and potentially Haven. I was actually hoping that we would expect a little bit of Sunset and Breeze because given the history of these two teams, like they've gone through everything at this point, right? So I thought that I thought they might throw each other a Breeze and a Sunset just to make things a little different. But anyway, going back to that point, you know, SMG have not faced Sapphire with Alyssa on the team, right? But this also means they have not faced Sapphire with Baby TZ as initiator, as you brought up. It may be something that's just a little bit different, although I don't doubt that Team SMG can adjust to it very, very quickly, but it's still a different dynamic, right? It's still something that maybe, you know, there are movements that they might not read as well as they did with the previous roster that they were always up against this entire circuit. So who knows? Who knows? It might be like the most difficult matchup that Team SMG has had yet, because as we saw from, I believe it was Alexi in a previous interview, they said that like, things aren't that spicy yet.
Okay, I mean, she's just teeing us up for a great game today. I'm expecting some chaos on Lotus, and yeah, I guess we'll just have to sit back and watch the action happen.
As if we haven't had enough chaos on Lotus today, Coldan.
More chaos.
We are in for even more, and we're loving it. And it looks like we have a mirror matchup. Baby TZ back on the Killjoy, and it looks as though we're going for a double control on both sides.
Yeah, double control, I think it's nothing new. We've seen it on the first series as well.
Especially on Lotus,
a lot of teams like to opt for this. Yeah, a lot of chances for the Viper to actually implement lurks as well. The Vey is an interesting pick, right? It synergizes really well with the Rays, with the paint shells to gain map control at the start of the round. So I'm going to be looking towards that duo, that dynamic duo on both teams, right? I think whichever team can synergize those agents the best might come out with a decent lead, because it's not the easiest, but also very effective if done correctly.
Yeah, all those little tight corners, right? And it's like when you have a Prowler coming at you and paint shells following it up, it gets really, really uncomfortable, and you might as well run away, right? But nobody is running away from this match, because of course, this is pretty much the El Clasico of like game changers, right? Team SMG versus FULLSENSE Sapphire. We're gonna throw it over to Daks and Blue this time around.
Well, that's a duo we're very accustomed to, and Mika especially has been all throughout the year. But this is it, my friend. This is it, folks. The Clash of Champions has finally arrived, and it's, of course, in the upper bracket finals. Before anything else, though, I am Daks, here with my usual partner in crime. A little bit off to my different side this time. Blackenblue. Hello, buddy. Yeah.
Well, hijinks be abound, and there's going to be a lot of that here today. Serious point in hand, this is probably a preview of what most were expecting to be the grand finals. You got one, the reigning champions defending the belt, and the other undisputed, undefeated for the most part, challengers to the throne, and they're both in orange.
Pretty much the queens of the opens in Team SMG versus the empresses of elites in FULLSENSE Sapphire. This has been a long time coming, and if you look at the stats, you look at the records, Sapphire has been the only exception versus Team SMG. And you look at this map pool, Blackenblue, and I really like it for FULLSENSE Sapphire, because they have beaten Team SMG on each of these maps individually. Yes, SMG has always taken the series. Yes, they have been spotless so far in the whole match itself. But on a map basis, FULLSENSE has taken Lotus away from them. FULLSENSE has taken Split away from them. FULLSENSE has taken Haven away from them. And I do wonder now what we will get here in this matchup.
Well, we've seen SMG give it back just as many times as they've taken it as well in the past. FULLSENSE Sapphire this time have to find every gem to continue on, take that final early here. As we move on to the pistol decks, You can see, look at the defense already here from SMG, just wanting to squeeze away early map control. But importantly, last time we saw SMG here on Lotus, that was during Open 3, where you'd have Alexi typically on that duelist, on that Raze. It's Ineri this time at the forefront.
Yeah, it's such a big swap up in composition. As our panel mentioned a while ago, it is a mirror matchup, but you look at FULLSENSE, they're more accustomed to this kind of roster. You got Baby TZ yet again ready to excel on her signature Killjoy, while Alyssa moves over to the Viper instead. And I do wonder, this has to be all about preparation right now for Team SMG, especially with head coach Coldan ready for those kind of practices if ever. Janito already hit on a siege. Perfect, as you mentioned. Cameo though on top of things, storage rubble. Pain shells is the answer. Paranoia is there too, but SMG, they back away with a pick.
That was a great seize as well. Good capitalization there off of the opportunity created. And SMG just have the advantage right now. They can tell this B-side hit is to come anyways, Daks. I mean, FULLSENSE, yeah, they can be overpowered for the plant, but the retake's going to be... the hold against it's going to be a different question.
Yeah, Alarmbot gets a lot of intel, but no one swings off. Instead, FULLSENSE able to get the plant down. Cameo though, quick yet again. She was stellar in their last series versus Orangutan X. Now it's time for her to try and go for more, but maybe she shut that down. Ginny in the forefront, all alone now here for Muffin. 1v3. It's a desperate scenario, sure, but the swings do come. Kohaib working together with Shirazi there, and SMG will take the pistol.
Well, the way to do it as well. You see them kind of putting up the one way there, and knowing there's a gap that you can potentially cross to with that Viper wall right at the corner of the entry from a rubble. And that's exactly where they throw the C's at here. See, perfect. 3 connecting. If they had any more util to throw that way, if they still had a paint shell on the Neri, would have been potentially a triple immediately there. But, I mean, they reap what they sow. They start off with the advantage and they end it with it as well.
Yeah, and Team SMG, they're always there to play an immediate, I'd say, burst, usually at the start of these maps. We know FULLSENSE Sapphire is a team that's very prepped. They love to go for their set plays. They love to have their setups initially. And SMG is that kind of team that throws a wrench in those plans early on.
Well, SMG have definitely shown that the way that they play has been by far the most effective here in the APAC scene, and for very good reason. Those type of intuitive decisions that are to be made, even if they're not always a set play per se, protocols on how to deal with possibilities. SMG are the best at that so far, but FULLSENSE the only one to put up any sort of struggle for SMG to try and take down. See how they kind of deal with this though in the eco.
Yeah, protocols are one thing, but talent is also just out of this world for this roster. And speaking of, we're watching Shirazi now going to catch the cross, find first. Muffin though, so quick on the trade. If anyone can actually do the thing here for SMG, it has to be Muffin herself. Cameo though on the board. The firepower here for SMG.
30 seconds left.
Good taps on FULLSENSE Sapphire. A slow crawl now here for the offense. Try and make their way towards C. Alyssa at the jump peak. Pretty cheeky with the classic. Big shot. Sure, but damage is coming the way of SMGs instead. 2-0 now for the defense.
Yeah, so good damage done. At least initially. Not able to confirm the kill, but hey, you take what you can. And moving on forward here, FULLSENSE, when you actually look at their Lotus, they are one of the only teams that are literally so consistent that their numbers throughout the year are neck and neck for the attack and defensive side. So they're not really that type of team who are kind of a one-sided coin. They know how to play both sides of the table here, of that edge. And so if you're FULLSENSE, even though they might not be doing too well to start off the attacking side, I don't wager that's going to continue for too long.
Bro, just give them the guns and they'll love to perform from that point on. I just want to make this case though real quick. FULLSENSE Sapphire, as a team, I feel like they excel so much more on the defense because that's where their protocols and their utility usage gets a bit more value compared to their offense. So right now, them starting on the attacking side, especially starting off versus Team SMG, they're just gonna try and shake off a little bit of that ring rust. Nano Swarm though pop. Seems like Kohaib, as per usual, stalling with utility early on.
I mean, as she's typically been known for here, just be a big hurdle for the attacking side to try and hop on over. Showstopper early on for Muffin already, but Obviously, nobody really giving themselves up to be a victim of that cause. Fish for one. Connects actually on Muffin here. Almost finds a second, but Shirazi and the follow-up is perfect on the trade.
Yeah, SMG can work from this. Now moving in towards Halls. It's a 4v3. The gun disparity is clear, but the numbers don't lie. SMG might have the advantage. Double swing there from Mineri. She gets 2 for a trouble before the Niles one burns her down. And SMG, they breach, they clear, and they win the bonus too.
Oh, just strong-arming it, aren't they there? With the player count heavily in their favor. Big pickoff from Kohaibi and just the support from Shirazi. Perfectly on time. Sublime the way that they're able to do it as well. Giving up the site, they know that showstopper is to come. Recognizing the tools at hand on the opposition and what they've got in retaliation. And the Thrifty as well to shut down. Coming from the bonus. I mean, it is a bonus, but it wasn't the most invested one either, so you pick yours.
It's basically a 5-finger discount by this point. Blackenblue. Free guns, we take it. Showstopper's gone as well, and things are looking clear for Team SMG. If you notice in the stats, actually, of all the players for Team SMG, the most who has the first kills isn't Ineri. It's Kohaibi. She's had 15 all throughout 2 series. She added 1 more in that last round. And comparing it, of course, to FULLSENSE Sapphire, where Muffin has the most first kills, not just for the team, but all throughout the tournament so far in 2 series. Well, SMG, that backline is where you have to be wary if you are FULLSENSE.
I believe that's also because, well, on the defensive side, yeah, she might be first contact sometimes as that sentinel and anchor things down. But on the attacking side, her lurk, her roaming game, it's so important and throws so many teams off guard that she constantly gets these kind of first picks off from the kind of weaker side of the map. And it just breaks down defenses really effectively. They aren't the defense now, at the very least. At FULLSENSE would struggle to really get themselves into a springboard location. C is looking like their best bet so far.
Yeah, and we see this a lot from FULLSENSE when they're struggling. They try to look for a few overextensions
30 seconds left.
versus their opponent. With SMG, we've seen really under the guidance of a lot more discipline right now in their approach. The Nightfall is there, and Muffin now with the clear yet again. Using the blast backs to make their way towards the site. Shirazi, though, angle taken a while ago by Kohaibi. Does she find
Spike
the same
planted.
bit of success? Spike planted. SMG waiting for numbers before they retake.
They're using the smoke, which, once more, it doesn't necessarily block off the entirety of CT. It's more for kind of wrestling control away. Burn a bit more time. I'm gonna see how effective it really is in transition, though. 2 for 2 on either side.
Yeah, decent damage done for FULLSENSE already. SMG playing it a little bit slow too.
One enemy
Shirazi on the board. Muffin with the third. A chance now here for Sapphire. Navigating in the water. Shirazi looking for another target, but they're still keeping tabs. FULLSENSE Sapphire, they're in good angles right now to bother this DP. 2v1, and Shirazi doesn't see Baby Easy coming. A thrifty win to answer back against bonus. FULLSENSE back on the board here.
Oh, they escape as well with the Vandals, so definitely value taken from that round. Thrifty, of all things, is what converts here for FULLSENSE Sapphire. And I believe off the top of my noggin, because I can create numbers out of thin air.
Okay, give me some numbers.
I think FULLSENSE are one of the best we've had this entire year, I remember, in converting those thrifty rounds, even against a team like SMG.
Absolutely. Once they lose a bonus, you always need to be careful of that
round 4.
Exactly, and especially Muffin. She's the only one who has broken the streak of SMG in the opens. Every single open, barring open 2, SMG has always had the highest ACS overall for a player. The only one who stopped that, FULLSENSE Sapphire open 2, Muffin herself. And speaking of, she's ready yet again to let it rip. Moving over towards the side, Cameo right now, breaking that doorway. And FULLSENSE Sapphire, this is their site to take. SMG will respect it.
Hey, I even remember that comfortability in the thrifty and the eco start during Extend Sapphire days before they were on this FS squad, so always been a comfort for them. She has to get this opening pick. Great double swing, and she connects it there. Shuts down and they control the B upper now.
Listen though, the re-addition. Let's see what she can do. Gets the 1, gets the 2! And an easy summation hearts there for FULLSENSE Sapphire. The match checks out. They have the advantage. Kohaibi waiting over onto the corner, but the snake fights are so strong for the stall. Paulie though has the angle. Paulie has the kill, and FULLSENSE Sapphire gets the second round.
Just clearly spreading the roots all throughout that site.
And SMG just not ready for it. As Full Sense, they could definitely tell here that the flank was coming in anyways. They knew, and Neri and Alexi were right on their trail, and Alyssa, as you mentioned it, latter edition, but current, just incredible player, was giving them so much value already. Full Sense here on the attack, looking to tie up the game against Eco.
Yeah, the re-addition of Alyssa has helped out FULLSENSE Sapphire, I feel like in more ways than one. The fact that she's able to play Sentinel alongside Baby TZ, the fact that she's also a Thai player for full Thai roster here for FULLSENSE Sapphire, the language barrier perhaps a lot easier nowadays, and the kills, they come their way even quicker. So 2 down here for SMG, who are on a eco state. A Bucky sure for Neri, some sheriffs on hand. But for Sapphire, it's so clear-cut. They get the picks, they move away.
Here.
That's all they need. No need to double dip. You know the rules. Yeah. Of course, SMG. Would love for that to happen, but
bro,
it comes.
It's common courtesy, man. Please don't double dip whenever we share food.
Why not?
Bring them down.
The dip is for everyone. Come on.
The dip is for everyone.
The dip is for everyone.
Well, obviously this round is not for everybody.
Yeah, it's mostly for FULLSENSE. It's kind of all of them. Unless in there she has a showstopper. I watched that last series a while ago. These things can get big value towards the side of Neri now. Snake bite. Yeah, a small little gap. Does she dare cross? Oh, oh. Okay, there's this. I think that snake bite's better.
Yeah, that should lock it down for sure. Sees. Does it connect? Doesn't actually connect. But doesn't matter. Yeah, with a shotgun, no way.
No way. And FULLSENSE Sapphire, they made that round so secure, and exactly what we're talking about. You look at the start, SMG 3-0. They won the bonus. It's looking rough for FULLSENSE. This is a team that is so calm, collected, and sometimes people forget this is the squad that went to that global stage.
Yeah, let's not forget too as well that, you know, you look at the opposing side here, the star that Neri is from the former, you know, AECL team. SMG are following a very, very, how do I say this, familiar storyline in that last year everybody was touting AECL to be the team, Ultra Ego Celeste to be the team to make it, to go into champs, be the reps of APAC, because they won everything. Open 1, 2, 3, all the way through, no real problem, much akin to SMG are doing now. And they won all the way through as well into the grand finals, much akin to SMG could be doing now. And yet, at the end, X10, Sapphire at that time, are the ones to take him down. And that was in a year where they looked shaky at moments, very shaky at moments. But yet FULLSENSE Sapphire this time around, this entire year, they've looked absolutely much more improved, I guess.
Yeah, and I feel like it was a different performance back in Open 3 when they lost to R2 Kaguya. You go back to Open 2, the only team that went that was 1-2 versus SMG, 2-3 in the grand finals. It went that close. So everyone who's been tuning in towards the year so far, I've been saying FULLSENSE Sapphire is the team that has the biggest chance to beat Team SMG. And SMG, on the other hand, we've seen in the latter half of the year, Blackenblue, discipline is where it's most needed. Discipline is what they're building because they don't want to repeat the mistakes of Alter Ego Celeste from last year.
Oh, for sure. Can't get complacent. Can't get too overconfident. See the hold here, though, from SMG, obviously. Prowler does its job, spots out the setup. Actually being played with here towards C-Mound. I don't wager they're going to commit to that. A is actually... could be a prime target for them, even with all of Kohaibi's utility there. But still decisions to be made.
Yeah, Smoke Out also just making sure SMG get away from that mound position. Instead, FULLSENSE Sapphire moving across towards A, setting up the smoke towards the staircase. And with a double control setup here, it's looking pretty strong for FULLSENSE if they can make their way towards the site from the shadow to add even more confirmation. This now triggers the utility courtesy of Kohaibi. Answer also with the lockdown. Paulie swinging with the shots. Paulie with a second. Where did those kills even come from? And from that point on, FULLSENSE have a big advantage that they can work with. Spikes down, lockdowns there, and space created here by FULLSENSE.
Oh, FULLSENSE, they're looking activated more so than ever here. Looking to take over the lead as well. Lockdown expires, but it's done its job. Burning out time even further. Muffin connects. You talked about her name, and you can see exactly why in her game. Just such a force to be reckoned with. Getting things going and ending it as well in swift motion. That's FULLSENSE taking the round now, and SMG, they lose the lead here. And this, remember, it all rallied behind a thrifty eco win.
Absolutely. It's a 4-round streak for FULLSENSE Sapphire on their map pick. And maybe they're thinking, how dare SMG copy our composition? Why do we see a mirror matchup right now? Because FULLSENSE Sapphire are the masters of their craft. We've seen for the past 4 rounds, stellar rotates, great utility usage, and especially how Muffin gets in there so much cleaner than anyone else we've seen here in Elite.
It's certainly been a problem for SMG here so far in this opening map. Kind of struggling to deal with now, like the slower default that FULLSENSE have been pressing on them. 2 rifles to work with. Maybe some damage here.
Oh no!
Oh, they get the catch on Cameo anyways!
Oh, that has to hurt SMG. Yes, the hero rifle and that's
Face your fear!
ultimates to work with, but without Camu on board now, the C side looking a lot more vulnerable for Sapphire to take. Muffin, as per usual, her moves towards Bend into Hall has been pretty much the bread and butter of the FULLSENSE Sapphire CT. The smoke, though, into the space soon. Finds an area first and foremost. And here we go again. Paranoia does get connection to the hive. He gets a vision back to get that kill. Volley on the board. At least one more. And SMG still fighting all back. If anyone can do it, it might be Kohibi. She has the rifle still in hand. The snake bite, though, perfect for Melissa for the stall. Turret putting it down. Get a bit of intel along the way. Waterfall position for 1. The swing comes on in. The teamwork and the discipline. FULLSENSE Sapphire has it in the bag.
Great double swing here coming in from them. FULLSENSE Sapphire just continuing their tirade, obviously against the eco, and valiant efforts still put up considering the numbers disadvantage and as well the firepower. But still, the shutdown shot there, and Cameo was simply trying to jump spot it to try and fake out with the Omen TP with the shadow step check.
Yeah.
So sharp FULLSENSE have been showing to be.
Yeah. Those are those small missteps that we see from time to time from Team SMG. Besides Cameo getting caught out early, also Inari over-peaking before everyone else was ready towards Halls. Just moments like that, they will be punished by FULLSENSE Sapphire, and SMG know it. They go for a bit of aggression though with the rifles now. Rubble taken, and FULLSENSE just back away for the time being.
Look at how much of the map they've kind of secured here, though. Rubble is theirs, yes, but also the Viper's been on C mains and really to sway that, so B might be their best option. They trade out equally here. I think losing the Viper is a bit more important.
As soon as they see the numbers, they're gonna go for that B side, clearing now the utility along the way. Muffin checking out the link just in case. Let's step towards upper and needs to deal with the turret now. Pain Shell still alive just to go for the stall. Paranoia is there though for the answer. And now FULLSENSE, they're ready for this contact. Paranoia, perfect. And perhaps with Muffin knew exactly where to pre-fire versus Inari. 4v3 now. Big advantage here for FULLSENSE. Cameo might be the crucial one here. Kohibi now makes a trade happen. And it's duo versus duo. Down to upper. Muffin and Baby TZ setting up a crossfire, and Baby TZ, there's the first, looking for a second, but Shirazi finds the timing, while Baby TZ busy with the utility. It's 1v1 now, and here comes Baby TZ, answers back with the timing of her own, and it's FULLSENSE on the roll.
That's great internal timing from Baby TZ. She's been one of the clutchest players, even coming from last year, and once more again, converts here. Lovely stuff we're seeing so far from FULLSENSE Sapphire. That's a bit of a team flash off the Paranoia, but ultimately doesn't matter because, well, Muffin's just that damn good.
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's a doorway, you know where to shoot. And Muffin, again, it's just the expertise of FULLSENSE Sapphire on this map as a team and with the agents that they have. I always look at Baby TZ. She's been one of the stars all throughout her career. She changed her name halfway into last year for a bit, changed it back to her regular Killjoy, and we are enjoying the Baby TZ show as per usual.
Poison orb emitting.
She's been giving us a great game so far, that's for sure. Eco once more here for SMG, but I mean, they've been doing good damage on this. Have yet to convert an actual thrifty round. FULLSENSE are really giving SMG a run for their money. The only team that you can say that to be truthful.
Here we go again, but Muffin now found early on by Shirazi. Small chance SMG can work with. They have the Nightfall. They also have the showstopper, if ever, and Shirazi just playing patiently over onto the corner of Paul. The smoke dissipates. It's trouble for Paul. Check things out, though. And Shirazi gets another one! Gohaibi's the one who falls instead. SMG, one small advantage, using the Sheriff's and the Decay to try and get the kills. But Jinny, she's minding the targets. Gets one. It's a 1v2 though. Over onto the low ground. Mark still by the fade. It's Alexi. It's Camu. They're searching for their counterpart on the other side. And Jinny, 2 HP and a dream. Will it happen for her? 1v1 now. The battle of the fades. But Alexi, the sharp shot. Princess Alexi, she's pristine for that one. And SMG, they finally break the streak of Full Sense.
Alexi the Great making it happen once more.
Next time we'll use wooden sticks.
Full Sense, Sapphire. Obviously, Jinny was a bit too low there. So Alexi, you're able to tap away and confirm it in the end. Ultimately enough, a round they needed, a thrifty to convert. Shirazi, great timing as well there. Nobody really covered Muffin, and she was kind of preoccupied with spamming that waterfall instead. And SMG so far have been more about capitalizing on opportunities aside from their opening pistol, and Full Sense have been creating them.
Yeah, it's been a lot more proactive really for Full Sense. Rarely do you see SMG the one on the back foot, not just in terms of the scoreline, but also on how these rounds are going. Sapphire making their own rules of engagement, and Muffin, he's happy to lead that charge yet again. Pain shows up as per usual. It's so clear-cut the strategy here, Full Sense Sapphire, and if SMG is just caught half a step too late, they're gonna take some damage. Muffin now watching over towards Link. There's the C's though. Put the pressure on Prowler as well, but covering far from Paulie, not gonna happen. SMG gets the two that they need. Muffin though on the board, yes. Inari with the pain shells, Inari with another one, and here comes SMG versus Baby TZ. It's 3v1, make a 2v1, but a back shot from Inari gets the bounce, gets the kill, and another round here for the defense.
You can see Baby TZ there. Thought for sure she had taken down Kohaibi, so she kind of flicks away instead. But hey, good effort here by SMG and Neri, especially kind of working throughout that B link, making sure the door was theirs. Great seed as well off of Alexi, combo with the nade. Still a good fight put up by Muffin ultimately enough, but it was only a matter of time before she went down anyways. And SMG have at least to some extent recovered here. 5 rounds in the defense, not bad at all, but quite frankly uncharacteristic to see SMG in this predicament.
To be down on a map? To be the ones trying to go for the comeback? No way, Blackenblue. It's not as if they haven't lost a series all throughout the year.
You don't say.
You don't say. But let's be real here. Full Sense Sapphire right now, the reason they're calling this timeout is one of the small problems I've noticed for this squad. They have so strong set plays, they have incredible executes, especially when you put it to a chalkboard. Any analyst will have a field day watching Full Sense Sapphire play compared to the rest of the Game Changers APAC scene. But halfway into a half, or in the mid-rounding basically by their opponents, once they get the sniff of exactly what's going on, what positions Muffin will be taking, that's when a team like SMG can adjust. We saw that towards that C side. We've seen that now versus that B side. And if it goes SMG's way yet again, we are going to see things tied up.
Yeah, like for that C side, for example, they've been ready to expect Muffin to end up on that platform anyways, right? On the default, though, you can see in that eco round that Team SMG won, Shirazi was anticipating that, so they catch on rather quickly. And Full Sense have to be sure they aren't telegraphing themselves too much. 4-player push towards this rubble, and Alexi and SMG just have every advantage there. No chance for Alyssa to do much.
Yeah, Alyssa had a small chance there, but the numbers from SMG and the pressure, too much to handle. The execute looking likely towards C, and Kohaibi knows that it is coming. Satchels are out, Nano Swarm's gonna be there as well, and Full Sense now wading their way to make it towards the platform itself. Plant going down, set up for the round if ever. Lockdown's there too, and SMG, they need to make a choice and fast. Timer ticking, and the area on the board to give the advantage yet again. Muffin with the answer, and SMG will have to cede space for now. It's at least something for Full Sense to work with. They're playing on site though with the lesser numbers, trying to go for a little bit of that corner play. The off angle though answered already by Inari, and she just does it all for the team. The star of APAC for good reason, and the pretty much the ace of that retake. SMG tied things up.
Pretty much goes, well, here's a paint shell for you. If you might as well throw it, and you should know how to take it. And Muffin, I get the reason why she kind of threw it out there. She maybe felt the push was to come, but had to be wary about, hey, the lockdown's going to dissipate anyways. I can throw it after that. But for the meantime, the only thing we're going to be throwing to is our panel. How you guys doing?
We are doing fantastic, enjoying the show that we are having right now. I mean, we did know that, these two teams were going to pack quite a punch indeed. But as, Daks and Blackenblue mentioned, it is quite rare to see Team SMG kind of like on the lower side of the score, which they were, for quite some time in that half, Coldan. And, you might almost, question like, hey, are you ladies starting to struggle in this versus this new full sense?
So, I mean, if you look at the kind of executes that FULLSENSE Sapphire have been implementing, I think they have been very thorough with their utility, right? All of the, steps left, right, center, there will be mollies in the correct positions where a lot of players tend to play in. You will see Muffin going in with beautiful double satchels in a very dedicated path, right? You see her always landing in a certain position, and that's because these kinds of executes are surrounded behind this entry player. And when you set Muffin up for success, she will get you those entries, especially when the utility is so on point as FULLSENSE Sapphire has demonstrated. But of course, SMG, right, they come in with that teamwork. Whenever SMG goes for those retakes, it always happens in the blink of an eye. 3 kills instantly done. So that's how SMG are still keeping themselves in the game, but of course incredibly close. It could be either team to take it.
It's a nail biter. It is a nail biter for sure, especially when you have, rounds, that are so close, just like these. And we're going to continue. We're going to get back into Lotus and pass it on over to our casters, Daks and Blackenblue.
It's neck and neck, man. This is what the upper bracket finals is all about. 6-6, the standing here. SMG with a small rally at the very end, all thanks to Inari especially. You can see now she has 12 kills. I think she's gotten, what, minimum 6 from the last 2, maybe even 7 along the way.
I think 7, yeah.
Yeah, just crazy to think that SMG found the answer. Now, though, we go for FULLSENSE Sapphire on the defense. In my eyes, again, on Baby TZ, especially onto Ginny, what they can do to help out this squad hold down the line.
I mean, it generally has been the case where this team is a bit more effective on the defense for the most part here, FULLSENSE Sapphire. But, well, we're going to have to see for ourselves if that holds on true. At least a map like Lotus, which is one of the more equally sided battlegrounds.
Yep.
Full 5-man push from SMG.
Exactly. They picked this for good reason. They know to play the attack or defense, and FULLSENSE knows that they have a chance. This is SMG here. Prowler splash, the boombot's there too. Utility war already towards Rumble, and now as the dust settles, it's SMG who wins the skirmish. A site wide open, and SMG are already in pursuit.
Nobody there really to kind of play a trap. I mean, they had the paint shells, yes, but throwing a bit too early would have been nice if they let them kind of come in a bit. Maybe had a seize combo with it, especially. But alas, bygones be bygones. 2v5, ultimately a 1v3. It didn't really last for long. SMG quick and really just easy way to take the pistol. It didn't seem like it had much of a problem to simply strong-arm them there and win the fight.
And yet again, another round thanks to the amazing adventures of Inari. 3 picks this time around, just adding more to the kill tally. And she's truly woken up ever since that round where they went to the retake towards B. It has just been the Inari show again and again.
Very Inari so far. 15 in her name. Of course, a star in her own right. One that really, I guess, safe to say, lots of people were looking forward to see at the biggest international stage last year, but now she's looking to finally bring it home, finally claim that right, what she is meant to do, and there exactly is how you do it.
There you go, she's got the 2, and 2 is all she'll get. Polly finds her with the classic, but the damage has been done. And Baby TZ, okay, that's a judge. Shirazi, run away. Shirazi, you don't gotta deal with that. Problem is here for SMG, Spike in the clutches of Baby TZ. But a bullet left to her name, a bullet enough to kill her, and Kohaib will secure it. So, got a little dicey there near the tail end, but SMG still with another one.
At least starting to give themselves a bit of cushion, no matter how small it may be. Trapped there on the seas, so a good combo as well. Try and help Polly out just a bit more, coming in from Ginny, but now FULLSENSE, this is where I'm curious. What are they gonna pull out in the defense, knowing it is a bonus on the opposing side? Judge still available here for Inari, so they have to be wary of her just flying on in and flying through. Seems like B site is the option, which FULLSENSE are actually seemingly so looking happy to give up.
The Rumble set up instead for FULLSENSE Sapphire, and then Inari picking up the orb, so she has the showstopper now to put on the impact if ever. I've noticed though, how many kills has Inari had with the pain shells all throughout this game? Like 4, 5 maybe? Something like that? Because it's been very consistent. But the launch pad's being set, SMG coordinating it. It's time to call NASA because someone is trying to fly high if ever. Paranoia is going to be the play. Paulie though in position instead. Keeping the opposition at bay. And eventually SMG will have to relent. They go for the showstopper play. And Ari though close contact with Muffin. And is able to blow her up from that point on. 2 for 2. Advantage swung in favor of SMG after the kill there from Kohaibi. And A side yet again opened up here by SMG.
Well, SMG are so smart. Not because they did anything world breaking, but just because even in a match like this, they have the heads about them to do what's right, to do the right thing. They know the paint shell hasn't been utilized just yet. They know that Muffin was holding on to that, so they initiate contact specifically to pull that utility out, to force the paint shell out, and then they
And here we go again with Alyssa. Sharp shots from FULLSENSE! And it's a full clear towards 3. They get the round back. It got dicey, man, but FULLSENSE Sapphire, that's one thing they can do if plans go awry. They can just kill the opposition where they stand.
I was talking about the brains in SMG, but it's ultimately the bronze here from FULLSENSE that takes the round anyways. And you can't even say they had the better weapons because they picked up rifles by that time, so Alyssa just so sharp, baby. TZ as well, playing off of that contact. Obviously there in the end, Kohaibi expecting Alyssa to be a bit deeper, didn't expect Baby TZ to be that close. So everything works out in the end for FULLSENSE. It was a gun round though, but with how expensive it did really cost them. So not the most favorable buy coming to this.
Yeah, it's big damage done by SMG to say the least.
Alyssa can drop though.
Well, FULLSENSE, they have a bit something to work with. They're a little bit far off from the ultimates though. So that they're going to call for a timeout right now and try to understand how can they stop Inari. One big problem that they've faced so far, Inari's paint shells have always caught out FULLSENSE in more committed positions. It allows her also to get a second kill along the way, make that kind of space. FULLSENSE Sapphire, they need to find an answer for her and fast.
I think it's the team as a whole as well. Obviously Inari is the face of it, the tip of the spear, but spear is nothing without the arm that wields it. And SMG, they know how to use her in her most effective ways to really secure these rounds and gain the advantage they need. The FULLSENSE, praise be said their way. They've done a good job of mitigating the rest of the team. It's just, as he said, yeah, the tip of the spear that's been a bit too sharp for them so far.
Yeah, they haven't found a way to build a bulwark, basically, and SMG instead. Camu spotted there, right initial haunts. FULLSENSE Sapphire knows now an A hit is looking likely, and Mary ready to lead that charge yet again. Boombot now gets confirmation. There's a hold from backside. Ginny now flushed away by the paint shells, and Ari though can't go for the push. Instead, it's the rest of SMG and Alexi! Oh my! She's been the role of assistant so far throughout this game. Now she's taking matters into her own hands. Strong arming competition, found the 3 she needed, and Ari opens up the upper position as well. And now from top to bottom, it's all SMG. Alyssa, the only one still standing here by the staircase, but she has to be careful. If she doesn't look the right way, she'll just be tripped up by SMG, and Ari already hounding her. The peek with the knife out, Kohaibi there with the clear, and SMG. Discipline is an understatement. They've been looking so clean, this offense.
SMG looking pretty good there, to say the very least. And FULLSENSE just getting overrun, like, good initial I guess, reaction to what SMG were doing there. When Tree was given on away, they had the molly set up in their face, yes, but even more importantly, the paint shell to further keep him on back. But once that initial kind of hurdle expired, the paint shells and nano swarms, SMG just ran them over on the site. They line on that paranoia connects for a backside. Pressure for Ginny. Trying to commit. It's more SMG just taking things
Face
early.
your fear!
SMG now, they're feeling the momentum. Nightfall comes, and they're pushing also. From this point on, they confirm Waterfall next to Prowler, and Neri spamming things down. Alexi now very confident after that last round. She's happy to fight off against many versus FULLSENSE. He's also keeping that at bay. There's a snake bite too, and FULLSENSE, they're just lined up here, my friend. SMG now bringing the execution one by one. Polly though, that's sharp shooting. 2 down to her hand. 1v3, snake bite yet again, picking up the judge. And she realizes, oh wait, this ain't a rifle. FULLSENSE, this is so hard for them to actually make their way. Juggling the guns, picks up the Phantom. But by this point, SMG should have this one.
Might opt to save it instead, if anything. SMG, yeah, just, I mean, these are the type of rounds you expect him to win anyways. I'm more curious to see coming into this next round what FULLSENSE are going to pull out, kind of in contrast to what SMG have. Obviously, it's a mirror matchup, so you're not going to see anything too differing in terms of ideas that are possible, but the ones that they actually pull on out, that can be different. Their Rebel take so far hasn't been one that has necessarily been seemingly as a priority the same way SMG would on their defense a while ago, where SMG would want to squeeze that part of the map early away. FULLSENSE are going to try that here this time, but will the other side of the map, the weak side, be ready for kind of the adjustment?
We'll see now as SMG, Mound looking to be likely their take. FULLSENSE, I see what you mean. You see FULLSENSE, they're trying to funnel SMG towards that C-side. They're getting that rubble, but from time to time, it's SMG just overpowering this side take anyway, or this side of the map. Or on the other hand, just still making the C clear happen. So Ineri now, he's over at Ben. A good snake bite there though. Courtesy of Alyssa. Keeper at bay. Boombot instead gonna be the call, and Ineri braves the waters to try and cross on through to the other side. Paranoia is gonna be there for the Lexi again with the helping hand. Volley though over at the corner. Camu does make the trade happen, and it's 4v2 now. SMG still, they have the power to go for the push, and they will use it to get the spike down.
SMG are just so confident. Like, Ineri has no problem bypassing most of the util just to get onto that back site. Knowing that though, I wonder if you can see FULLSENSE kind of position themselves a bit closer towards that back water pillar instead of just playing on the backside itself. Clear out that back. Muffin gets the one, can find the fall, but no, pulls out the showstopper at the miss opportune moment. 11-7 now for SMG.
Yeah, we've seen how convenient it has been for SMG. When they're sticking around on the post plan, they have a corner where one's a little bit more open and a second one to surprise the opposition. Case in point, what happens there versus Muffin. Doesn't realize Cammy is there until it's a little too late while the showstopper's being primed. Those small moments, that little bit of hesitance we see from Sapphire is what is giving SMG the advantage.
Exactly. Hesitation is defeat. Small misstep to be the final one. Muffin and the rest of FULLSENSE now actually putting importance once again into taking that rubble away. SMG are just gonna wait this out though. You see a lot of teams do this where they let that initial utility set itself on rubble and then just wait out. Because by that time they have the advantage with a shuffle, can expect somebody to be close. And they know the paint shells have been burnt now, so there isn't as much to worry about here towards rubble anyways.
It's gonna be very much so close contact. Sheriff's the only thing Sapphire has in their hands. Muffin only, they make it work. At least 2 for their troubles before they're traded. 3v3 for now. FULLSENSE Sapphire dare even use ultimates now to stall for time. They do. Confirmation there for Ginny, moving into door, and SMG kept that bay for the time being.
Will only be a momentary stall though. Won't really be anything to swing off of. Nothing to really capitalize from. all it makes happen is SMG to fall back.
30 seconds
no,
left.
They're gonna commit to this. They realize they don't have much time, but I mean, against the eco here, they're gonna have to hell out of their shots to make this work.
They double down to go for the triple push, and through the doorway, it's Ginny who awaits them. Alexi, though, again with her A game. Prowler now searching for a target. Do they realize Alyssa's there over onto the corner? And now Baby Teasy, big pick to stall for time. She needs to go for the plant and fast. Alexi, though, on guard duty, deals with 2, and there's no time here for SMG. Baby Teasy, it's just too easy for her. A thrifty take for Full Sense.
Oh my goodness. Baby Teasy just able to dodge and weave, find that timing. The initial drop there in the planet attempt on I believe it was an Omen of all things that they dropped in that case for the plant. Yeah, Cameo.
10 seconds left.
That really just made things such a scramble here for SMG, and then obviously at the end there, dropping as well Shirazi, who tried to get the spike as well down. FULLSENSE Sapphire, another thrifty that they're able to convert. This is what we're talking about, Dexter. Their ecos are always so formidable.
Absolutely. Best of the best right now we have here for Game Changers APAC and FULLSENSE Sapphire. They have been battered by SMG Streak, yes, but they are ready to fight back here with the guns in hand. Ginny watching out towards B. SMG, all the confidence now a little bit more on the, I'd say, cozy side here, my friend. Slower play here from SMG. They're waiting for an opportunity towards Mountain Sea, if ever.
FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Face
Single
your
round
fear!
here. It'd be great to further build up momentum. Showstopper up once more, and Neri melted down! And they catch her! You can see the perfect utility placement in anticipation of what the Neri's been doing. Shutting her down, not able to bypass it this time. It's making it such a treacherous entry in the first place.
Yeah, she spreads her wings, but she's caged instead by the utility. At this point on, SMG scramble now to make their way towards A. It's looking pretty clear though, scared up perhaps by the cloud. No,
30
never
seconds
mind.
left.
SMG will push their way to go for the site take. 4v4 will be the answer.
FULLSENSE still have a lot of work to do to secure this round. Plant should go undissuaded here by SMG. So the retake is going to come on in. No ultimates for them to utilize. Maybe if Alyssa can get a pick off, they're going to have the Viper's Pit for that defuse, but that's about most that they can really hope for here. It's a good smoke to try and cluster out the rubble. And obviously, that's where most of the defensive post plant, rather offensive post plant, is held up.
And Polly finding a small angle to work with from this point on. FULLSENSE now making their way towards the side. Camus, though, the first contact versus Muffin. It's SMG again with the picks. And SMG just individual angles to find all of that collated efforts. They now move towards match points.
Yeah, great job by SMG to stall enough time there in the post plant to make sure that by the time the retake actually started to commence here from FULLSENSE Sapphire, the util was gone, the smoke was gone. That separated Polly from the rest of the push, and that's when the fight happens. Simply allows them to have the sight lines they set up in the first place, because otherwise, if that started happening with that smoke still down and there was no like snake bites, they could have definitely overrun the tree position and then isolated the post planters from the defuse.
SMG, they found the picks instead, and now they put themselves in a winning situation versus their opponent's map pick. FULLSENSE, what else can they do here, man? 2 rifles, a Spectre, some shares to work with. It'll take a miracle for them to bounce back from this one, but we've seen Muffin and Baby Teasy deliver before.
Moments here separate FULLSENSE from another try or another round. The chosen guns to take down the chosen ones. FULLSENSE Sapphire in another low economic state. SCYTHE to be the take once more. Kohibi gets on Muffin on the trade, but Kohibi's a double for her. Really swift entry here. Gets into the smoke in the third for Kohibi. Ginny taken down. FULLSENSE, not much of a fight or a response in the round.
She leaped into the fray and still came out of the smoke standing, man. It's 4v2 now, and SMG, this has been a statement. FULLSENSE, they had their streak, they had their run. Right now, it's all SMG, and unless Polly can do anything, it will be a victory here for Team SMG. 13-8. What a statement made, especially the second half.
They had their fun. They went on the little run. But FULLSENSE at the end are the ones to go down. SMG opening map here on Lotus especially. This was the pick of FULLSENSE Sapphire, yet still unable to convert. SMG, as we've seen and as we've come accustomed to, taking the opener.
Yeah, and you can see already elation, even though it's just map number 1. If you guys have been checking out the interviews with Team SMG, you understand why. Anxiety is their biggest problem, not the opposition. Their words, not mine. And if they can just get away from those nerves, handle streaks done, especially by FULLSENSE Sapphire, then they're gonna have a good series in their hands. Throw it over though to the panel to break down an incredible map 1. Mika, Coldan, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Daks and Blackenblue. And I think that Team SMG, you know what? They probably sweat just a little bit. But as Daks mentioned, you know, they do get a little bit nervous sometimes, especially when it's a big match like this. But I would say there's no better way than dealing with those nerves than just, you know, taking the first map from FULLSENSE Sapphire and saying, okay, it's probably, I would just want to say probably just because of their first series, but it's probably going to be smooth sailing from here on end.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how, I guess you could say, a little bit shaky on the first half, right? We saw it go down to a 6-6 half, but then once the side switch, once SMG were in the driver's seat, right? They were the ones able to dictate the pace of the game as they were on the attacking side, right? They could decide if they wanted to go fast or go slow. And as the rounds went on, yeah, FULLSENSE Sapphire, an incredibly good defensive team. You can see Baby TZ as that killjoy, their MVP. But on the flip side, SMG, an incredibly offensive team as well, with Aneri topping that scoreboard. I mean, those executes were so scary. Every single angle was being covered for by either utility or a flying raise. And it's just incredibly synergistic when you see SMG execute into a site. And Aneri, right, even if they don't really get those entries, they got a whole gang of just insane killers just there to back her up as well. And look at the distribution of first kills as well. I mean, the entries that Aneri were getting were just really, really out of this world. And I mean, credits to her team as well. But that was just another, you know, masterclass coming from SMG on that attacking side.
Yet again, right? Yet again. What else is new at this point? But, you know, I'm such a big fan of the Aneri and Alexi tandem, right? It's like a 1-2 punch coming in from SMG. You have Alexi, who is already, you know, very frightening to deal with, even without the duelist. But like, you know, when you have the follow-up, right, of these two, it's just such a great tandem to be able to, you know, get SMG all of these entries when they're on attack and even defend aggressively. So, you know, it's so much of like it's so easy for them to corner all of their enemies, right? And FULLSENSE, they did fight back quite a bit. I mean, we saw those amazing plays from Muffin. She was able to hold her own against Aneri, I do believe, and Baby TZ as well, who was just so perfect. Very, very pristine. Like all of her, she was so decisive in like all of her plays. And I think that, like, you know, of course she's one of the prime, you know, players that we do have to look out for FULLSENSE Sapphire. But Team SMG, they just seem to have everything covered here. We are going into a split though, so Coldan, expect more flying raises. I think we're gonna have even more utility thrown in everybody's faces here as we come back into map number 2 and see whether Team SMG continue their victory run here on Game Changers APAC Elite. We'll be back right after this quick break.
Got the money in the bank.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Hit you with the 808.
Welcome back to Game Changers APAC Elite. We are on to map number 2 between Team SMG and FULLSENSE Sapphire. And as we expected, Team SMG took the first map, Lotus, but they did seem to struggle in quite a few rounds. So, Coldan, what are we expecting as we come into Split here? When these two teams met on Split previously, it seemed very dominant for Team SMG.
Yeah, precisely that, right? The last time they played was all the way back in Open 3 when Margot was still on FULLSENSE Sapphire. So I think coming into Split, I would really hope that SMG have got something, or rather, I hope that FULLSENSE Sapphire has something for Team SMG, because if we go by the last time they played this map, it was really dominant in SMG's favor. And maybe this change up, right, with now Alyssa on the team, maybe they have a different composition that they would like to take on this map of Split, right? We know that Baby TZ loves to play that Sentinel role, but we have seen her switch over and flex a little bit onto that Skye. So maybe a change up in the compositions. I'm not too certain, but I am definitely confident that FULLSENSE Sapphire have got this map prepared for. So I'm hoping for a close game, because Split can sometimes be pretty one-sided if you're not too careful.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if you're not too careful against Team SMG, it's pretty much their game, right? But yeah, I mean, Baby TZ flexing onto the initiator role. I actually, I'm a big fan, and she does wonders on the initiator role as well. It's just that I do love her on the Sentinel role, just for old time's sake, so to say. But it could be a wrench into Team SMG's plans if they haven't, if they don't know what Baby TZ is up to, especially since you're going up against Alexi, and having that initiator duel in order to set up Muffin on one side and then Neri on the other. It's a treat to watch. And it's basically where these clashes begin, right? So right now, as we head into Agent Select, I don't think we're going to expect anything too wild from either of these teams. They're going to want to play into their comforts and rely on their mechanics. But here on Split, as we mentioned, the previous time these two teams met up, it was a 13-4 in favor of Team SMG. That is quite a gap indeed.
Yeah, and Margot was playing that Sage the last time. This time we see a little bit of a switch up, so now we have that double controller coming in for FULLSENSE Sapphire. And actually, for SMG as well, right? The last time that they played, both teams opted for a single controller, but now both switching over to the double controller
duelist.
And double duelist. Yeah, exactly that. Alyssa going on that jet. I don't think we've seen her. Have we seen her on the duelist? I don't think
so. This is why I'm looking at this, I'm like, wait a second. Hold on. Alyssa's usually been on the Sentinel role, but now there's going to be no Sentinel at all. There's going to be, you're going to have Ginny on the initiator role. Baby TZ is on controller with Polly, and they're going to have the double duelist. It's kind of worrying because you look at Team SMG's composition, and everything here just has stopping power for the duelist, right?
Yeah. I mean, almost every single agent, maybe except the Skye, can put a halt to an execute, but I can understand FULLSENSE Sapphire's decision. They want more firepower assistance with Muffin on those executes, so putting Alyssa on a jet might be the key to success. We won't know until we see it in the server, but boy am I excited for Alyssa on that jet.
Same here. We were asking for something to change, right? Well, this is a big change indeed, so let's get into it. Map number 2 Split, over to Daks and Blackenblue.
Look, it's a familiar battleground for both of these teams, but it's a new look for SMG as well as FULLSENSE. It's been a while since we've seen them play this map. The last time that they did Blackenblue was against each other, and truthfully, with all that time, we get something different. Double control on one side, double duelist on the other.
It's curious who they put in the duelist too. Alyssa taking up that spot when typically when on double duelist, right? On FULLSENSE Sapphire, you'd see maybe Baby TZ stepping up to that front, but Alyssa being put on here, it's not that we've never seen it on maybe other teams. She's played it in the past, but in this current configuration, in the most recent of times, curious decision to make here on Split, but one that I am certainly for.
Yeah, last time she played, I think she was still part of that Kizuna Chuki roster. But here we go, ladies and gents, because it's time now to see what SMG can do on their map pick. Do they win this and go for another clean 2-0, or will FULLSENSE Sapphire repeat history from before? Back in the grand finals of Open 2, they took SMG down on this map. Can they do it again? Let's find out.
I mean, obviously, you lose this one, You're still not out just yet, just to make sure for you all. Another lower bracket final appearance obviously awaits, but more importantly, you do not want to have to go through that gauntlet. You do not want to have to add another game to the lengthy process that is already making it in the champs. And so, to become a grand final champ, one must win here. And SMG, they're up a map.
Absolutely. And come on, whoever wins this grand finals, perhaps even Brazil awaiting them. But Neri already drawing first blood to begin with. Neri with the second one for FULLSENSE Sapphire. Clear out Garage well at the very end. So 3v3 for the time being, and Sapphire resets themselves.
Yeah, good recovery here by Sapphire to kind of get some frags going back their way. They do lose their primary smoke, though, in Poly, which is going to be a bit of a hit. There's a Cammy on the other end as well. Losing Ginny for that flash and for that info is big, but for the most part, you're not going to need too much as the A site is right for the taking. SMG starting to catch on. We can rotate. I mean, they have utility on it anyway, so that's going to be their signal to rotate when it does catch, and there it is.
There you go. Big red alert thanks to the tripwire. They know now Alyssa and the rest of FULLSENSE are stationed. Hybe now and the crew to find a way to go for the retake screen. Still going to be the point of contact. First on the board, second even. Alyssa with 3, just cleaning up
there
so nicely. Sapphire takes the pistol away.
And Alyssa, first time swapping on in here for FULLSENSE Sapphire on Duelist, and what an opening round to get things going as well. Triple for her. Everything going her way. The initial bout, good idea. I mean, the typical classic kind of wrestle there for that garage, right? You throw the nade, TP across, shut down anybody who's kind of gone too hasty to enter, there being Ginny, but recovery from FULLSENSE has been their key marker.
Of course, when they're able to re-rotate and reacquire a different site, that's where the discipline gets even better. So Camu now holding close, smoke out the garage just to provide for a bit of cover. I guess the problem right now for SMG is they're probably taken aback by this composition. You've seen from FULLSENSE Sapphire, they swap around between Baby TZ as well as Alyssa on who plays the Sky, so Ginny can play more of a utility initiator along the way. This time around, you get no sentinels whatsoever for FULLSENSE. It's SMG who's stuck with it with the Cypher, and perhaps it's a big surprise that awaits SMG moving forward into these rounds.
Alright, Alyssa. When she gets tagged up, camera up above. I don't wager, they're gonna be too hesitant to commit anyways. Here comes the spring. Oh, a bit of a team flash was supposed to go around the corner. They do have the crossfire set up on towards it. Perfect flash, but still Kawhi's able to capitalize. And SMG, the rest of them, they all fall down to the hands of SMG. How do they do it? FULLSENSE simply dismantled.
Recovering it.
They did it with classics, they did it with crossfire, and in the end, it's FULLSENSE Sapphire stumbling at the starting line. SMG now picking up the guns along the way. They have the firepower, and time is on their side. And Neri clashing ready here towards tower. You got Paulie also watching out for the smoke to dissipate if ever. FULLSENSE Sapphire, they need picks and fast. Baby TZ will provide Paulie there too, but the trades come on in from SMG in the blink of an eye. A third win to take the second round.
I thought everybody's blind there, but for the most part seemed to be in only in FULLSENSE's case. So much flashes popping on and off, but I guess on the defense, your SMG a bit more ready for it there. Alexi especially with a classic at hand. Hybe as well chiming on in. SMG. I thought recovery was about FULLSENSE, but no, SMG, they've got some of their own.
All I gotta say is SMG, their comfort side on split is defense. They have never started this map on the attacking side all throughout the year, and this is another one of those instances. You can see why they love to be the ones defending first and foremost. Ready with the angles to catch out any bit of surprise. Sapphire now, the one is hurting on the economy.
But how about closing the second half? That's a different question. True. They did kind of falter the last time. Rather, the first time they faced up against FULLSENSE Sapphire during the previous Open, but after that, able to rectify their mistakes, beating FULLSENSE, you know, pretty handily. So it's been a back and forth so far. It's up to FULLSENSE to try and even up the score as of the most recent moment.
Pretty much. It's, I think, 2-1 if you factor in before FULLSENSE Sapphire became FULLSENSE Sapphire. before they were acquired by FULLSENSE as a team. In any case, though, Sapphire now, they're trying to find a way to cross towards A, where Kohabi's waiting over at screens. The setup, yet again, the trip bar, the camera, should keep tabs both sides of this offense. Cage is triggered, Kohabi just lets the burst fire
30
go.
seconds left.
An easy scope in, and the pre-fired behind volley. You get already side of Cage yet again, trying to juke out the opposition if ever she's crossing there. Alyssa needs to watch out for that. And Eri, though, clearing out tower. Paranoia is perfect as well. And SMG, this is pretty much textbook from them. Ginny fights back at the very least, but SMG gets their second round now.
Such a menace there. Let's get Judge to save on up as well. Oh, okay, I'll take that back. Give me the sheriff. But SMG, you can see there that they really do have an understanding of not letting their advantages kind of just be erased. Kohabi, she had a chance there to maybe push towards elbow. She had her cage up, but knew it's a 5v4. I can wait for my team. What's the most secured thing I can do instead of trying to farm a clip basically against a Nico? SMG know that there's bigger things at hand and bigger stakes to play for.
Absolutely. And then Eri now will get the biggest boom of them all with the showstopper prepared. This is technically now SMG's bonus because rounds did get wonky from the second. Rifles out for FULLSENSE. Trying to put a bit of pressure towards mid and even towards A thanks to that toxic screen. But beyond that, cutting noise so far. Sapphire just trying to go with SMG to peak to begin with.
Up towards that mid. Actually has a good idea on where Neri was, who's lucky to get away with her life. A sliver of death, TP across just to check. Luckily Cammy's in enough space to fall back into safety. Nice.
Can you feel the heat? Because SMG's playing with fire, man. Two different outlooks on the map. Almost punished twice by FULLSENSE. But in the end, you get to rotate towards A. And it will be Kohabi as well as Shirazi looking to find that initial contact point. Stars, though, being set up by Pauly. Camera to check out screens if ever. Alyssa, though, dashing and providing that space. Muffin, same case. Over now, closer over the screens. FULLSENSE will take the site away.
Plant is theirs, of course. Retake to come on in. SMG coming from that ramp. Shirazi as well with a bulldog shuts him down. The rest of SMG are just continuing on that path. FULLSENSE not even putting up much of a fight. Practically almost a flawless here if they get this one as well. Kohabi shutting Ginny down and FULLSENSE Sapphire looking pretty lost.
SMG, if you blink, you miss the retake. How quick was that? As soon as they hear confirmation of the spike, they let the showstopper go. They go for the clear towards screens, and the rest was their history to write. It's just so clean right now from SMG. And ever since we saw that hold towards A in that second round, this has been their playground.
SMG once more. Just fiery starts. Continuing further the trend that we've come accustomed to here, SMG. Now, FULLSENSE Sapphire, we saw last time around on Lotus that it did take them a bit to warm up, but when they did, oh boy, how they came. I'm waiting for that moment here for Sapphire when they finally kind of really hit their stride.
Yeah, you're just looking for that rally point here for FULLSENSE Sapphire, that one round that brings them back to the game. But SMG, what they're trying to do, especially from what we saw in that second half of Lotus, is to make sure those moments are null and void. Trailblazer, though, scouting out towards tower. Shirazi backing on away, expecting numbers instead to come her way. And the flash does fly. There's the smoke also towards garage. So instead now, it'll be SMG priming themselves for this high ground take for FULLSENSE. Kaguya, though, on the board already. Shots ring. Kaguya holding her ground to get a second. Steadfast right now for SMG and their defense. They picked apart FULLSENSE, will back away for the time being.
Yeah, it's a big setup there towards that B main as well. It's gonna be difficult to wrestle it away. Obviously the cross here from FULLSENSE to try and find something else going, but it's not gonna be the easiest to take, even if it's for the most part empty. Alexi gonna be that sole defender.
30 seconds left.
A big tag off the cam that sees directly into the vent, and they know the A hit's coming.
If you notice, Kohabi has been very cheeky with their cameras, many times
Spike
moving them
planted.
in different positions just to keep FULLSENSE guessing. And because of it, providing easy utility, free intel, and leading now to free picks. Tripwire triggering towards main, allows
enemy
herself to
remaining.
assess that Pauly's all alone. Shirazi also winning her duel. It's now Kohabi versus Jinny. And well, SMG, it's a flawless manner this time around. As clean as can be here for Team SMG.
Yeah,
Flawless.
continuing on. I mean, no real fault in their play right now. There's very little, I think, to necessarily change up too much. They've been giving very different looks to Sapphire for most of these rounds that Sapphire haven't been able to really read nor adjust what exactly the current setup would possibly be in any given round. And see, I think this is a good timeout to call it this early.
Yeah, they haven't found the answer whatsoever. And sure, they have the double duelist to go into the site, but what the problem has been, truthfully, the retakes. SMG has been so clear-cut to have these power positions across that A site, getting Ram's control, taking that screen's control away from FULLSENSE, and then you can see the problem with FULLSENSE. They lack the staying power compared to SMG in those quick outbursts.
SMG obviously have the benefit of having that map advantage. In FULLSENSE, so you could argue that, well, they're the ones who beat SMG. Rather, SMG are the ones who beat them last time around, which means FULLSENSE Sapphire should have more to know to adjust. They're the ones with a bit more information on what didn't work out last time around when they played them on Split, right? Right? Right?
Yep.
But that's a different idea entirely, considering what they brought to the table and who was playing what. They don't have a Sage now this time around. So that information maybe gathered last time around isn't going to be as accurate this time, and you can see FULLSENSE still struggling on how to deal with this defense.
Yeah, they don't have that Sentinel whatsoever. They don't have the Killjoy if ever they don't want to run it. So FULLSENSE, they need to find value early on into these rounds. SMG is staying away, instead catching them in the app on the cross. And case in point, Alexi providing a lesson. FULLSENSE Sapphire though has had enough. Answers back with a pick of their own. As Jinny, small opening here for Sapphire to work with. SMG still putting pressure and presence towards his A side.
They need a bit more utility in those type of attempts. Like, you know, if a Sage, then maybe slower bond towards Heaven, or a Killjoy, Nano Swarm, or in this case, what they've got, they have the stun, they have a Gravity Well, they have obviously the Pain Shells, but you don't really want to commit towards Heaven. A Snake Bite would be good for sure. Just give something else to at least allow the duelists to get going themselves.
Yeah, they ran so many different agents already on this map. And what we've seen for FULLSENSE Sapphire all throughout their career is they're such a strong plan-based, utility-based team. Now they're trying to take a page
30 seconds left.
of perhaps even the SMG playbook to go for the aggression and allow their stars in Muffin and Alyssa to shine. It's just not happening right now when they can have a bit more space to work with on the offense. Let's see though. Time though running out. FULLSENSE will commit towards his B side. Camu can throw such big wrench at those plants. Beautiful cosmic
10
divide
seconds
to
left.
keep the opposition at bay, and in the silence the plant goes down.
Montana, as he said, 4v4, judging hand in air, kind of trapped here in the corner. Cammy good for the one. Shirazi as well following up, but Jinny, she's got a great position here trying to shut them on down, but she's the one to be taken on down with a kill. Pauly, 1v2 for her, 1v1 that she connects on Shirazi. What a shot for her to find. Going for the spam, and Pauly never stopping, never falters. And Pauly multiple kills for her way.
That was just precious from Pauly. Absolutely essential. She set up that cosmic divide. She was waiting over at Garage just to find the angle versus the spike. And just such a good plant here for FULLSENSE in general. They were expecting, of course, SMG to come their way. And it was the usual SMG fanfare. Strong clear onto the site. Go for contact later on. But as soon as Pauly found a bit of momentum to work with, everything just lined up for her.
Well, what a clutch it came to. Obviously, Heroic's not going to be the most reliable source of rounds and points, but hey, you'll take them when you can. 4-2. FULLSENSE are looking to try and surmount a comeback, but immediately shuts down Pauly, who got herself going in the previous round. That's her primary smoke off on the attack early.
Yeah, and Baby TZ, you know how committed that Toxic Saurian is towards A. Very difficult now to pivot their way elsewhere without Polly in the cards. SMG, they found the pick that they were looking for into the last round. You got Kaguya though, getting prepped now. Just some peeks and try to find that intel. Eventually, though, FULLSENSE, do they push this? Waiting now for the timing. The spam goes, and here comes the showstopper as well. Kaguya stuck in the corner, and there's no way to get the hell away from that showstopper. SMG onto the high ground, but Ginny will silence Inari here. It's 2 already down for the defense. Viper Spit gonna be online as well, and SMG trying to find the angle. Go for the Seekers. Shirazi on the board, sure. It's 3v2 as SMG as of yet needs to get towards the side. FULLSENSE, they have such a good blockade of vision, a great battleground to work with, and as Alexi now tries to find her way in, the flash comes out from Ginny to provide some stellar intel. This is a big notice here for FULLSENSE Sapphire. They know where their opposition is coming from, and as SMG look for the clearance, the sea of green, and it will be Alexi painting that picture. Shirazi on the board as well, but the snake bite for the stall is not enough for FULLSENSE Sapphire. SMG, they've done it again.
I mean, I get the snake bite to try and force him off the spike, but ultimately enough just gave away where Baby TZ was. They're able to filter them down, focus on the task at hand, and Alexi just dismantles them, being that forefront push. Said Sapphire was looking good until it wasn't.
I've got your trail.
So here for SMG, man. No matter what, they get the chance, they will go for it. And Alexi has been that big contingency plan for SMG all throughout. When Neri falls, Alexi is there to answer. She provides so much utility for this team, but also a cushion in those clutch situations.
Get out of my way. Bomb buddy out.
A single solo Vandal here on Poly. Blades for Alyssa. Not the best, but hey, FULLSENSE Sapphire. At this point, we expect, even in this case, you can deliver. Once more, that heaven position is going to be a problem. And once more, there's no Yuko to deal with it. Alexi going to capitalize on that. Frags are just simply falling as
FULLSENSE is so frazzled here. Be prepared with all the setups in the world, and from this point on, it's another flawless that SMG can write on the scoreboard with 6-2 right now.
FULLSENSE Sapphire, I mean, struggling so far, to say the very least, to really get themselves going. I want to see something committed towards this. At this point, they have to kind of catch on that, hey, A site execute. If we don't have ramps control, heaven's going to be a problem. I'd like to see them potentially as well take that ramps quick, maybe have a smoke on the mid tower instead to try and cut off that backside of the tower, isolate those up front, and then have a bit more to kind of work with. You put down the wall when that comes up. Those type of shuffles with the double controller, it has to be that, I guess, cohesive to make it work.
Especially against a Cypher, right? You're not getting any value clearing out the trip bars with your duelist. You're just getting caught out instead by SMG again and again. And the struggle has been clear for FULLSENSE. They now have to deal with the Viper Spit online towards mid. And SMG effectively trying to funnel the opposition towards B, where Kaguya's awaiting them. The dark cover though, it's gonna be fading soon. And Inari in position. We see the Cloudbursts are coming away. The flash gonna be into play as well. And Muffin gets one. Inari with a fight back. It's 4v4. Snake fight into play, but Inari braving sure the vulnerable state. 3v3 for the time being. Shirazi still staying strong. SMG now with an advantage. FULLSENSE hasn't planted as of yet, and the timing perfect, and the clear even better. SMG putting the pressure points again and again versus FULLSENSE.
Sapphire starting to slip here. And find a way to polish the gem. To receive the rock. An area double for her. Even with that pressure, she's so capable of taking them down with her as well. And FULLSENSE withered here with every passing round continuing in SMG's favor. Still not much of a fight put up on the attacking side. And another eco.
We haven't seen much of FULLSENSE. They won the pistol. They had the clutch from Pauly, but Pauly's gone already in this round. And everything else has just gone SMG's favor. This has been the dominance we've seen all throughout the year from SMG versus the field. And right now, they're providing another example of
Here.
why they should be the ones to be representing APAC into, of course, the world stage of Game Changers. Let's see, though, if FULLSENSE can find any more answers. They have Sheriffs to work with. The Kohaibi's there prepared over at screens. Pressing fire to keep her at bay. The Cyber Cage going to be into play, too. And as FULLSENSE now pushes with Alyssa, the snake bites there into position. Kohaibi ready for the shot, spraying them down. Alexi with a helping hand. And the gun disparity is just way too clear. The flash doesn't find the incel this time around. There's the answer. But Jinny so low, the Trailblazer doesn't provide the damage, sure. But Baby TZ, big picks. A chance perhaps, reloads now, but running out of bullets, running out of time. And there's just nowhere to run. SMG just hounds the opposition and gets another round.
Valid effort for sure, but I mean, nice try isn't going to be enough at this point. Sapphire, you get the 4 rounds. That's okay, I guess, here in Split, especially looking at how Defender favored the statistics might skew. And so, I don't know, if you're Sapphire, this is a time to rally back. I'd wager if they don't get this done soon, at least here in the first half, then the second might be just a bit too far out of reach to even hope for.
Yeah, and if SMG build that huge lead, I haven't really seen them throughout the year drop the ball and lose out from that point on. It's such a big case made here for SMG, stack upon stack. And speaking of, it's a tower now here at A, being watched out by 3 members. At the very least, Alexi Kohaibi keeping the opposition guessing. The Cyber Cage in the way as well. And FULLSENSE, they're hesitant right now to even cross this way.
We're gonna see if SMG
Blinded.
let their hand play out, really. Anyway, confirms even more. They have a cam that should see over this, but somehow Shirazi here on the work. Finds one on Ramen, flashes on out, and FULLSENSE finally getting something going, but SMG respond.
They finally pushed it, and they go for big picks. 2v2, though, as Camu looking to watch out for mid if ever. Jinny's the one with a spike on hand. And FULLSENSE Sapphire, this is a big chance for them, but Camu spots out the legs, and it's an ankle breaker courtesy of her. Baby TZ, though, big surprise that she's found her target. It's now 1v1. Clutch versus clutch, and there he's prepared, though, and here we go again for another win for SMG.
That wall going up might
Last
not have just
round
been
in
the
the
most favorable for Baby TZ there, but it's not like she knew exactly where Neri was at the end. Valiant effort by FULLSENSE Sapphire, so close, but yet just not enough.
One enemy team. Spike
What can they
down.
pull out in the third? Sometimes you see teams that struggle in that first half win the final round of that first, and then bring that momentum into the second half and somehow mount a comeback. They may be superstitious. Jinx might work in their favor.
We'll see if you believe into it, Blackenblue. You just gotta keep hurting, though. If you're FULLSENSE and shish kebab by Shirazi's operator, caught out by Kohaibi. It's a checklist right now made by SMG. And now the showstopper even providing more damage. A roundabout way. It's brutal, as you mentioned, and it's flawlessly done by SMG as well. 10-2 utter domination. Let's see what the panel has to say after that half.
I'm still in shock from that shot, to be honest. Kind of didn't register. Everything else that happened after that didn't register. I was just like, you could kind of see it happen in slow motion, but oh wow. SMG, Coldan, it looks like it's going the way of, you know, their previous matchup here on Split. Well, at least FULLSENSE Sapphire still have a chance here on one side, but 10-2 is an incredibly dominating scoreline. It's tough to come back from this one.
That's one way to put it. Tough. The only 2 rounds that they managed to get were the pistol, which then they got equaled after, and then the 1v3 clutch and poly, which honestly SMG was trolling at that point. Right? They were just, you know, doing their own thing, autopilot mode. And once they realized that, oh, okay, poly got clutch. All right, let's never give them a single round. Let's never let them have more than what, 2 kills. The close round they got was down to that 1 versus 1, and even then, right? Alyssa had to get 2 kills as the Jet. And they still couldn't convert it, right? Every single corner that they turned, was so perfectly executed by SMG. And you can tell there's no egos on the squad. Their retakes and start and end within like 5 seconds. This kind of synergy is unmatched, and that was FULLSENSE Sapphire's best chance, right? That was when they had double duelists on the attack side. Now in defense, it's got to be a whole nother world of hurt that's coming that way. I can only hope that they gather themselves and, you know, just go in with just teamwork.
Yeah, the best possible foot forward, because yeah, Team SMG right now, you never really feel like any one player from this team is like going in alone, because like you can sense the presence of the entire team with everybody, and it's why it works so well, right? The synergy of this team is just immaculate at this point. And we're gonna see they have a few more rounds to close this out. You could be seeing myself and Coldan in just a few minutes, or FULLSENSE Sapphire could potentially make a comeback. We're gonna throw it on back to Daks and Blackenblue.
So Coldan had the right word for it. Hope. Right now, FULLSENSE Sapphire, they need to rely on that hope. They need to believe in themselves to try and find a way to come back into this. And it has to start here on the pistol, or else SMG, they're just gonna run away with this map and gonna run away with the series.
Can't believe the way that SMG have secured this opening half, though. Too many teams, yes, but dude, FULLSENSE Sapphire, the better rivals, crazy stuff. Opening on up, fighting towards B main, and that's only one.
She made such a big distraction though. SMG, they're already on site, and the biggest bane of Alyssa's life all throughout this match has been so heavy tripwire. Still runs into it. Alexi on the board, Baby CC though with the fight back 2v2 attacks here. Now FULLSENSE Sapphire and Baby CC, she's doing it all. There we go with a snake bite, and Neri in hot pursuits, and now here we go again. 1v1, and Neri versus Alyssa. She's trying to get halfway on the defuse, lets it go along the way, and Neri though, critical HP. The Ghost providing the damage, and Neri onto the corner, and here comes Alyssa now to clear things out. This is what FULLSENSE Sapphire needed. The hope has been answered by Baby TZ and Alyssa.
FULLSENSE Sapphire. A prayer sung out and responded to for the very moment. FULLSENSE Sapphire here are able to really lock things down on the pistol round. As much as it took every single bit of heroics to fall in their favor, they cannot slip up at this point moving forward. And SMG, I mean, they've got a big cushion, but also can't get too complacent about letting that be swept away. This is the favored side, like Sapphire by far, by almost 20% here in split on the defense.
Yeah, just in general, any map, Sapphire, you usually would love to see them play on the defense. Instead, SMG, they have their work cut out for them. They have a shorty, a few shares to work with. You got Cammy yet again playing towards Garage to provide a bit of that distraction. SMG, they got that mid control here, Blackenblue. They also like towards mid itself, so a pivot, if a pick happens, that seems to be the plan right now here for our offense.
Trying to fish for some kills to potentially go their way. Nothing just yet.
Toxin screen down.
SMG on this attack. I wonder if the change up in composition here for FULLSENSE
going up.
was really that big of a problem for them on the attacking side a while ago. When you have a double duelist, you're talking about having quick, swift, space-taking executes, but we never really saw that from FULLSENSE.
Yeah, FULLSENSE now though.
30 seconds left.
Holding steady towards that A side as time running out for SMG. And there we go, closing the distance, and Muffin! The blast back became a trip mine, and in the end, it's FULLSENSE Sapphire setting themselves up for success. That's one way to use the satchel. That's one way.
He literally used it like it was a mine, a claymore or something. Just place it on the floor, activate it whenever somebody is close. If they're low enough, well, they're taken down too. Flawless here, by the way.
And I think she's probably surprised that actually got the kill. But in the end, it's another flawless win. Or rather, it's another win here for FULLSENSE. Flawless this time to build their economy moving forward. And we were talking about it. The panel was talking about it. There needs to be basically a miracle here for FULLSENSE Sapphire. And they're making a case for it right now.
A few rounds to give for sure, but Not one they're gonna want to do too idly. A bonus still to play for full sense here, so they're not gonna be forcing up into this next round. Not that they have necessarily the economy to do so, as they all kind of went down during the opening pistol. But hey, I mean, if you're Sapphire right now, you take what you can. Mid not really being fought over by the defense just yet. It's they're trying to play this in a way where you kind of lure SMG to get closer, and that's a smart idea considering they've got these SMGs. But when this screen goes down, Daks
Doesn't even need to. The Cloud finds a head to pop. Alexi finding Baby TZ. And SMG a pick now to give them a big chance to move on forward. Keep an eye out though for Shirazi. She's the one trying to play towards Garage. And Holly's the one. Keep an eye out of it. The rest of the SMG though, still ready to go for that B split. Looking likely now as smokes to come on out. The Cloud is into play. The Trailblazers sent towards vents. And SMG crawling their way into the high ground. So taking their time right now, trying to stay away from the full sense angles. Eventually, though, the execute is afoot, and Muffin is the first to fall. Alexi finding another one for the books, and it's just all SMG right now. It's up to Polly to try and hold things down onto the side, but there's no way she can find a pick there. And so this alone, the swing comes, big pick onto Camu, sure, but it's so much work to be done. And SMG is setting themselves up for a successful round.
anywhere near for her to retrieve as well as it drops. Javi takes her down, and that's one away from match point here with such a huge lead. FULLSENSE Sapphire have very little in terms of leeway for any sort of mistakes here. And coming in on the defensive side, that's a good timeout. Of course, the operator to come out for Melissa. I want to see if they're going to, without having that Sage anymore, to just instantly put a barrier up, to just instantly slow things down or cut off that mid. How will that come into effect? They are going to have to go 0 or 100 with this double duelist idea.
You gotta wonder what else FULLSENSE Sapphire really has in the bag here. I've been thinking, when have we seen much impact from Alyssa and Muffin throughout this game? There was that one round in the first half where they cleared out tower, but it's been a big struggle, especially for Muffin, who's such a star player for FULLSENSE Sapphire, a key component to finding those entries, and she's been denied again and again. Maybe a little bit of discomfort running this double duelist, just the lack of the utility hurting them in the long run. SMG's the one instead who's found so many moments, whether on that last round or that last half, to get the advantage.
So some bit to work with here for Sapphire, but one would argue they lose this round, that's it. Eco right after, even as great as they are, is definitely a difficult question for them to answer and respond to. Let's see if they answer the call though. SMG defaulting out to start things off. B main, they've already made their presence known there, for sure. Mid has to be a suspicion for FULLSENSE Sapphire, and so you're going to wager that they're going to rotate over Ginny exactly as they do to try and gather a bit more information there. Confirm if their suspicions are of any basis.
Yeah, and they're trying to suss things out with a Trailblazer. When you usually see a stairway position towards B early on, it really feels like FULLSENSE has been conditioned to know that SMG loves to play towards that B if ever. Veneri now, big hit to begin with. Polly completely blinded, but Shirazi gets close enough to her sightlines, so she spots out that target. It's 4v4 though. For the time being, Camu finding another one, so big opening here for SMG. Polly though still with the fight back, and Polly's taking some big opportunities here. Camu will eventually be able to find her out. 3v2 though, as plans looking to go on down. Baby TZ lobbing that snake back to keep Alexia away, but Camu taking a page out of Polly's playbook. A backstab with a Guardian. The Ops, the only one still standing here for FULLSENSE. And this should be a save as SMG take the site.
Hesitation there for sure. If Baby TZ simply just ran out of that CT to try and help Polly, who was stuck on the pillar, there's a good chance they could have gotten the kill on the Camu, or at least the trade, at the very least. That's for certain. But she kind of hesitates, stutter steps, kind of anticipating maybe somebody coming from, you know, the deeper portion of the pillar. And obviously, hindsight is 2020, but you can see how small decisions made have dire consequences in the end. Match point for SMG early on, round 16 only. An op in the hands of FULLSENSE, but not much. Not much else.
It's not just that. This is grand finals point, basically. They're one round away from being one series away
Match
from
point.
going to Brazil. And we've seen all throughout here for SMG's year. Domination, victories, and just absolutely raising the bar throughout the Game Changers APAC scene. Declarations, perhaps, of how disciplined they've really become into the latter half of the year. And the past two maps have been the biggest examples of it, especially against the rival that has kept the closest against them.
Well, they're close, but job ain't done just yet. Celebrations to be held. Champagne only for the podium. SMG. No, they got a job to do. Even if they take this series, there's one final step. But it starts with this one. Sapphire still have that op. No real rifle on the opposing side. But not the worst buy for sure, but suboptimal. Has to be. Pushing, coming towards A. No real util to stop it. Isn't that the story here for FULLSENSE Sapphire? They don't have the same utility SMG do.
FULLSENSE Sapphire, it's been a struggle all throughout the game, and the gun stupid. Now then the push coming in towards A. Kohibi's first one to get on the board, and it's up to Baby TZ to find big impact. Kohibi though with a second. There's just no stopping her and the rest of her squad. And as the spike goes down, it's 5v3. Look who's ready. Of course, it's Inari. She's ready to go for more. Showstopper flies, and Polly will be denied. Alyssa holding on to that operator from the last round. Makes it count for one here. But there's no saving for the next round. This series might be over. Trailblazer dipping in and out. Kohibi's ready. Over onto the corner. Juggling the guns. This, as he said, is done. The Team SMG standard yet again. Another page of history written by them as they move to the grand finals.
I mean, a bit of a smile at the end there, but no celebrations just yet. As I said, champagne only for the podium, only for the top finish. And that has yet to be secured, but they do get the grand finals here early on. Do not have to go to the lower bracket with Sapphire. That's where they're going to have to pass. But for the meantime, SMG, we've come accustomed to these very dominating wins, but against Sapphire again, man, they have shown up today to show that they really are the star here of APAC.
They're not just stars, they're the standard. They are the bar that has been raised again and again and again. This now confirms it. 4 out of 4 grand finals appearances by Team SMG. 3 championships under their belts. And they're the biggest favorites right now APAC has ever seen in Game Changers history. What a powerhouse we have awaiting now in the grand finals. We'll throw it down to the panel to break down what just happened in the series.
Your first grand finalists? I mean, are we all surprised? Not exactly, because it's Team SMG and their win streak continues. What do they say to the gods of the lose streak? Not today. Definitely not today. And it's going to be really exciting indeed to see who is going to be there with them in the grand finals, especially that, you know, that slot lingering, that slot to Game Changers champions in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But this, Coldan, I mean, like, we did have that interesting switch up with Alyssa onto the duelist, right? And I think that, like, it was a really interesting move. I think that Alyssa performed really, really well. It's just that it was Team SMG. I mean, you know, it's just so difficult. It's a tall order for her.
Yeah, if you look at the composition that FULLSENSE went with, they used to run a Sage, they swapped it out for a Jet. It's clearly tailored to that attacking side. It was clearly meant to do damage on the attack, and then, you know, with a buffer of attack rounds, close it out on the defending side. But when you only manage 2 rounds on your attacking side, and you win pistol on both, you know, both halves, you only manage to win 4 rounds in total. It's an incredibly tall hill to climb, and today, you know, not gonna be the exception. SMG still on top, Inari MVP, 19 kills, 11 deaths, and I mean, again, like we always say in the in the SMG maps that we've witnessed, it's again a team effort. Every single player playing to the top of their game. And today, I would like to kind of surmise SMG, right? We witnessed a disciplined team with no egos. I rarely saw them make mistakes, rarely saw them go for over peaks. It was a coordinated attack. 15 first kills to 2. That is ridiculous, that difference. Even if it's a pretty one-sided scoreline, the first kills kind of, even out around the middle, but 15 to 2 is just out of this world.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I love what you said that there's no ego. You can also see it in their gameplay, right? You know that these ladies are fully capable of maybe taking that 1v3, right? You do know, of course, everybody kind of like wants to go for that, but they have so much discipline that they will actually hold back for the entire team, for the betterment of the entire team. And it's also like, it's also because I guess it's responsible on their end, right? So, on the side of FULLSENSE Sapphire, though, I know this is incredibly painful to see history repeat itself over and over and over again. Unfortunately, though, they will drop to the lower bracket where they could start planning their revenge, perhaps. And, I think for FULLSENSE Sapphire, there is still no underestimating this team whatsoever. I mean, we did see amazing plays. I actually do like the double duelist. I do like Alyssa on the duelist too. I wish we could see actually a little bit more from her. Any other thoughts, Coldan, before we head on over to break?
I would say the double duelist is a nice attempt. We didn't have any. It was so one-sided that we can't really break down on what was an individual error, or maybe Alyssa could have.
It's not a good sample of it. Yeah,
it's a complete team diff at that point, right? It's not just on the double duelist that didn't make it work. It was just the approach by SMG. Really, they did not make a single mistake. Every time they peaked, it was either with a bunch of util or with multiple players peaking at the same time. Trades were really on point, and we saw going into the defending half that Alyssa was actually planning to use that op. But I don't think she got a single shot off before the rest of her team died. In the last 2 rounds, she had saved the op, but she didn't have a single chance to fire it. I don't even know if SMG were aware that Alyssa had an op she was saving on the last round. So, I mean, to surmise that, SMG was just sublime today.
Yeah, and every single day since Open 1, they have been sublime, right?
Yeah.
Yes, so surprise, pretend to be shocked. Team SMG are your first grand finalists here on APAC Elite. Who will be with them? That remains to be seen. But we're going to take a pause from that first and return to our lower bracket where we find RRQ versus Nyx Kyosei. That is coming up in just a bit right after this quick break.
One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, up, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, up, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, up, got. Any reason to back down, so step it up. Got. Down, up, back, back, up, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, up, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, up, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, up, got.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
We finally down to our final series of the day. Yes, it's Friday the 13th, and we got 3 series for you. It's down to the last one, RRQ Kaguya versus NYX Kyosei. And just in case you were just joining us for today, my name is Mika Fabs, and I'm here with Coldan. And Coldan, it is now down to our final elimination match for the day. And earlier today, we unfortunately had to bid farewell to Orangutan X. Who do you think we're saying goodbye to also here? Will it be NYX Kyosei? Will it be RRQ Kaguya? We had one upset. It could be another. Just saying, it could be another.
You see, in this matchup, my heart is absolutely torn. Like, I look at the RRQ Kaguya squad, and they're such an amazing team. Made an impressive run in Open 3, right? They look so strong up against the top dogs of this Elite series so far. SMG, FULLSENSE, Sapphire, RRQ. I think they're at the top 3, I think, for a lot of people's list. But then on the other side, we got Fifi. We got Fifi on the other side, so I don't know who to root for. I don't know who I want to win.
Look at the logo. Huh? Okay, the logo is strategic. The logo is strategic.
Yeah.
You know? For NYX Kyosei,
exactly.
I mean, come on. It's a cute dog.
I think when opponents look at the logo, they think, oh, it's a cute dog. You know, they're happy to be here. You know, they're here for fun. And then they go up against NYX Kyosei, and whoa, actually, you know, they put up a good fight. They're here. They've beaten. In Google, it's not Google, I mean Global Esports, right? No, MLT. Yes, MLT. They've beaten MLT to get to this position. And it's a kind of a bigger step, right? From MLT all the way up to RRQ Kaguya. It's not going to be an easy fight, but I still have my hopes up for NYX Kyosei, and I'm excited to see what maps they would like to pull out and what comps they would like to show us today.
Yeah, it should be really exciting indeed. And you did mention that it was like skipping several steps, right, to go straight into RRQ Kaguya, because this team is definitely one of our powerhouse teams. You know, if it's not Team SMG, if it's not FULLSENSE Sapphire, then it most likely is RRQ Kaguya. And, you know, their track record speaks for themselves, as well as the players that are on their squad. In fact, let's take a closer look at their roster in this video.
We take a look at this team. We've seen them before in the past GC Elite last year, making it all the way to the grand finals themselves. But this time, got a slight difference, right? An impressive lineup: Aluka, Yumi, Best, Iceberg, and Nepsky, all pulling their weight and doing great work to reach this stage. I think focus on Yumi as well as Best. I think those two players have really impressed me this tournament so far, and they're gonna have to put up a good fight here up against the opponents of NYX Kyosei if they want to have a chance to continue on in their lower brackets.
I think that, RRQ Kaguya, they have been having some slow starts here at Elite, right? So it usually takes some time for players like Yumi to build up steam. But once she does, she then becomes a complete menace to the other team. And then the other members of RRQ Kaguya then pick up, right? You suddenly have this momentum that is being passed around the squad, and they suddenly, start becoming, more and more confident in their play. So I'm wondering if that's going to be the exact same thing that we're going to see against NYX Kyosei, especially since, as we saw, this squad, they might be underestimated once you take a look at that, oh so cute logo and everything. But it's strategy, it's misdirection, and it's gonna make you feel guilty for wanting them out of the tournament or something like that, right? It's a double-edged sword right now. But let's take a closer look at the players, not the logo, the players on NYX Kyosei.
If you take a look at this roster, I think you get that kind of impression similar to Scythe and WJ. I think this squad is extremely strong. They have great players other than just their duelists. Shout out to Kachao Kon as well as Lin. Sorry, not Lin. Kachao Kon as well as Capricious, right? Those three players put up massive numbers in the previous match up against MLT. But can they match up against RRQ, right? That's the question. They've beaten their LCQ rivals early on in this tournament, but now they're going to go up against that top dog of RRQ. And I think they're going to have to pull out some impressive stops, some impressive picks off maps as well as agents if they really do want to secure this win over such a team as RRQ.
Totally agree. The composition is going to be interesting, I think. I mean, because you do have Capricious, for example, being a bit of a wild card, I think, because she might suddenly pick Duelist. I think it's one of those things where, because they have such a flexible roster, it could be an entirely different dynamic that RQ is preparing for. Right now, we are seeing our map pool. We finally have Sunset. Coldan, I think we're blessed that every time we're here on Desk, we always get Sunset.
We're rubbing off on the teams, right? We're sending them good vibes, so they pick a good vibe map, such as Sunset. Interesting map pool. I really like what I'm seeing right here. Lotus, Sunset, and then if required, Haven. We've got two very creative maps. Of course, Sunset being that newest one in the map pool, and I liked Nyx Kyosei's approaches on the map of Sunset, right? We've seen them play it before up against Team SMG in the very first map of this tournament, and they actually did put up a pretty decent, scoreline. And going into that map, it's very interesting to see how they would want to adapt, because RQ now has VOD footage of them playing. So gotta be an interesting one, but of course, first map gotta be that Lotus.
Yeah, I'm so curious as to their agent composition here, because Nyx Kyosei did bring out the Neon and Yoru on Breeze the other day, and RRQ does run a double duelist as well. They do have that in their pocket. Aluka and Ayumi could probably run it. Not saying it's gonna happen, just saying that it is possible. And as I mentioned, Capricious being that wild card, right? She has a lot of sometimes she'll just switch on the duelist mentality and say, okay, I'm gonna take this one. And along with her and Delvisky, I mean, there are a lot of possibilities with regards to Nyx Kyosei. And with RRQ, it's a matter of, I guess, how fast they're feeling, or how fast they want to control the pace today. I think versus Nyx Kyosei, I predict that they might need some time to ramp up a little bit, but we're probably going to see a very, very fast-paced last few rounds rather.
Yeah, and going back to how I compared them with Scythe, I think Nyx Kyosei also run a pretty slow default on the attacking side. So we're gonna have to see how this pans out later on in the map as we head over to that agent select screen to see how our battlefield will look like. I do not expect anything too different, right? It's gonna okay.
Oh, hey!
Immediately catching my eye.
We have a Gecko, and it's gonna be Alika on the Gecko too. So it's gonna be Yumi and Alika leading the chart, I expect. And we have Iceberg on the Omen and Bess on Sky, Absky on the signature Cypher. And on the other side, no big surprises here from Nyx Kyosei. I think this is the exact same composition that they ran the last time that they were on Lotus versus MLT a few days ago.
Yes, I can confirm that is in fact true. Nyx Kyosei not changing the comp, but yeah, that Gecko being picked by Aluka, right? Last time she was playing on this map, it was that double duelist. She was on the Raze, Yumi was on the Jet, but now they're opting for a bit more of a balanced composition, not as, fully committed as that double duelist, but they have the ability to plan with Lil Bro this time. So I'm really curious to see how to use Gecko. I think this is the first time we're seeing Gecko in this tournament, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Interesting. Right. Very interesting indeed. It's almost like we're getting all of the not so meta agents already. We can take Reina off of the list, we can take Yoru off the list, now we can take Gecko off of the list. Gonna be very interesting indeed, so let's get this game started and step into Lotus with Daks and Quack.
Look, it's been quite a historical day. A day of surprise upsets, a day of domination, and now one more series on today for the eliminations. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Daks here with Quack. What's our tandem name again? What we call us? What does Mika usually call us? Daks. Yeah, that doesn't roll off the tongue the right way. But of course, we are going to be rolling in an incredible series coming your way, ladies and gents, because you got Nyx Kyosei on one side, you got RRQ Kaguya on the other. And while RRQ has been a powerhouse, Nyx has been quite that team to really watch out for, especially here in the lower brackets.
They definitely can be. I mean, they had that lower bracket run. They started to beat their opponents against MLT. Against RQ, though, I mean, you're always going to have question marks in your mind. But, I mean, that's why this series matters. That's why this map pick is interesting. Because I feel like Lotus has been kind of Nyx Kyosei's somewhat trump card.
Yep.
If you actually pay attention to their statistics, they actually have a flawless win rate on this map. But then again, that's in different instances against different opponents. This is their first time against RQ Kaguya.
Absolutely. It's the caliber of gameplay that they have had to deal with in Lotus. And truthfully, this is their biggest test here in the run verse on the elite stage, because they faced off against SMG, and you already know what SMG does to you when you face off against them in the first round. It's just par for the course. But them defeating their fellow LCQ seed in MLT Esports GC a few days back was already such a big sign for Nyx Kyosei that the competition is just going to get stiffer from here. It's going to get even better. And now they're facing off against the old core that dominated years before, Alter Ego Celeste, now RQ Kaguya. You already know that it's such a big test for the Fifi crew.
You already know.
You know it.
Well, whereas for Nyx Kyosei, they've got the power of Fifi right now. I mean, a bunch of them, you know, coming from Zolmaraki and other, you know, like Filipino rosters, they do have somewhat of a chance still. But this is very interesting. I mean, like Coldan and Mika pointed out, this is the first Gecko that we're seeing in Game Changers APAC Elite. It's also, it really is the first time they're running such a composition on this map.
Yeah, they used to run the double duelist, especially against FULLSENSE Sapphire, and their multiple occasions against one another. But perhaps from what they realized in their series just a few days ago was, okay, we're lacking a bit of that utility. We'd love to see Aloka enable a Yumi even more so alongside the rest of the roster. And if you remember that series, RQ Kaguya, they were always on the back foot. They got that comeback in the first map, but they were outclassed by map 2 and map 3. They couldn't just find the stratagems that would work, and them trying to go for a different approach here in the lower bracket is a good breath of fresh air, truly, for them to try and change things up moving forward.
That's right. I mean, there was that series against FULLSENSE Sapphire, and I think the biggest thing about that map at the time that they played was their 8-4 scoreline at the end of the first half. FULLSENSE, you know, we just saw them against SMG, but they were running a double controller then, and RQ had that double duelist. It was a little bit tougher for them to kind of hold back against FULLSENSE Sapphire whenever they would break into sites. And so maybe that's why this Gecko is what we're seeing. You know, you're looking to refresh your abilities, make use of those lessened lower cooldowns, and maybe, I don't know, use it for a recon, use it to, I guess, retake sites better.
I think also one thing that they were struggling against FULLSENSE Sapphire was how they could put that spike down. As soon as they get the prop on, it's just FULLSENSE Sapphire setting up so much utility around them, making the retakes even easier for them in that series. So just having the wingman there as an extra option, allow players like Ayumi, Aloka, maybe even Best to push on in and find more space for Arc to work with. That's something to watch out for. So quick little technical pause. Pretty much par for the course, especially that there's an all Filipino team playing right now. Sorry to my fellow Filipinos there. It just happens. But again, if you're looking at, we've talked about so much stats. We talked about how incredible these teams have been all throughout Quack. But I have to say this: number one on the logo game still has to be Nyx Kyosei. Number one.
Because of the little pupper that they've got in their logo.
Every time they play, basically the creed is do it for Fifi, win for Fifi.
Do it for Fifi.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's motivation right there.
Every time you look at the logo, you look at the scoreboard, and there's just a little dog there saying, "I believe that you can do this."
I believe.
I'm
starting to believe a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a story of Nyx Kyosei because our incredible production has been helping us out really prepare for game changers and whatnot. And one thing that they were able to note was a bunch of the players here for Knicks USA first time on the elite stage. You mentioned a while ago that some of them were part of that Sol Meraki roster where I believe it was Camu, right? With them before. So there is a bit of that experience that especially Capricious and Kachao bring to the table from what we've seen so far. But Knicks USA as a whole, they're trying to prove themselves series by series. I still remember their incredible lower bracket finals back in LCQ versus Neons that went the distance, and they really fought tooth and nail to make it here, and now they're facing off against some of the best competition in RQ Kaguya.
Yeah, it's always a little bit interesting and tricky. I mean, Bez was part of Zolmaraki, Khan was as well, so they're always kind of playing off against each other. I mean, that's how, I guess, tight and close-knitted the Game Changers APAC community is. But, yeah, you know, apart from that, it's also the fact that this always just cracks me up a little bit. The other thing when production was talking about it, if they lose, and the logo turns black and white, it kind of looks like something happened to Fifi.
You gotta protect Fifi. So if you want to protect Fifi, guys, you gotta cheer on Knicks along the way. And especially the fact that we have so much of, I'd say, we have such a big map pool right now. There's still like Sunset, there's still like Haven. I really wonder what Knicks Kyosei is gonna bring to the table. And hello, we're back. Hey yo.
Hey,
we're not the game.
Yeah, why aren't you starting the game, Caster?
I lost the button. Tash took it the other day. Prod said it was their birthday gift to her, and then she never gave it back. So it's a little unlucky.
Dang it, Tash!
that we haven't even started right now. But of course, we still got an incredible series here in the elimination. So we'll throw it over to a break, and when we return, it will be Knicks USA versus RQ Kaguya. Right. Tech pause is over. Quack got the bottom back from Dash, and we are good to go, perhaps, into this game. I'm very excited for this one, Quack, because you got Fifi on one side, you got RQ on the other. Nyx versus RQ Kaguya, and all jokes aside, it's a big testament to the success of Nyx Kyosei to play on Lotus, to still have that flawless record. Let's see if it holds against a powerhouse like RQ.
What do you mean, all jokes aside? I still want to joke.
Okay,
Like,
sir,
the
go
game
ahead.
hasn't started
Make me
yet.
laugh, Quack.
I cannot. I'll make you tired by the end of the day.
Don't worry.
'Cause I'm gonna drag this
The
out.
secret is I'm always tired. But these games give me life. And now, let's bring in the energy, because whoever wins this, they
That's
move
right.
on versus NWJ, right? Who upset Orangutan X a while ago. On the other hand, unfortunately for the loser, they're gonna be eliminated from Elite. So the dream to still make it to Brazil, it is here for Nyx and RQ. Speaking of Nyx, they start on the attacking side.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of secretly rooting for NWJ now. But here we go. It's gonna be RQ, and they're starting things off by breaking the door instantly. They want to make use of their Gecko utility through that, but at the same time, Ayumi's already walked up towards Rock.
Trailblazers there, Yumi ready for that contact. The Pagels lob to just keep the suppressing action at bay, but it's a 1-for-1 trade instead. Nyx had the answer versus the Raze. The Endo, the regrowth now. Keep them topped up. A reset from Nyx, and the Trailblazer to the Frinto.
Alright, that's a good way to spend the first 40 seconds of the map, of the round, excuse me. But for the time being, it still says that Nyx is trying to play really, really carefully. Dark cover blocks off their path, though, so they might be funneled in through B, which is where they'll meet a bit of trouble. Iceberg and Alka are already ready to receive. So unless they've managed to make a full rotation, Napsky has her camera set up outside of Mound as well. They're pretty much going to be walking straight info. RQ's prepared for this hit.
Yeah, the flash is stuck there by the doorway, but in the end, RQ still prepared here on itself. Nyx now with the push. They go for a fake. That's Sap. Napsky just spamming it down. Coldan braving the smoke. Gets the kill, sure. The best with the answer. It's now 3v2 advantage here for RQ. Still on site with the presence. Kachao bringing the pop flash, though, to go for the contact. But it's all up to her now. Alone, the Dizzy looking for a bit of intel. There's the flash as well. Besto recovers in time to get the 3K. And RQ, they stand their ground and win out the A-side fight.
With that, I mean, like I mentioned, they won out in the info game early on, so they were really prepared for whichever hit was about to come. But it's the way that they actually fired those blind shots through Iceberg's dark cover that really impressed me. It might have been a little bit odd. Kachao was trying to fake that plant, and unfortunately her teammates were the ones who had to take the damage because of it. So it just happened that way. A little bit unlucky, but it really shows that RQ Kaguya are prepared for this. I think, I don't know, it's just interesting still to see this Gecko in the game.
Yeah, the first time we're going to see it here in Elite, right, as the panel has mentioned. And we're seeing how it can provide value bit by bit, especially with the Dizzy and the Wingman info. But here we go, Alaka now, ready for that contact. Marshall in hand, spots out a few members of Nyx. We're playing a bit slow here on their eco.
Gonna have to try to find whatever picks they can get. Oh,
they're
here
hitting
comes Alaka with a Marshall. A couple of whips, but it's okay. Iceberg's here to help her out, and she tosses Wingman. Little bro just going to kind of push back the opponents.
One enemy
Now
remaining.
go by Nyx, and
Spike
Alaka
down,
gets
C.
revenge for her own utility. Spikes down, and it's just a shooting gallery here for RQ Kaguya. Already, it's been a more disciplined approach from RQ compared to before. They're over-aggressing, they're using their angles wisely, and a flawless win on the anti-eco, setting the pace well for themselves.
Yeah, doing pretty well with the gunfights themselves, too. I mean, it was a little bit... I'm not gonna lie, risky for Alaka having with the first shot, but then Iceberg was instantly there to back her up, and with that, they made it a flawless round, holding on to every single weapon economy starting to boom, and Nyx Kyosei, on the other hand, you know, starting to fumble a bit. It's just the third round, but let's see what happens. We've got a Yumi purchasing up on a Judge.
See what it can do, if she can even hold close towards door. You mentioned it though for Nyx. Right now, the stumble, sure at the start, but it's a big test versus RQ Kaguya, a juggernaut of an opponent that we've seen touted to be minimum top 3 here in the game changer scene all throughout the year. And as Prowler now seeks a target, Nyx realize there's a closer hold on B than expected. Instead, though, we move towards Rubble, and Nyx looking to find a way towards A. The jump peek. Got that intel there, Quack. I'm still watching out for what we'll get here from Ayumi. Waiting patiently, avoiding the dog, and Ayumi instead. Surprising one with a pick. Kondo with a pick off instead from behind. And Nyx right now with the kills to make their way towards the site. Precious searching for a target. Ayumi stuck here right now. This is Nyx's side to take a scramble, though still ongoing. The Boombot looking for a target too as the paranoia gets connection. Ayumi now moving in closer and closer. But with the side hold and the take, it's all Nyx this round.
Well, how about that? I mean, the keyword right there is side hold. First of all, it is that just clear A split push game plan coming from Nyx Kyosei. Nothing fancy, nothing too creative for the time being. But they managed to make use of their teammates dying and having Khan just push upstairs confidently. She managed to catch on to I can't remember who it was, but someone who was holding the site. And off of that, they managed to create a little bit more space. And once they had 3 players just bunched up together in the same spot on the site, it was tougher for RRQ to fight back.
Yeah, it was their bonus anyway, and Ayumi just couldn't find any value past that first kill with the judge. Now then we move to the next round. Rifles ready here for RRQ. And Nano Swarm keeping them at bay from peeking towards the B side. So at least Nyx doing a really good job making sure that RRQ stays in their lanes. It's more about the execute towards the site that they're looking to work on.
Yeah, still playing it safe, slow, and steady, huh, Daks? They're moving their way across. RQ, on the other hand, has kind of switched up positions. This time it's going to be Napsky positioned towards A. So she's relatively safe, making use of her utility to catch her opponents instead. Blast Pack will bypass a lot of those tripwires, and with that, Nyx kind of has a free sight, unless Alka can do some damage.
Spotted though by the Boombot, and now they know that someone's there towards drop. Alaka still ready to clash anyway. Nasty on the board, and RRQ, it's all them so far as they go for such a stellar retake. All left now by the in a 1v4. Trying to play the flank if ever. Long lurk for her. She gets the kill, but Namsky now knows, or rather her demise, signals for the rest of RRQ where their opponent's coming from. The defuse sticks, and RRQ gets their 3rd round.
Fantastic. There's that RQ coordination that we're looking for, and all they needed was just some guns and to switch up their positioning for a second. With the info that they get, Elika, Napsky, they were all prepared for this hit. And then Ayumi's just allowed to let her rip as soon as she makes her way onto site. Of course, with Napsky falling towards stairs, they got info, and it was easy for them to clean up at that point. But what I'm more curious about is, how is Nyx Kyosei going to bounce back from it? So far, it's been a little bit slow and steady. They've got the Nightfall this time. Will we see an execute?
Yeah, Nyx Kyosei, I'm looking forward, especially if we can see Delbisky and Kachao start popping off from this point on. They're usually the X factors here for Nyx. And if I remember correctly, Kachao, she was subbed in by what? The last game? Their last series. Back in LCQ just to qualify. Now she's really part of that main roster. It just goes to show. Nyx Kyosei, they're ready to build on whatever momentum their players can provide.
They're trying to secure that momentum as well. That position. Iceberg now instantly. Ooh! Sensing danger, tries to shrouded step away back into sight, but with the hop up, kind of expose herself just for a second, and that's enough. Lockdown is now deployed because of it, and Natsuki's trying to receive them, but she's running out of time, so she's gonna have to back up instead. This gives Nyx Kyosei the site for free.
Lots of space to work with, and exactly with it, they're gonna go for the waterfall play. Paranoia lob alongside it, and now as Navsky does their dip, Kwon is there to just beat her back. No crash though, gets a bit insane on the fight. The plant isn't down yet here for Nyx. RRQ flashing already, and this is a big pick here from Ayumi. Spike's gonna go down. Delbisky though with the flank. Here we go yet again. The off angle utilized by Nyx to such a strong degree, and the 3K from Delbisky provides the impact for Nyx to get the round.
Wow, she kind of knew, and there we see it. There's that Gecko utility, Thresh coming out, but even with the stuns, unfortunately, teammates aren't really able to capitalize off of it just because the retake wasn't well-timed enough. The lockdown just kept everyone away for that much time. And our Kaguya, you know, we're talking about Nyx Kyosei. you consistently see them make use of these separate angles. They're always leaving someone on a bit of a flank or a lurk just to turn things around. Ayumi isn't allowed to shine because of it.
There's always a push right now happening from Nyx to look for the backstab if ever. But Nabsky now up in hand. Ready again for anyone towards bound. Blazer though. Already able to give the information. Op is prepared towards C.
My ult's ready.
Bisky picking up the orb as well. So if Nyx does dare force this, they can find a way through. Watching out for perhaps the paranoia from Capricious if ever. Bisky now getting prep. Flash coming on in. That shot could have been big for Nabsky. But this time around, the Nightfall, the showstopper, clears out the site here for Nyx.
Just clear ultimate dumps, and everyone backs off, respects it. Nyx Kyosei gets a spike plant, but now the question is, how will RQ Kaguya retake? Look at the minimap. We've got Heidi on that flank still, but she's been sussed out by little bro. Elika capitalizes off of it, but the whiff on the off.
That's a dangerous swing there from Nabsky. You mentioned it, the whiff on it immediately. 4v3 though with RQ make their way towards the side. Here comes Alika and Best. Showstopper flies, and Ayumi will catch Capricious on the escape. Best with another one. It's all left to Delbisky now. 2v1 scenario. Over here for Ayumi, and Best playing Protector. Secured well by RRQ to get another round.
Yeah, good way to watch those angles, good way to defend everything, and just transfer some ult points over onto your teammate. Best is now 3 away from her Seekers. It's 4-2. RQ Kaguya, I mean, just this time a little bit sharper. Off of the lockdown, they had to respect it, but then just coming in together in such a fashion, not to mention the showstopper from Ayumi. Despite the ultimates from Nyx, I guess the showstopper was a little bit, I don't want to say wasted, but it doesn't really connect onto anyone, and you already had the Nightfall anyways, so just extra security, but the most they got was a spike plant out of it. RQ, on the other hand, just managed to get those frags.
It feels like that pivot point, though, for the round was when Alika found the lurking piety. As soon as RQ realized, okay, no one else is going to come from the off angle across the same axis as us, it just will be Nyx instead pushing forward, and we're going to have to watch the angles that we came from first and just move into the site. Just that it's like a game of ring around the rosy, if you notice here, Quack, and RQ is the one finding the right rotations as soon as they catch out that lurk.
Yeah, and they don't have to worry as much anymore. And it allows for Ayumi to pull off her showstopper play. And that's what we want from RQ Kaguya. But still, that said, I mean, Nyx Kyosei looking to wrestle that control back away from RQ. Calling that timeout now, I'm a little bit curious what they've got in their bag, because the economy isn't really looking great for this round.
Yeah, just a quick little talk here, perhaps, of what comes next moving into these rounds. They have the Sheriff, sure, they have the From the Shadows, but you mentioned it. Right now, they don't have much to work with. Look to play the default. Again, Alika, though, this time around, the one with the Operator. It's something we noticed from RQ. So many talents on this roster. Ready to play an op no matter what agent. And Alika's the one waiting for anyone to come through. The one way's there also. Is Nyx? That's the question. From the shadows right now. Okay. Iceberg gets a big welcoming party. But if you're concerned now, it has to be Nyx here finding the impact along the way. Satchels are out from Ayumi. Nyx coming in close as well. A bit of covering fire, but Alika threading a needle and finding 2 with a single bullet. Iceberg on the board as well. And as RQ now has the hold, has the angles, they're going to be able to get this round here, Quack.
And it's all up to Khan, and she is practically surrounded. Worried about pillars, sure, but most of her opponents are coming through rubble. The Trailblazer is gonna, get a little bit more vision. Her vision's gonna be robbed, and then Iceberg to seal the deal with a classic of all things. Was that a classic? Yeah, I think, boys.
Show the Alika kill. Prod, please show the Alika kill. I want to see how she found 2 there. But in the end, Argent just found their target so quickly from the shadows. Got Iceberg saying hello to everyone from Nyx Kyosei. And when they forced the issue, it was just Kaguya so prepared on the other side for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just one of those rounds where you know your opponent's on an eco, so you're a little bit more confident, and you'll just allow for Ayumi and Alika to do their thing. You know, the ex-duelist players, you don't often see the Gecko holding the Operator, because once she fires that shot, she's revealed, she can't really get out safely. but with their teammates instantly there to back up, it's always quick. Nyx Kyosei making it quick too, though. Straight into the B site. They've dumped a lot of utility, cleared out a lot of trips, and here comes the retake just as fast.
RQ are already ready, and they haven't even put the spike down yet. Delbisky found, couldn't hit the shot, and this leaves everything to Piety. Haste makes waste, and for RRQ, they're the ones who look tidy in the round.
What would you say? I really like that. Haste makes waste.
Yeah. That's
Haste makes waste.
That's a recycling slogan, man. Come on.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a reduce, reuse, recycle thing. This is literally a line I picked up from the garbage. Like, quite literally. It was written down on the garbage can. That kind of things.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But it really comes down to, I mean, what it says is it's timing. Because RRQ Kaguya are recognizing and they're reading Nyx Kyosei. If you're going to make a quick B hit, we're all kind of nearby. We'll just make it fast, make it difficult for them to get the spike plant. They've already committed. And at that point, it's diminishing returns. Somehow, though, Delbisky in this round with a Sheriff able to peek out and shut down Alka.
Yeah,
Ops on Napsky, though.
Yeah, big pick, but remember, it's still another ego state for Nyx Kyosei. RRQ, they have so much momentum, they have so much money, and the prep right now is a Yumi here holding over onto the boxes, I believe, so...
There.
Extra bit of elevation, knows that Nyx is coming her way, gone spotted, Delbisky, but best, smooth shot with the Vandal, 3v2, Off doesn't get connection from Navsky, Seeker's though utilized by RRQ, they're really trying to secure these anti-eco rounds as well as they can.
Interesting. Well, Capricious is going to smoke them off and make use of this to try to double back. But look at the minimap. Iceberg's already watching the angle.
Oh, Capricious had the flick, but hesitated there. In the end, the rifle has been picked up by Piety. A small chance for Nyx to get ready for the
30
A
seconds
site.
left.
The double up especially, but Navsky. Second chance with the operator. No dice because of the smoke. Blind shot.
Close.
Oh, barely missing. You mentioned it. But RQ, they're prepped again. Well, we've seen this multiple times. Staying around the site that
10
expect
seconds.
Nyx to hit.
10 seconds left.
as you mentioned. And Best is the one looking for the jiggles again. RQ's playing it so safe. They're not overcommitting their peaks. They do want to find the timing with the utility instead. Spike's planted now. And in an elongated round, RRQ will eventually be able to sweep away Nyx.
Man, watching Piety's POV in that last few seconds of the round, she was so blind. It's just Iceberg doing her thing. You mentioned how safe RQ were playing, and that's exactly what they did. Together as a squad, nobody taking any ego duels by themselves, maybe apart from the first part of the round, but it's one way to deal with things and to ensure that they don't lose any unnecessary eco. And because of it, it's a 4-round win streak right now. Nyx Kyosei kind of struggling because of a lot of these early picks coming out from RRQ Kaguya. Now the op is back on Alka, but we've got 2 ultimates on the side of Nyx Kyosei. Delbisky with a showstopper. Perhaps that's one way they can break things open.
Yeah, and this time around, can it find the value that you would like in the first place? A blast back swing, and RRQ respects it yet again. It seems like for RRQ, they're really trying to bring in a level of discipline here versus perhaps the wilder side of Nyx Kyosei. We've seen this from the LCQ teams where they're willing to play a bit more risky sometimes in the peaks, willing to just bring out the aggression, to say, in lighter terms. But now, Alka will light the load that they have to deal with. A big pick versus Delbisky, removing that entry potential here.
No more showstopper available. And it's just the whole thing where you're just walking that really tight angle where you're threading the needle, somehow still finding the shot, and it speaks volumes about RQ Kaguya's versatility. That said, though, Nyx Kyosei still wanting to force the issue, rushing in with the guiding light.
They know where Best is, but do they know Iceberg's also nearby by Bend? Seems like though the utility to keep them at bay. Nyx Kyosei bailing out for the time being. And while this happens, Piety's on such a long lurk towards A side. Utility broken. That's a signal, I
30
believe,
seconds left.
for RQ to rotate too.
Yeah, Nepsky's already calling it. Alka's just, wow, staying for an extra second, manages to catch Khan. But here it comes, you talk about the rotation, and Nevsky's already prepared. A trap play right on the spot. She managed to get one and then gets traded.
Nevsky's doing such a good job with the Cypher, but Capricious, of course, an X factor here for Nyx Kyosei. Fun fact, she used to be part of this RRQ Kaguya roster back in Open 2. Now she's facing off against familiar faces. And through the smoke, dissipates. Kachev finding Iceberg in the Coliseum. Everything now left to a 2v2. Nick's Kyosei finding ways to bring themselves back from the abyss. As Alec and Best look to clear the site, they're working together now. Xiao will fall. Precious isolates the fight, and it's now a 1v1. Tap comes, but Best is even better. RRQ, they make it 8.
8-2. I was just thinking, if Capricious could single-handedly win that entire round, what a heck of a statement that would be to do that against your ex-teammates or your ex-team. But that's it. I mean, teamwork still prevails this time around. Although it was a bit of trades, although it was a bit of, Alika falling, Bess was able to work off of the information that she gets, and with sharp shooting still, catching Capricious down. And now, you're looking at an RRQ Kaguya with that 5-round win streak. They haven't slowed down since, still with that operator. If Nick's Kyosei wants to make it happen, they have to do something together.
RRQ, it's been risk management again and again and again so far. Here comes Nyx, a bit of a desperate buy actually with some of them. But in the end, firepower now being brought towards that B-side. Door opens, and Best does it again! Magic made happen as the rotations come in both the map sense and in the literal sense with the doorway. What a shot and what a flurry we saw from RRQ. Might be even better, Alika. She's holding the angle here, Quack, and they're just so prepared for this. Piety. Oh no. Piety, please. Think about your life. Oh.
Either you bait out the shot first, or you toss a bit of utility. Yes, the dark cover will save them. But this instantly dealt with.
Showstopper's big! And Ayumi hits the jackpot with it. Mark the spots and mark the clear. It's RRQ with another one.
My goodness. It's again that fast sense, and everyone from RQ are communicating. They're clearly on the same page.
Not that.
And not that afraid to make things happen. Oh, look at those butterflies. I mean, RQ Kaguya working together. First of all, it's Bess, and then it's Ayumi, it's Alika. Despite getting smoked off, even with the Dizzy tossed out, unfortunately, Nick's Kyosei just not quite able to make it happen. This is the final round of the first half. They've got those 4 ultimates, Daks.
Yeah, unlike Quack, he's very distracted by the map. RRQ has looked so focused all throughout this half here, and Seekers out now for Nick's Kyosei as they try at least to get around to end their first half with Nightfall also moving towards Waterfall. It gets a tag onto Iceberg over at Gravel of all things. So this is space made by Nyx. Lockdown even. You said it a while ago, ultimate's up. Bard 2, Electric Boogaloo. Delbisky trying to get all the way out though with a find on to Kachao. 2 HP left here for Delbisky. And RRQ, there's a bit of bravery. Delbisky is Trump punished as it leads now to even odds. Lockdown though has detonated. RRQ using mineral theft as well as the flank from Mount to try and provide a bit more impact. Flash comes on in. Delbisky though, another sharp shot for her. Big impact from Delbisky. Barely breathing but still fighting. Here comes Snapsky though on the board. And it's all left to her now. Pain Shells, you said, reset to try and go for the stall. Alarm bot also gets the trigger and Delbisky does it yet again. 3 for Nyx to end the half. A bit of recovery, at least for them.
Switching sides.
Yeah, we can talk about teamwork all day, but even with low HP, 2 HP, you're able to make so much happen, and then the paint shells coming back in. That is explosive action. You know what else is explosive? It's our panelists breaking down all of this. Mika and Coldan, back to you.
That is the first time ever I've been described as explosive. Well, again, getting more love from our casters, Coldan.
Hey,
but I mean explosive is definitely RRQ. I mean, wouldn't you say? If it's not, Ayumi with a showstopper, if it's not Alika with the op shots, it's, it's probably Nabsky with the lurks. It's pretty much everybody. Bess is also playing out of her mind in this half, right? And we can see some, there are some plays from Delbisky that come in, there are some plays from Capricious that do come in, but when it's all of RRQ performing at this level, it's pretty tough indeed.
Yeah, exactly. It's everyone really, stepping up to the plate. And I mean, looking at the side for Nick's Kyosei, I would say, as they switch over to the other side, they need to, coordinate some aggressive pushes to take back some map control, right? This map, similar to Haven, being a 3-side map, it's rather large, and you need to control certain parts of the map when you when you switch over. But I'm not sure if RRQ Kaguya is gonna let them have that kind of luxury. We've seen how aggressive they can be, and they really need to make things much more tighter, much cleaner. They want to have a shot at this.
Yeah, if they're that aggressive on defense, then more on attack, right? And as the sides switch, we're gonna see exactly that. And it looks like RRQ are ready and raring to go and close this out, especially since, you know, the score's now 9-3. Are you feeling superstitious, Coldan? It is that the data says it's correct, but I think RRQ are in top form at the moment. So we'll pass it on back to our casters to get into Lotus, Daks, and Quack. Over to you.
Well, if you believe in the next comeback, you better believe in all the jinxes as well we have for today and for the score line. Still very possible, though, when you see a team who's really trying to go for that comeback rally from that first half, Quack. It usually is that moment where that can be a springboard for next Kyosei to work with.
It's possible, but it all starts with the pistol, and that's what we're looking out for, especially when you're defending against an RQ that has kind of restructured their composition. If you can't win this, it's going to be very, very difficult, so they desperately need the pistol round win right now, but leapfrogging off of info already. You're going to have to toss in those paint shells, but what is this aggressive shot step?
That was so brave from Iceberg, and it works out. Con here, still outside, still ready to fight. And 3 for her along the way. Knockouts onto anyone who dares foot. Stay over at A, and Kachao in as quick as lightning, man. What a round for Nyx.
Yeah, quick as lightning. You might even call her a queen. Really turned things around. I mean, Con, I think, was one of the bigger factors of this round too. Somehow, that was like a 180 flick that she gets onto her Iceberg. First dealing with the initial 2. But yeah, I guess you could also just use the shot step that aggressively to create a bit of space for your team. But well played by Nyx Kyosei to fight back. Now they have a chance at really coming back into the game.
Yeah, that was a wild round from RRQ. And Nyx Kyosei, they thrive in the chaos. We've seen it in the last round. We've seen it in the last round of the first half. And this is what we're saying. Momentum now to work with. Guns as well on the anti-eco. It's RRQ that needs to find the pick with the Marshall, perhaps, of Alaka here.
Kind of looking for it. She is behind her team. Nyx Kyosei kind of respecting a lot of this space, though none of them are aggressively peeking out. If this goes on, it could just be that full B site hit with Iceberg lurking behind.
As well, Kondo prepared for this one yet again. Spraying it down. Gets the first, gets the second, and the clips out. Still alive, still fighting tightly there for the helping hand as well. So reinforcements have arrived for Nyx Kyosei. A stellar hold on to B with the gun advantage. And it's looking to be a very clear-cut round for them unless we see value from Iceberg's lurk. Well, a Yumi needs to provide a distraction. 12 HP to work with. A single bullet should be enough perhaps. Iceberg has the angle, has the surprise. Kondo, quick little turn around, even quicker. 4th shot and a 4th kill to boot. Well done by Nyx in another one.
Gosh darn. Con is on. She's alive. And with that quad kill, now 1 point away from her Nightfall. Very useful tool in retaking sites. But that said, I mean, just being steadfast and not worrying too much, even though Alka was trying to use that Marshall as a bit of a musket, it just wasn't really gonna happen.
The speed.
It's always the back like 90-degree, 180-degree flicks.
Well, Nyx Kyosei they're here because of their talent, and Con, one of the win cons basically of this roster right now. Pardon the pun. But RQ now, rifles at the ready. The utility waiting for them on the other side. Of course, Raid Boss gone. Awaits them with the Prowler too. Trailblaze is going to be answered. Cyber Cage is being set on up. Paranoid is being lobbed. But RQ cannot cross with themselves. It's the Wingman instead. Little Bro tried to do his job, but can't get the plant down. Prowler set. A big stall here from Nyx Kyosei. And RQ, they're separated from the spike right now.
It's fantastic. And it's not planted either. The Wingman just kind of left it all out in the open. Little Bro unfortunately had to drop, and it's not just the it's like the dark covers the nanoswarm in so much, but once once it all drops, here comes RQ.
Those lights at the end of this tunnel as RQ and Ayumi opening things up so well. From that point on, the flood just bursts through. And it's RQ who's standing tall after that one.
Yeah, those floodgates can't hold for very long, and once it breaks open, I mean, it's just a pure gunfight. And when you have a Yumi starting things off in such a fashion, clearly you can see Con was not prepared, had no idea that someone would be flying into her grill like that. And Navsky spraying down the final two with the Phantom. It's RQ Kaguya that wrestles things back, and now we're in for a 10-5. Con buys up the op, though. Let's see what she does with it.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but she's feeling very confident right now. It just goes to show that here for Nyx, if someone has momentum, they're a team that's...
Well played, Daks.
Exactly right. It just goes to show that Nyx is just that kind of team that feeds off the energy of one another. They made it to Elite from the LCQ through grit and honestly last-minute preparation alone. Now, they have the talent to fight, but can they handle RRQ and their synergy? Dory right now being pressured. There's the dark cover being set as well. And while Best is hanging back, spots out the Prowler. It's RRQ slowly creeping away from A, moving towards C instead.
It's the duel between the Sentinels. Nightfall being sent out, interestingly enough. Maybe trying to, I'm not sure, gather info off of it, but nothing is happening in the time being. Piety struggling to shoot out a bit of utility. And with that, RQ claims the site.
Yeah, just a bit of Nyx here jumping the gun. This is where them being the later addition, right? A bit of inexperience compared to RRQ, who have navigated the well to make their way towards C, but Capricious, she knows exactly what she's doing. They pick onto Ayumi, as he's clearing out holes along the way. And RRQ need to go to plan B. Plan Mound is the call. Waiting now for anyone to go for the tap, if ever. Dobisky, Kachao moving on forward. There you go. Capricious spotted on out. It's time though for the mosh pit. It's going to be big damage if ever. Dobisky has to let already. Nyx Kyosei struggling to get the defuse going. And Alaka changing the gun, getting the shot. Best is there too. And it's all RRQ. 4v1. What else can Dobisky do in this one? Absolutely denied from getting towards that spike.
Crazy.
And another win for RRQ, as you mentioned.
11-5. I mean, I just love the fact that, like, they kind of knew the spike was gonna go off, and they still went in like, hey, we got a little bit more time. Let's get some extra alt points, guys. they still get it regardless. And I mean, you gotta admit, yeah, maybe it's a bit of experience coming in from RQ, but they just have that much more practice together. Is what it looks like. And Coach Ducky's so confident, doesn't need to call timeout. Meanwhile, Nyx Kyosei's coach is trying to right the ship a little bit. You know, they are running out of chances, and they need to make it happen. But so far, you know, we see signs of life. It's not all bad. And hey, if SCYTHE and WJ can pull off such an upset against Orangutan, why not Nyx Kyosei?
Anything can happen in Elite. It happened last year. It happened already today. There's always something that can happen here in Game Changers APAC. But you mentioned it, Coach. Yeah, as our stats have said previously, of the hero KDA actually giving a bit more guidance to Nyx Kyosei. It has helped in their previous series, but I'm so concerned right now. Their economy is not the best, to put it lightly. They used the Nightfall a while ago, and while they still have the Operator in hand, how do they even stop RRQ by this point?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit tricky and worrying, Daks. We've got Piety on the judge, so maybe that's gonna be something that can catch RQ off guard. You know, maybe Yumi tries to blast pack in, and then she gets swatted down with the judge. But that Nightfall truly was actually something that we want to think about, because if it was, you know, better utilized or saved for a subsequent round or saved for a retake, things might have been different. Instead, maybe it was a bit of a wrong read, a misread, and unfortunate for Nyx Kyosei, because now they have to pay the price for it. That said, though, never want to count them out. Let's see the positions that they're going to hold, right? Con has been holding on to this operator for quite a while. Hasn't really had the chance to make the most out of it, though.
Yeah, just we saw it in the last round, immediately gone as soon as he rotated towards C. This time around, though, Nyx, they have a bit of firepower to work with a Phantom, yes, on Capricious also. With RRQ, they're moving their way towards C. They have the Thrash available as well, and waiting for the execute now from Yumi. Picking up the orb, going for the Trailblazer. Standard fanfare here from RRQ. The wingman also bringing that spike home. Despite he fights on back, big value with a judge. They don't clear the close angle. And now Nick Kyosei gets the numbers thanks to the patience. Spike's planted, sure. And RRQ will be back on way, but Knicks have a chance here.
I mean, I was just kind of... I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. I was just kind of spitballing, like, maybe this judge will do something.
Well,
and it does.
Sometimes you just gotta believe, man. And Nick Kyosei, the power of belief. They need to deal with the trash goes and get big detain if ever. They get halfway there. One, the play protector, Capricious, also swinging in to the right timings. And Nick Kyosei, I'll just say you believe, Quack, because you did, they did, and they get the round.
You gotta believe in the Fifi.
Yep.
I feel like Alka had a chance actually. Once the thrash went off, I mean, props to Nick's Kyosei for recognizing that that's what Alka was going for, so they immediately evacuated the site and started to push her instead. See that she had her weapon up available at the time. Had she not cracked under that little bit of pressure, she might have been able to get the double kill and then the third. But it is what it is, and we're going to move forward.
Yeah, there's no counting out Nick's Kyosei whatsoever. Still a chance here now. 5 rounds to gap. Not the worst rally in the world. RRQ, they're going again for another execute towards the waterfall. Might be the play with a showstopper as Iceberg gets one as Capricious found that first target. Here it comes from Ayumi, still catching out one more on the retreat. And that's been the case so far. RRQ finding value with the raised showstopper.
Very, very, very nuclear, but still, I mean, back into it. The defending lockdown comes in to create that much more space. Everyone from RQ has to play from around pillars right now. Yumi's trying to make a quick move to get through the door, though. Prowler's gonna sense that nobody's there, and here it comes, denying the initial spike defuse.
Beautiful fade away there from Iceberg, still getting kill in time. Coldan with the push, best out with a quick little trade, and it's out 2v1. Here we go yet again. Delbisky needs to pick an angle and fast time running out. RRQ navigating, maximizing the map, and now they're almost at maximum rounds. Match point here for RRQ.
Confident dueling is what I'm seeing, and RQ loves to do this. Once Ayumi's allowed to wreak havoc this way, I mean, look at how she even tosses that boombot. She heard a bit of noise, tosses the paint shells into upper as well. It's just so much that keeps Nick's Kyosei away for the time being. So even though their lockdown came into place, they didn't quite have the best advantage, the best opportunity to come in for that retake. And having that sense to wrap all the way back around to the door just really cemented things for RQ. Match point. Look at the buys that Nick's Kyosei has.
Yeah, it's pittance here for Nyx. I just love the pressure RQ's applying. You'd think, right, that it was enough for Delbisky once she caught out Napsky, if I remember correctly, on the lurk. That would have been it. No, RQ maximizing angles, now getting the Dizzy back, and Alaka even with another gift to give to Nick. No matter what, she provides utility and kills, man.
For real. She just knows. Like, heard the footsteps, the flash, the guiding light was there coming out from Kachao, and she knows, I can deal with Khan. This is easy. Now onto that next, and we're walking to another close quarter duel. Stinger, though, this time, and alright, they're kind of respecting it.
I mean, the Nanoswarm's in the way too, but Nick Kyosei now holding close. A sneak surprise perhaps for RRQ, but Bess already got the spoiler alert along the way. No one's clearing the corner though. It's already here for RRQ, but Nick... Oh, Capricious, she got a bit of value from the angle, and RRQ, they made their way towards the side. 3v1 for the time being. Kachao, the only one still standing here to try and preserve the spotless record of Nick Kyosei on Lotus. But RRQ, Kaguya, Quack, they've been a completely different beast. They've shown their stuff, especially back at Open 3, looking to redeem themselves here in the lower bracket. Dizzy's out. The Goop will find the target. Alaka though out in the open. Mosh pit now playing with the opposition. But Kachao still a chance with the Seekers. 6 bullets left though in the chamber. And here comes Iceberg holding the site down. RQ Kaguya, they take Nyx's map take away.
I mean, applause to RQ for having this new composition. You can see the Thrasher doing its thing. Maybe nothing too crazy innovative, but still, that coordination is there. Yumi's firepower is there. And a little bit unfortunate for Nyx Kyosei, despite their best efforts, kind of falling short, and Capricious having that sense to hide under the camera, trying to get the spray transfer. It just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, it was just Nyx relying too much on those, I'd say, risky plays from time to time. Instead, we got the synergy of RRQ bringing them the first map. But of course, guys, we'll be bringing you back to the panel to break down what has happened.
Thank you very much to Daks and to Quack. And there you have it. Lotus belongs to RRQ Kaguya. And you know what? We talked about the amazing firepower that RRQ brought while they were on defense. And it wasn't any surprise that they brought the same thing as they were on attack. I think that, you know, for Nyx Kyosei, they were just like, you could see that in many rounds they were scrambling a little bit. You know, there was... I think that there's excellent use of utility. It's just that it wouldn't stop RRQ. They would kind of just like bulldoze their way through it. It's like, yeah, you're flashed. Yes, you've got goop all over your eyes, but it's okay. I'm still gonna get this shot, and they do.
Yeah. Honestly, when I was looking at the game going on, and you know, just a bit of disjointedness, the entire team of Nyx Kyosei, you kind of see Con up the mentals. Hey guys, we feel like we're kind of on the back foot. Maybe I should pick up the R. Maybe I should be the one to really try to swing the tides in our favor. And that's something that I haven't really seen from Nyx Kyosei in this tournament, and it's kind of biting them in the butt right now, right? It feels like they aren't really able to play together as a team. Nyx had a couple of misreads, such as that round where they used the Nightfall towards A when nobody was there.
Yeah.
So it felt like an ultimate was just completely, you know, missed, right? And those reads, RRQ will just take it and run with it. And they made the most out of their side. I mean, best topping the scoreboard as that Sky as well. But I mean, again, it's a team effort coming in from RRQ, Kaguya, and winning out those first kills as well. 12-7 is a really significant margin, and yeah, a significant win, a confident one to say the least for RRQ.
I think you brought up the missed Nightfall, right? On the other side for RRQ, they got so much value out of, you know, things like a showstopper, right? It was, you know, Ayumi was just getting, you know, at least one with every single showstopper that she would pull out. And you had amazing utility usage as well from all of the others, especially Aluka. We were wondering how the Gecko would come into play, right? And it was so annoying when there were so many critters just dashing all around. And I think that, you know, it was, right? And then you have the Boombot to join them too. But for RRQ, this was like, I think that, you know, this wasn't even something that they were totally, they didn't break a sweat. In other words, like this, I didn't still feel like they were pushed exactly. Like, you know, maybe actually in Team SMG versus FULLSENSE earlier, probably, you know, there was Team SMG broke a little bit of a sweat against them. But here, RRQ, I don't feel that they're being pushed just yet. So I don't think that, you know, that we're seeing, like, you know, the RRQ kind of like backed into a corner. They're sitting very comfortably right now.
Yeah, there were a couple of scrappy rounds, but like you said, right, the entire, if you look at the map as well, it wasn't really RQ getting ruffled under their feathers. Yeah, there was a couple of, you know, weird rounds where we send Lil Bro in to go and plant the spike, he gets killed. But then RQ just, you know, collected themselves. I remember where the spike was lost in the B side, and then they went for the double pump, you know, execute onto the B side. They got all the kills right there, flooding into that side. It seemed so seamless, right? And Nyx Kyosei just kind of scrambling to pick up the pieces where they could find it, but RQ was just cleaner, they were tighter, and the gameplay was really on point there going into that map of Lotus. So yeah, it's a little bit concerning to me that Fifi is, you know, kind of on the ropes right now, especially since that was Aluka's first Gecko in an official in the entire, you know, career on VLR at the very least. So I don't know how Sunset's gonna play out, but Nyx has really gotta bring the firepower in the next map if they want to stand a chance to survive here in the lower brackets.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you had a lot of there were a lot of rounds and there were a lot of plays wherein you kind of felt like if they did play as a team, it might work, but they're not, or like maybe it's just like one person on the side. Like I think like Capricious one time was like, you know, took cover over near stairs, but she was like the only one there. So it was a strategy that, if you had other people with you, if you had the rest of the team with you, then maybe yes, that was a prime spot because you needed somebody to distract or you needed somebody to draw Atarikyu's attention away. However, she wasn't set up for that kind of success. So I think, Nick Kyosei need to go back to the drawing board and these, next few minutes need to realign and kind of remember what brought them here if they're going to do this again. And on Sunset as well, which is RRQ's map pick, right? This is again a kind of map wherein it's you have to be sure that you're coming in with a game plan because, this isn't the kind of map that's Ascent, okay? You have so many set plays that are already there. This is a brand new map and a lot of teams are still working their way around it. But that's also what makes it so interesting. We're going to get into Sunset right after this very quick break, so don't go anywhere. Game Changers APAC Elite will be right back.
Got the money in the bank.
One enemy. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back up.
money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, so you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the bank. Hit you with Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, to the break, bang,
Coldan, is this our final map for this day? We have had 3 series so far. This could potentially be our final map. It could all end on Sunset today. It is going to RQ versus Nyx Kyosei, and this is an elimination match. If Nyx Kyosei do not win this, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Fifi, but they could make a last stand here in Sunset, what I think is the most beautiful map out of the Valorant maps.
Well, yeah, you kind of summed it up pretty perfectly there, right? But Fifi holding on to dear life, one map away from elimination, but obviously, you know, Fifi would like to stay. Actually, I don't know if Fifi's a male or female. Anyway, Fifi
we don't want to genderize.
Fifi would like to stay alive in this tournament as much as possible. Of course, Sunset was the pick of RRQ, which is interesting because we've seen the composition out of Nyx Kyosei already, right? They took it to MLT as well as SMG, so they played the same map twice. The compositions have not changed. They've used that double controller, the Harbor, as well as the Omen. So I think, you know, RRQ Ducky might be cooking up something. He might be, you know, coming up with some strategies to counter this double controller setup. And from the looks of things, right, if RRQ can perform that well on Nyx's map pick, I can only imagine what they're gonna do on Sunset.
And we've also seen RRQ on Sunset, right, versus FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Yeah.
Like, they did lose that series, but we did see a little bit of the strategy that they had. It was very, very close, by the way, because, of course, you're up against FULLSENSE Sapphire. But we did see that RRQ, they do go for the double initiator, but they use a Fade and the Breach combo, which is like, in terms of utility, it's great because you get the best of both worlds, right? You do have like all of the information, you do have, you know, the set come out, and you do have the flashes as well. So it's incredibly good for like somebody like a Yumi, who as we saw in that map or in that Sunset play versus FULLSENSE Sapphire, that was when every single time she would pop off, the rest of her team would follow as well, and that's how RRQ got the momentum. Right now though, the momentum is fully in their favor, so I don't think they do need to start up, so to say, but it's really in Nyx Kyosei's court right now. All of the obstacles I feel like are against them at the moment, so they're really going to have to pull out everything that they've got prepared for Elite at this point.
Yeah, I think focusing on the players themselves, we saw a great showing from Con on the first map, right? And I think pressure is going to be on Con yet again, right? She's been one of the anchors, one of the players that you reliably, you know, look to get those kills, to get those numbers on various maps, right? And Sunset is no different. I think now pressure is going to be a little more on Piety, right? I want to put her under the spotlight a little bit. Lotus, not as important, or at least not as successful as she would like it to be. But on the map of Sunset, we saw her go for a lot of flanks, a lot of mid lurks as that Sentinel player. And I think she's going to be pivotal if they want to pull off any fakes or any, you know, late round attempt rounds. So going to be keeping an eye out for her. But again, Kachao also another fantastic player for Nyx Kyosei. She's got to be online as well as Del Whiskey as that duelist. And yeah, looking at the compositions, nothing new, but new map. And first time of both of them going to be playing up against each other on this map, of course. Gonna be a interesting one.
Yeah, I love that you brought out the Con, just because the Harbor on Sunset is becoming increasingly popular, right? We're seeing when done well, it can be incredibly oppressive. So this could be you know, something that Nyx Kyosei, if they have their strategy set out like the way they played against MLT, this was incredibly dominant when they used this composition against them. So they just really need to be able to face up to the aim duels that when RRQ come for them, right? They also need that extra confidence, because I do think that, like, you know, when you have a Yumi and Aluka in your face, for example, you know, it can get a little intimidating and you can kind of second guess yourselves. But Nyx Kyosei, they do deserve to be here. They did make their way out of the LCQ, right? They are here for a reason, and they do need to bring that out. No matter how you know, tenured the players on RQ Kaguya are, they still need to remember that, like, you know, they can stand up to them. I like that you brought up Piety as well, just because Iceberg and Piety using the Killjoy versus the Cypher, you know, you have one that's a bit more set, and you have Cypher who might be able to cover a little bit more ground and perhaps a little bit more stopping power. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. It's gonna be a good match for sure. So let's get into it. Over here on Sunset, potentially our last map, question mark. Over to you guys, Daks and Quack.
Thank you yet again there to our incredible panels. The question now, man, will the sun set on Nyx Kyosei's Elite Lives, or will it be a new sunrise? I know you've been practicing during our break for something to say to Nyx Kyosei. Might as well go for it, Quack.
Isapa.
Yeah!
What did I just say?
You said one more.
There we go.
Filipino, there you go. Especially to the all Filipino team.
In Tagalog.
And Nyx Kyosei, it's Tagalog.
It's like Filipino.
That's a whole semantic. You want me to explain on broadcast the whole semantic about dialects and languages? But in the end, the only language that we speak here is who will take this victory. Can RRQ get that 2-0, or will Nyx Kyosei tie it up and move to a decider? It's gonna be interesting though, because we go on Sunset that we've seen pop up from time to time in our Elite run.
Yeah, a little bit here and there, but I think Mika actually brought up a really great point when she was paneling, just talking about how these two teams play Sunset a little bit differently. And when you watch a team like RQ Kaguya, you know Ayumi's up there. You can expect her to be up in your face, and that's what she does best. The last time she played this was against FULLSENSE Sapphire, when FULLSENSE Sapphire actually picked this map against RRQ. She dropped a 30 bomb. That's the main thing. 30 bomb with 8 first kills, and that tells you a lot about how this team functions, what Yumi's playstyle is. Meanwhile, if you take a look at how Nyx Kyosei played against MLT, it's a little bit different, right? You got Piety as the Cypher Sentinel, getting 5 first kills, so it's a lot, like a little bit slower, more team effort. And if they can kind of pull that out of their pockets against a player like Ayumi, maybe they stand a chance. And we've got to see what happens. Isapa, let's go. Ta-da.
I mean, come on. What we usually think about is what kind of performance will we get here from Nyx Kyosei, especially that they're running the double controller that has been a bit successful when we saw it by FULLSENSE Sapphire versus RRQ. But we got a word. We're going to throw it for a little bit of break. When we return, of course, it's our map number 2.
Back down, so step it up. Goddamn, back, back, 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 goddamn, back, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
We didn't mean one more tech pause. We went one more map if we're in your next Kyosei. Come on. Even Coldan had to call you out after the break, you know? So get your Filipino right, man. But of course, we got next Kyosei. We got our Kaguya. So we got an incredible treat for you folks as we still got a few more maps to go.
I think you want to revoke my card, my honorary Filipino card.
Nah, never mind. You put in the work to learn it.
I
okay?
deeply apologize.
It's
I'm really sorry. I will go to karaoke with you.
You're
to
my
redeem
favorite.
myself.
You're my favorite Pinoy baiter. About it. But of course, that's where we're gonna go next. And here we have it. RRQ on one side, Fifi the dog, Nick's Kyosei on the other. And let's just recap real quick what the compositions are. You got double initiative, right? For the side of RRQ. On the other hand, Nick's Kyosei running them with a more standardized double controller, especially with the Harbor. But we've seen RRQ beat this kind of comp before versus FULLSENSE Sapphire. Can they do the same here versus Nyx?
Yes, sir. It's going to be that Harbor Omen versus the Breach Fade combo. But my eyes are going to be trained onto Yumi as well as Piety and how well they can work against each other, because I think that's what it comes down to, especially with the play styles between these two teams. Nyx going off with a bit of a Cypher lurk, Piety holding outside of B main right now. Meanwhile, the rest of Nyx actually just walking up mid. They might be looking to pull off a bit of a B split or just a full-on market push, but so far not so good. Best is going to spot Piety.
Yeah, Paranoia comes on out, and Nyx stays towards the market, trying to get their way towards the site itself. RRQ still sticking on around the back side, and Nyx right now trying to make their way towards the plant.
Wow. She just kind of fell back for a bit and continues to push up front, able to make things work. Now waiting for the high tide to drop. Elika just right around the corner. Has some fault line utilities available, but regardless, it's Nyx Kyosei trying to fall back and walking straight into some RQ players who have been rotating in from mid. Chow and Piety fight back for the time being, but this leaves Iceberg down alone to 20 HP.
She made some noise. Nyx Kyosei, they have the advantage now. They also have Piety stationed so well. Peek the corner, why don't you? Three for Piety, and the pistol goes Nyx's favor.
I can't believe it worked that way. I really thought that, like, Piety getting spotted out would be RQ getting a good read on this and they would know how to work against it, but Piety just kind of doubles back as soon as that market pressure was applied. RQ kind of wasn't really able to work against it, and even with the trades coming through, unfortunately RQ was at a numbers disadvantage, so Nyx now with the lead.
And you can see for Nyx Kyosei, again, they're looking to capitalize on the struggles we've seen from RQ running this composition on the defense. They got mid basically for free, got the cover with the cascades, took the tiles to break that market, and we'll see this a lot here for Nyx Kyosei, maximizing what Con and her Harbor can do to make the space onto the site.
Oh, that's kind of what they can do off of this, and it's also cycling through smokes and buying up so much time. The rest of RRQ, though, making a bit of a gamble. They stacked up on the wrong side. It's going to be that full pistol train chugging along through mid. Everyone can hear this.
It's time for some stinkers, man, because over at Boba, Alec already drawing first blood. At least Kachao does fall. 5v4 scenario. Classics bringing in damage. Navsky Iceberg also stealing these kills, so RRQ a chance right now to pick up some Spectres. Might as well get the order along the way. And who needs Bumble Tea when you make it easy with the classics? RRQ, how are they getting away with this? Finally, the only one still standing in 1v2. The Haunt's there though, the turret being stationed, and a spray down now to try and get the defense, but Iceberg sticking it. Navsky goes for the swing instead, and RRQ, they've stolen this delivery and take it with the Thrifty.
I can't. What? Okay. What? The classics. They just went together. Everyone was around market, and they pushed back up towards Boba. They got all of those shots, and for a split second, you could see panic in Con. She recognized that, all right, there are two players with pistol. They're looking to right-click at me, and she instantly backed up. But even then, it's just too many targets, and she got overwhelmed. RQ got away with that Thrifty, and now their economy's coming up huge. You've got a couple of rifles, more than just a couple, and Nyx Kyosei with some sheriffs.
I've seen some fads before when people were so hyped up for Boba, but not like that. Not like that. Nyx Kyosei, they couldn't handle the pressure, as you mentioned. Such a big steal for RQ. Now they have the economy in their hands. They have a big advantage with the guns as well on the anti-eco. And Iceberg playing it over here at elbow. Ayumi also sticking towards main. And an adjustment from RRQ. They realized later on in their matchup against FULLSENSE, right? If they prevent the smokers from getting the plant going, or even the walls from coming up, it's their best chance to fight back with. And contact like this, pressure onto elbow. Paint chills are there. That's back to get away. But eventually RRQ's holding the line so well, Quack.
Ooh, fault line coming in as well. So that is RQ looking to secure some free kills right now.
One enemy
Such a good
remaining.
call to play the aggression, and
Spike
case in
down
point,
A.
Ayumi plus Iceberg equals A is all RRQs. SCYTHE, the only one still standing inside the smoke. Alpha awaits, and there's just no way to escape this execution. Flawlessly held by RRQ, who put the pedal to the metal early.
That's a very nice math equation, Daks.
Yeah.
Ayumi plus Iceberg equals A is... What was it?
Half the time I forget what I say.
It's all theirs, basically. Yeah. But still, I mean, you can definitely see that combo working so perfectly right in his very clip. And you have that fault line coming through, a little bit of backup from a teammate as well. And it's just what they needed. RRQ Kaguya are making this work, and like you mentioned, as long as they can deny that spike plant, as long as they can deny some of those controllers from Nick's Kyosei, they will be able to deny that space along with it as well. So right now, trying to contest early on, dark combo inside of B main, pushing outside of mid. What is this?
The biggest problem's gone. Ayumi has had enough of dealing with double controller.
Double controllers.
She takes Con, she takes Capricious out. And while this map is called Sunset, it's just rising here for RRQ again and again. The sun shining, providing a drought to those waters. And Nick Kyosei instead completely lost what to do now.
Dude, it may be sunset, but I'm sad, son. Like, this is... Nick Kyosei just got the full buy. They were just about to try to make some kind of game plan.
Yeah.
And then it got completely, thrown upside down, in for a loop. Con and Capricious just got completely disrupted. And now you can see that RQ's comms are like, all right, we got their controllers. This is great. Let's all back up now. They can't really walk in easily.
Clear sight lines, and utility instead will be answer. Perfect fault line. You can see why RRQ played double initiator. In clear sights and clear shots, RRQ will be the menace. The flawless comes from RRQ Kaguya again.
Would you say they were the Phantom Menace?
Huh.
Some of them had phantoms. Daks hates me now.
It's and then it's the attack of the Kyosei. Look, I love you enough to go with it, even though I know this is pretty cringe. I'm
gonna get slapped by Daks.
I will always have your back, man.
But you know what?
Well, yeah, please, Valorant, please.
The most ridiculous thing, I gotta bring this back, is that was a gun round from Nick's Kyosei. That was not supposed to be that clean, but RQ made it so. Yeah. And now, just respecting mid a lot more this time. Things have been smoked off. RQ just playing around and kind of preparing for a potential B hit.
Yeah, and when you talk about Valorant, I respect you more as well. But we get now the reckoning into play. RRQ, they effectively won their bonus a while ago. So much to work with now in terms of the back of this position. Perfect paranoia as well, courtesy of Best. And now it's just really sussing out Kachao and Delbisky and where they need to watch. The high tide though is into play. Big space made by the harbor, but Best braving the waters now, looking to go for the push. Does expect Con to actually be playing on side by. He also with a find, and it's 6 with the advantage. Here comes the Euro Theft, being the intel, Alka, Iceberg. Their intentions absolutely exposed. Here comes now the aftershock plus the stun. Capricious has to back on the way. Coked on the inside. Wrap around here from Nyx with RRQ standing to fight. Capricious now with a find. It's all left to Iceberg, but she cannot find any angle to be safe from. Kyosei, they get the site, they get the round.
Of course, once they gain control of her sites, once they have spikes planted, it's a lot more easier for them to turn things around. And it's easier for them to make such a thing happen because of Con's Reckoning. Always such a useful ultimate, always so effective for pushing. But at the same time, a little bit curious for RQ. I mean, they didn't approach that as tactically as I would have hoped. I wonder if they just felt more confident in their duels or kind of, I don't know, anticipated that Nyx would be going in for a bit of a half buy. But those Guardians and Bulldogs worked a treat, and now we go back into it. Maybe a similar game plan from Nyx.
I mean, we've seen from RQ, their biggest weakness on this defense is when they're facing off against the Reckoning itself. So, Nyx Kyosei, that's a win condition that they can work with all throughout this map. If they can keep funneling those orbs towards Con, it'll be a big chance for them to pick up some pretty rounds along the way.
I completely forgot about that. You gave me like full-on flashbacks to that Reckoning now from FULLSENSE Sapphire. Genie was the one doing that. But here we go. Just playing it safe. Ayumi able to take down one.
Look, come on, you have the harbor. You can't play dry basically against RRQ. This is where they're so strong at, especially with the breach and the fade together. Sharp shots from Ayumi as per usual. Guiding light now though. The answer gonna be from Kachao, and that's a high tide set up. Alaka has a different plan. beautiful stall with the ball line for Chow, caught out by the Seas as well, and Navsky will be able to nab that kill. Nightfall gonna be the answer, and RRQ finding an answer versus the Harbor. At least getting a bit more of space to work with, and Nyx, they're running out of time.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
gotta commit pretty soon. Khan trying to make a lurk work out, but Alika instantly spots her. Safe positioning from RQ, and it gives them that much more in the bag. Not to mention their ultimates are slowly coming online as well. One more kill and Alika would have her Rolling Thunder. 15 seconds left, so Nyx, they have to
10 seconds
rethink
left.
their decisions right now. Maybe go for a save, but they continue to commit.
Best there, peak though, time running
One
on out.
enemy remaining.
Isolates the fight versus Capricious.
down,
Well done
B.
by Bess. And this should be enough to secure the round. RRQ. This is why you got Ducky on board, and of course, a little bit of time to work on Sunset even more. They picked it for good reason, and you can see why. An answer versus a high tide.
Just working out so darn well, and as long as they can kind of play to this rhythm still, I think RQ Kaguya, they can deny those spike plants and really turn things around. I mean, another interesting thing to note would be the Sentinel choice on this map. Iceberg with the Killjoy, you know, she's had the lockdown for a couple rounds, hasn't really, you know, found the best use for it yet. And meanwhile, Piety, you know, she's trying to gain info as well, but trying to pull off that lurk ultimately got denied. And that speaks to how RQ plays and Coach Ducky just trying to, you know, give them a little bit more sense to control the map that way.
Yeah.
So, timeout from Nyx Kyosei now. Maybe they can turn things around. Not the best buy this round, though.
I mean, RRQ is doing a really good job to try and define another composition to run on Sunset. I mean, it's a very new map. We've seen double control be perhaps the choice from previous tournaments, from the 10 Invitational, right? But RRQ is making it work. They're trying to see, okay, we can make this Killjoy happen, we can have this breach, we can have this fade. And while there might still be a debate, even I'm not completely convinced by the Killjoy pickup as of yet, Iceberg is doing just an incredible job herself, holding down that A site with a teammate, allowing the other utilities to watch out for B, and it's been a stellar game plan so far.
Yeah, and she's just kind of anchoring things down, and
Right there.
whichever side you're on, you're basically
Right there.
blocking, you know, talk about 3-lane maps. You're blocking every single one of those lanes away from Nyx. The only time that Nyx has been able to successfully break through was with their initial pistol round fight and with that reckoning that they had. So, just trying to slip through now. Okay. Bit of a cascade towards top mid. Napsky trying to gain vision over them. Doesn't see anything for the time being. And Nyx Kyosei are looking for some advantageous duels. Nobody's peeking into them, though. Oh my god!
Oh no, Piety! Who needs to peek when you got the aftershock and sticking around like that? Big free pick here from RRQ. They always have to seed mid just because of the double control setup, keeping them at bay. Now, they have the numbers. They still have Best anchored in as well. And as we're watching now, cross, Nyx. They're gonna be caught out by Napsky, so a few shots ring. Delbisky needing to back on away. Best is still around though. Chow has the angle. Beautiful shot. Napsky now with the trade. Goes for the haunt to get a bit of intel. Paranoia is gonna be the answer. Prowler 2, but the Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. Catching out Colin out in the open. Big timing there, courtesy of Alika. And Navsky's now clear to come and collect. 3 for Navsky, make it a 4. And that's a 3-round gap between RQ and Nyx now.
There.
Round of applause. Napsky with the quad kill. Just used a Nightfall, now almost back online with it again. And that's just how great RQ can be when everything's flowing for them. I mean, they kind of recognized how Nyx Kyosei wanted to approach the site, approach the map. The Aftershock initially, and then a bit of an interesting smoke coming out from Capricious to block off the rotation from, I guess, A-Link. But yet somehow it was a bit of a tell at the same time, and nobody was really there to lurk and capitalize it. So everything from RQ is just working out great. They're firing on all cylinders. Now Nyx Kyosei deciding to try an attempt at the A site.
RQ, they figure out quickly that this is going to be an A-sake. They went already for B-main controller. Watch for Ayumi try and hold. Showstopper at the ready shore, but the flight's now. Con with the kill. Capricious on the board. Nyx with the clear so far. Alika with the fight back though. Catching out Piety. But the spike has made their way towards the site. A big play towards elbow, giving Nyx a chance.
Very chaotic, but it still works well. Here we go, Navsky with the haunt, trying to catch a wallbang. Not quite able to find anything, but she's also creating pressure for Best to come up with a bit of a flank. If Nyx Kyosei doesn't find this could be their peril.
Oh, Kachao. She has the timing, she has the angle, but Best will find her before she gets more. It's 2v2 now. Con Capricious, the controllers can set up the battleground well. You see the plant now, it's a cover. Because of it, Navsky with the isolated fight. Con, though, at least 1-1. Best with the timing. Wow. Well done by RRQ. Took advantage of the spike plant, had a bit of cover to work with, and as soon as Best went out of the smoke, found the timing, it was their round to take.
I really like how conservative Best can be with her dark cover sometimes. Despite being the sole controller for RRQ, I mean, saving it for the spike defuse that way, and coming up with such a flank, you can see that those were clear comms coming out from RRQ, and it really works that well. She knew that, you know, Con would kind of be forced to take a couple of shots in case Best was sticking the defuse, and made use of that to gain info and get the final shot as well. So 6-2. We've got 3-round win streaks coming in from RRQ now. Can Nyx Kyosei turn things around?
And I just love the adjustments here from RRQ especially, forcing Nyx to put it into cover perhaps they wouldn't like. In the end though, now we get the clash here towards Ether, and we're watching Ayumi bringing in the fireworks and bring the kill towards Delbisky. So big victory for RRQ again.
Great recognizing, right? I mean, we see that Con has the one weakness for RQ, so they just take the fight, deny that B main space. Okay, Best a little bit open there.
Okay, Showstopper! Closing these red velvet gates so quickly. Another one for RRQ, and while Con has the ultimate, she doesn't have the teammates. Big find though onto Ayumi, giving her a chance to scramble for RRQ to rotate towards B. She needs to make a masterpiece here, my friend. Paint the picture with the high tide if ever. Fault line being prepped by Alaka as silence now. Con slowly waiting her way in. Oh.
Such a good setup.
RRQ so prepared for this. Navsky can get that initial intel. As the angle, the kill comes their way. RRQ again taking the fight early on to secure the round.
You gotta love it. The team play. A little bit messy with the firefight, not gonna lie, especially around B lobby, right? The teleport onto the top of the box. Ayumi with the blast peck afterwards. Not quite knowing that there was another player still around the corner, surely. But that setup at the end there, Iceberg coming in from tiles, making sure that nobody's rotating back. You've got Alka with the fault line prepped and ready. If Nevsky died, Alka would have let that fault line rip, and that would have been a free kill afterwards. So very well played by RRQ.
RRQ has everything going in their favor, and the doorway hasn't been busted. That delay prevents them from getting the kill from RRQ, and Delbisky, low HP, let the showstopper fly. She gets nothing for her trouble instead. Different plant can't escape in time though, as SCYTHE just guns her down. Navsky on the board, holding things down, no fear despite the reckoning. RRQ looking so sharp, and everyone anywhere, they just win out the fight. It's another one for RRQ.
You would have thought that this round might have been a little bit different. The reckoning was used.
They're not
but
afraid
RRQ
anymore.
did not care. Exactly. Just brute force. Fight fire with fire. Let's go. And that just turns things around. I mean, a little bit awkward for Best, surely, with the From the Shadows. I think she wasn't prepared for it, wasn't fast enough. But her teammates were instantly there to back her up. And Navsky especially has been coming up with a lot of multi-kills in these rounds. She's back up on 14 kills. And still this lockdown hasn't really been... You don't need it.
Yeah, it hasn't been necessary whatsoever. Most of the impact from Iceberg comes from anchoring down that A site versus Nyx Kyosei. And here we go again. Elbow has been her city. And apparently she's the mayor of A. Nyx Kyosei, they have to back out instead. As RRQ getting so much intel early on. Watch out for mid though, Quack. The harbor's there. Maybe Alec can find her. Nope. Backing away into relative safety.
It's either Alka or a Yumi, right? Kind of positioned around market, around a link. You got a turret there from Iceberg as well, so maybe it's a bit of a lurk. Maybe that's what Con is looking for. She's got a sheriff only.
Yeah, exactly. She's the only one without a rifle right now. Find for Nyx. They go for the haunt though. Trying to get a bit of intel. Broken quickly, so presence implied. Kyosei looking around towards mid. Con doesn't need a rifle at all. Alaka falls first and foremost. Cascade's coming to play. High Tide's gonna be there too, and the pressure being applied towards that B side. Keep an eye out on Ayumi instead. She's watching and holding market by her lonesome. Best also anchored onto the side, blocked off. And the Whiskey now moving forward. Big smokes here for Nyx Kyosei to actually wait on. Here comes Ayumi again! 2 for Ayumi! Actually decides to test this offense. Here comes RRQ fighting back. Con, the only one still standing. And it's 1v2. Time running out here for Nyx Kyosei. Iceberg spotted. Best isolated. Con with another one. 3 for her. Providing a bit of cover. The Nanoswarm did a bit of damage though. And the Iceberg again. Such a haunting presence. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Iceberg will find you.
Last round in the half.
Just can't. This is one of those Friday the 13th
So scary.
horror movies. You think she's up by Boba, and then she goes all the way back around through to market, and suddenly you get stabbed in the back. The little tumbleweed at the end as well. 9-2, Daks, and RQ has not slowed down at all. Are we really going to end this first half 10-2? This is an elimination match. Nyx Kyosei need to come up huge.
I think the bigger question really is, will we see the lockdown finally used? And Yumi caught off guard by Piety, quickly positioned towards Styles. Big pick right now from Nyx Kyosei. At least something to start with.
Okay. The Aftershock was kind of baited out as well, I guess. Nobody's really there, though, so it's a free pick for Nyx Kyosei. Maybe they can make use of this to soften up the defenses, find something. So far, the B sites seems to be their preference, but it's always tricky with that large pillar around the middle. And they need market control. They need to collect on a lot more space. Right now, Piety's going off on a bit of alert too, though, so maybe able to catch some unsuspecting players. The market becomes...
There you have it, case in point, Quack, as he called it. Piety finding Alaka, clearing out market well for Nyx Kyosei. Their best chance in a long time. Neurotheft also used to get that intel.
Spike
As the plant goes down, Con's ready with another reckoning. So Nyx, they have everything they need to succeed for this time.
Yeah, the perfect ingredient. Oh, there it is. It's used right now. Reckoning.
Oh, Piety's on 3 though. This is interesting. Maybe a chance to get even more. Navsky, Bess, trying to hold all the way by Boba. But beyond the cascade, it's difficult to even find any kind of footing. And Capricious is prepared on the opposite end. We end the half 9-3.
Just as we started on the first map too, it's another 9-3. The reckoning was there. We had great map control. We had a bit of a lurk, and everything going right for Nyx Kyosei. Are we feeling superstitious, panelists?
Like I said, for me, it's lucky number 13. But of course, you know, with right now against Nyx Kyosei, or rather for Nyx Kyosei, it's not feeling too lucky for them, right? RRQ are on a roll right now. They were able to put a stopper to that momentum with that last round, but it was, I feel like, it wasn't exactly consistency that got it. It just so happened that, you know, there were some lucky shots, some lucky picks from Piety, especially that massive first one onto a Yumi Coldan. But this isn't something that we've been seeing all throughout the round, so I don't feel too confident just yet.
Yeah, even though the last round was kind of nice, it doesn't really inspire confidence that they have that under control. Something really interesting is when they use the reckoning, they do win the round, but I don't think that's a consistent
piece of
util
right?
that you can use every round, right? And when Piety gets those levels, yeah, they get the value, but RRQ, they know, they are very aware of this. You see them always playing towards mid. They have at least one person always watching that mid push, you know, coming into the CT spawn position. And when Nyx unable to get those picks in mid, they kind of struggle in the later rounds, right? It looks very disjointed and really uncomfortable. But switching over sides, I think they really need to, you know, tighten up their util, tighten up their gameplay, because right now RRQ is just gonna run away with it.
Oh yes, and they could run straight into the faces of Nyx Kyosei here as the side switch, and we are now going to RRQ on attack. We already saw how aggressive they are on defense, much like what happened in the first map, right? And even the same scoreline, actually. So is this deja vu, but this time Sunset? We're gonna find out as we step back into the beautiful streets of Los Angeles with Daks and Quack.
Aww.
Okay, well, RRQ Kaguya, the big lead has been set here, Quack. They've shown that their offense has been pretty much sublime versus FULLSENSE Sapphire. They have a big buffer to work with. Let's see what else they can do. Nyx, they need to recover and fast.
They really desperately need to make that happen. We've got some trips set up across B now, so maybe if Ayumi steps into them, it could be a bit of a trap play from Nyx Kyosei to deny her that earlier aggression. Dark Carver's coming out though, and RQ's looking for a bit of space. Oh wow, using Prowler to put those trips.
Absolutely, and from this point on, Ayumi use that as a go signal to actually make her way towards the site itself. Ayumi gets one, make it a second, mark it now. There's the pressure, smoke someone out as well. The Biscuit though struggling all throughout the game. It's Con instead with confirmation. And RRQ, they're clearing this B site so well and so efficiently. Spike's gonna go on down. Chow, the only one still standing. Duel now versus Alaka, can't win it. Double jits here for RRQ.
That was all it took. That was all it took, Daks. A little bit of an underestimated combo between the Fade and the Raze is that you can use your Prowlers to break trips to allow your Raze, aka Ayumi, to do such things with the Frenzy. It completely chews up Nyx Kyosei, and a little bit unfortunate for them. Without the pistol win, they don't have momentum. Unless they can somehow turn this round back against RQ.
Yeah, this round is a big testament of how shaken Nyx Kyosei is right now, especially, unfortunately for Dilbisky. Hasn't gotten a single kill all throughout these past 13 rounds into the 14th. Struggling to find that kill onto Ayumi also. It's Nyx if they want to stand a chance. They are on an eco though with 3 sheriffs at the very least, but RQ, they get intel towards B. Realize it's a good pivot to go towards A where it's only Con awaiting them. And they're rotating very quietly just to make their way through.
Trying to be as silent as possible. Causes a lot of doubt to sink into Nyx Kyosei's minds. They don't have that information, especially not on the A site. Con's so far back, and at this point, all she can do is to wait for her teammates to arrive. A full-on pistol retake against a fully equipped RRQ Kaguya squad.
Stacked is an understatement. RRQ has brought everything they need to win. Alaka with the first, Dilbisky though getting on the board finally, but that's all she gets. 2-for-1 trade so far. RRQ sticking around towards elbow, something they've been utilizing even the first half. Kasha pushes forward, Ayumi will fall. The rest of her teammates though already been felled along the way, and it's not just 1 but 3 looking at you. Besto, a single person enough to get that kill, and it's 11-3 for RRQ's favor.
Staring down the barrel, man. You got 3 barrels. That's a firing squad. The fault line, that was very nice. Dilbisky managing to land such a shot though, and Kachao just, I mean, making use of that positioning, not too bad. But that's it, Daks. That's it. It is an 11-3. Very difficult to come back from. If RQ takes this round, the game is as good as gone, and that would be match and series point. Kyosei still, I can't stress this enough, it's an elimination match. They lose this, and that is it for Game Changers APAC Elite for them.
This is do or die right now for Nyx. This might be the penultimate round here. But RRQ, can they get value on the bonus? Nyx Kyosei picking out not even the fullest buy. Light armors for many. Got the Guardian as well, and Con, a single shot, apparently enough. Iceberg will fall finally in position here as well. It's a big fix from Nyx so far until Ayumi provides the overrun. A chance now here for Nyx to fight back as RQ pivot their way from mid to A. They'll be able to get the site. There's still an actor going for the mid. Kachao looking for the clear, but Kachao was ill prepared for it. Best gets 2. Con with a 3rd so far. The Guardian is all she needs. The taps do come, but Best will eventually silence those tracks.
No way.
Oh, incredible picks, but we're not done just yet. Best versus Capricious now in a 1v1. The spike out in the open, elbow being held instead here by
She doesn't know.
And you said it yourself. She doesn't know, and now we find Nyx still alive.
Ridiculous. Well, good thing for Nyx Kyosei. Capricious stayed hidden long enough. Incredible shots coming in from both sides, but Bess was just a little bit sharper. That dink right before Kachao went back behind the wall. And a little bit Yeah, it's just unlucky for Khan being caught out with her knife. I guess she thought that Best would be further back towards A main as opposed to right around that corner. So 11-4, and we continue on.
Signs of life here for Nick Kyosei, but they're gonna need more than a heartbeat to keep fighting back. Here we go again.
We got
RQ
Reckoning.
now. Putting the pressure, you said it already. The Reckoning. You know, do you want to be the Reckoning alarm, Quack? You want
Yes,
to?
yes.
Yeah, okay, so from this point on, you gotta give me the signal if there's a Reckoning available. Trailblazer though. Scouts at towards B main.
That's not a Reckoning.
That's not a Reckoning. I'm glad you know the difference between the Trailblazer and the Reckoning. Congrats.
This is my one job today. Thank you very much, Daks. I love working with you.
You are incredible. But what might easily be better is the setup here for Piety, unless a Yumi can clear it with a showstopper. Moving now towards the alley, even flushing out anyone on site as the Rockets provides a bit of space. Boombot also for intel. Like planted, trying to break it, and now the Reckoning, as Quack has been hyping up all so far. The answer though with the seas with Piety standing her ground to catch out Navsky. Advantage now here for Nyx as they go for the retake. The main show so lob to buy some time. Capricious Kachao. You can see the roll call here for Nick Kyosei. They're getting on the board here bit by bit, and now they're making their way towards the side. Already on DC's duty. Ayumi though still with the fight back, but can anyone from RQ even make their way back to the spike? The answer is no. Nick's still kicking here and still fighting.
You know, pretty soon. I'm glad that today is Friday the 13th because The Reckoning sounds like a really good horror movie. It happens because of the ultimate. Look at this. Someone gets stunned, Piety gets a frag off of it, and then the high tide from Khan comes up to give Nick Kyosei a lot more space to work with. And with that, they set up some positions for the retake. They know that RQ would go in for the fights, and with that, angles being held, they were able to shut down RRQ's win streak. Now, 2 rounds in a row, maybe they can chain this back into even more. Of course, we need a lot before we can actually call this a true comeback, but it is nonetheless a great chance for Nick Kyosei.
Look, it's a long way to the surface here for Nick Kyosei, but with Khan and Piety leading that charge, there's always a possibility. The timeout called by RQ, they just can't find the answer again when Nick Kyosei has all that utility to work with. They're trying to play onto the site, they're getting flushed out, they're trying to play away from it, they can't see anything, and it's the kind of problems that their double initiator comp still needs to deal with versus the double control.
Well, I'm told by Mika now that The Reckoning is actually a real movie.
Okay, so Quack, you gotta pay royalties after that one, huh?
Oh no,
Oh,
I don't have anything. I can just tell you when there's a Reckoning available.
Okay.
But off the timeout, I mean, I'm sure that RQ Kaguya have recognized that that is something, that's a factor that has worked against them thus far. So maybe Coach Ducky calling a timeout to kind of give them a little bit more guidance as they approach sites now. Walking through, they know they have some guns, not the best, but at least something that they can work with.
Yeah, an incredible camera, by the way. You see that? Seeing from elbow towards lobby? Oh, not the mesh. That's material.
Gotta change the game plan now. Whatever A hit you wanted to pull off, Nick Kyosei are prepared for it. So we go back, funneled in towards B. Capricious and Kachao are very much aware of this. Hence the guiding light at this time to gain information over B main. Capricious blocks it off, and Market gets blocked off back.
Strikes are out. Paranoia the answer here from RQ. Seems like he will lead the charge again with the blast backs, with the flash comes on in, and Kachao wins the dual best though. Classic's all she needs to get that kill along the way. Plant looking to be stuck here by RQ. They have the rolling thunder to work with if ever. Con already finding best. Push comes to shove as Alaka will decide to advance anyway. Con with another one. Over to the opposite. They don't expect Iceberg to be in that position. Navsky throwing all the attention away. But in the 1v2, these sheriff staffs need to think through. But apparently the only one who'll be saying anything will be Delbisky. Nyx again, that's 3 in a row now.
And not too shabby. RQ Kaguya getting the spike plant regardless, but Nick Kyosei very well done standing their ground and pushing RQ Kaguya back. They managed to shoot down a Yumi. Kachao, I mean, what in the timing was that guiding light just at the right moment? And then Alka with the fault line to answer back as well. But thankfully, Nick Kyosei's teammates were just right around the corner from Boba, and they had the best angle to come back into the game. So off of that, good wins, good economy. We've got Capricious with an operator this time around.
Yeah, there's so much confidence right now here from Kyosei compared to what we saw before their initial win. Before in the first half, even. Chance now to try and rally back. They go for the flash to try and get confirmation towards B main.
Oh my god, Capricious.
So that's a dangerous angle to play with the operator with. Especially that Alok is on that breach. A single stun gonna be enough to keep her completely in a vulnerable state. The smoke comes out though. RRQ now, they still don't know. The op is out. Dangerous here for Best as well. As the market take Capricious, finally making the signal count. Rolling Thunder, immediately the answer. Alka has had enough. The flash is there too. And that's just to confirm the kill onto the op. So 3v3. Cove's in the way. Con will force Snapsky to push a little bit deeper than expected. And from this point on, Con is the angle again. Fighting versus Alka. Alka still wins the duel 2v2. All picked up instead. Alka wants to provide fire support from afar.
Paradise Bird.
Well, the plant comes down.
The flank.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Fighty's flank, Fighty's timing, and now we hear the showstopper as well. Ultimates online and utilized here by Kyosei. Everything left to Iceberg, but she just gets a fistful of rockets. Delbisky sends her packing, and that's 7 now for Nyx along the way.
Shame.
A gunpowder and smoke blown up in your face. RRQ Kaguya haven't had the best time ever since Kyosei started winning rounds, and that operator, yeah, although Capricious did die towards the end, it was good enough that it halted or stalled that B split push coming in from RQ Kaguya, and that's really all they needed to do, right? You had that little bit of damage, you have market dealt with, at least for the time being, and then everything else that follows through on it. Con getting those frags were crucial, and lo and behold, Daks, you know,
Maybe.
that's the reckoning.
No. That's your job, not mine anymore.
We got the reckoning available, is what I'm telling you.
Dude, I need to make like a voice line for Quack. You need to give me a pre-recorded reckoning voice line, man.
What's the signal? I'll just shout, reckoning!
Yeah, like that out of nowhere.
It's to move.
And while Quack's trying to do his best Harper impression, we're finally gonna get exactly what we're asking for. Go ahead, do the honors.
It's time to move!
And the Seekers are the answer. Jokes aside though, Kyosei, they're doing an incredible job to stop RRQ in their traps. And because of the Seekers, because of the Reckoning, Kaguya can't even move from this angle.
Oh, they're just stops. But I'm looking for Yumi to blast back into sight.
Yeah, and they're out to top 2, and they flush out Kachao in that committed position. Patience bearing through here for RRQ. A Yumi crossing on through. Con completely blinded by it. Didn't expect a Yumi to be that close. 4v3, and that's top to Payansi. There's the first, but that also gets Delbisky though coming online truly here in the second half. And while Alaka's the last one standing here for RRQ, it's the same angle to play. Running out of time though, needs to go here towards B. Capricious jiggling with the operator in hand. And it's a matter of time here for Kyosei.
10 seconds left.
As of yet. Through Satchel into the swing.
Manu.
And well done by Nyx again. This is now 5 in a row for them.
That's a lovely movement from Delbisky at the end as well. I mean, first, it really is those reckoning rounds, Daks. I'm not even kidding anymore. It's just, they used the reckoning. Everyone from RQ Kaguya were stuck behind. And because of that stall, Kyosei were in position to defend and hold. Despite a Yumi's blast pack plays, which by the way, it's always, that's RQ Kaguya's playbook. Blast pack in the side, a Yumi maybe gets one, maybe a lot of them can follow through off of it. But this time they couldn't because everyone from Kyosei were here and ready to fight back.
Yeah, Nyx has been so prepared, especially towards backside in multiple occasions. Staying away from the kill zone that RRQ prepares for themselves. Delbisky, though, really come online, and there you go again! The second half has been her calling, and 3 is what she brings to the grave before she's felled. Big picks for Kyosei just to define the round so far.
I mean, I know it's an eco round, but still, come on.
It's still 3, and that's a good one.
Alright. RQ trying to fight back. We've got Iceberg with the lockdown. Maybe he could put it down around elbow. Oh.
Flash comes out. Iceberg tries to swing from it, but Chow playing safely into the sides.
One enemy
Little action as Alaka is caught outside the smoke. Next Kyosei.
I think that's it.
This was a not convincing one. This was what, 11-3 a while ago, Quack. Now it's 11-9.
We've got 6 rounds in a row. You're right. Oh wow, Dax's math checks out, guys. That's incredible. But still, I
Thank
mean,
you. I went to elementary, you know, for a few years. I think that's taught me enough.
A.
I'm glad that you can count. But Nick's Kyosei, I mean, the main point is this is such a comeback, and if you haven't, if you don't believe it, now's the time. Now is the time to start believing in Fifi, because it's happening again. Delbisky has the showstopper. Now she's popped it out. Nobody's really there though, and RQ have turned away. Now they're funneled into A site. A lot of Cypher utility here.
Yeah, next year say they're getting the rally for the comeback, yes, but they can't jump the gun like that. Showstopper finds nothing. It's RQ. They're moving in their way towards A instead, and Piety. Strong setup, especially towards the main angles here. But the lockdown, hey, finally! We actually get to see it into the map here from Iceberg. It's a great way to clear out this A site. Everyone else from Nick's gonna say they have to play towards the alley. With the space, so Alaka though, triggered on the tripwire was covered though along the way. Here the showstopper instead from Ayumi, and up close and personal. There's no escaping for Con whatsoever. Advantage now here for RQ.
And that's the thing about RQ. I mean, having built up such a strong lead from the first half, all they really needed was one round to push things into match and series point. That's it though. Round's not over. Nick's Kyosei can still fight back, but the Rolling Thunder just to hold them back. They want this round so bad.
And look at the play. Ayumi makes of it from that point on. Piety will fall, and Nick's Kyosei, there's just no getting in there. Ayumi with 3. Navsky, same angle, same destiny, and that's gonna be it. This is series point for RQ awaiting them.
Very, very incredible. I mean, I don't know if this was a call from the in-game leader for RQ, Navsky, but you can see that it was a very well thought out game plan. Sure, at first they were kind of headed towards B, and then they rotated back into A, but because there was that much space to work with, along with the showstopper and the utility and everything else, it's just a perfect setup for Ayumi and Alaka to really, I mean, defeat Nick's Kyosei. So now, backs against the wall. This is our last stand. Timeout being called. I'm not sure how much they could do. They need 3 rounds for overtime.
Yeah, one final timeout here for Fifi, perhaps. RQ, they're just 1 round away from making it to the next round of the lower bracket. And it's been an incredible run here for Nick's Kyosei, with Delbisky coming online, with Piety really stepping up, especially so far in this game alone. And that's been the story of Nick's Kyosei all throughout their run this year. The step up in LCQ, the big win versus MLT, the fact that they're still here in Elites and making waves. It's been a big testament to their progress, but against, of course, such a stable team in RQ, Kaguya. Is this the end of the line for them? This timeout is where they discuss what else they can do by this point.
Yeah. You gotta plan for the next 3 rounds or so. It's always a bit of a tall task, a tall order, but not impossible. Capricious back on and ready with that operator, looking to block off B main. But you could see some pings out on the minimap coming in from RQ. Perhaps Alaka's going to outline this, or... Oh, they're very aware. Instantly blocked up by the dark cover as well, so... I guess we'll just have to explore mid-market, or maybe A instead.
Yeah, Nowski back away.
Ooh, spotted!
That was way too close for
Dance with
comfort.
death.
Oh, well, while these omens are ready to be the signal of their own demise, now reposition. Ayumi getting away in time. It's Capricious taking a bit of damage along the way. Prowler don't get the confirmation. Con has to retreat, and Con gets the first, but not the second. Ayumi now makes his trade work. 4v4 for the time being, as RQ repositioned to try and pivot towards B here.
They know that Capricious has fallen back, so there's a bit more space, but what they did not know is Delbisky right here, ready to receive.
Now Delbisky now backing off with the pain shells, still sticking around main though, and RQ. Can they figure this one out? Paranoia lob. Capricious! Still holding the angle, and that was so quick from Nyx. just thrusting one another in the angles that they held. Capricious went for the paranoia, instantly peeked back into market, and the timing was perfect for her. But the pressure now onto the shoulders of Piety. Set up her tripwire still in station, but RRQ are trying to move on through to the other side. A big catch with the trip, but Ayumi still wins the fight anyway. 31 HP. Hops up to the high ground. Capricious now. The angle's there, but the shot doesn't ring through. A heartbreaker there for Capricious. But the job's not done. 3v2. Elbow. There. Taken by Nyx especially. As RQ see this coming, Ayumi is in dangerous territory here, my friend. Aluka is holding by her lonesome now. 3 for Ayumi, though. Jumps done by her, but Aluka is it time now for RQ with another one. The clash, though, comes in close, and Capricious, with the classic of all things, keeps Nyx alive. We go to a 12-10 standing.
Lunging forward. The classic right click at point blank range. Absolutely lethal. Smart movement coming in, and I guess, you know, even if she was hit by the vine, it wasn't that big of a deal. And unfortunate for Aluka, good mind to pull out that utility, but still tough to work against nonetheless. But still, I mean, making it come down to such a close scenario. RRQ almost making it work, but you have to credit Capricious and her operator in this round.
Insane movement, that's all I have to say. She made her way through and somehow survived to still win the fight. Nyx Kyosei, has that been the story all throughout their run here in Game Changers this year? I think the answer is yes. They've survived, they've thrived. And they're still here fighting. The Trailblazer gets the intel towards B main. And now though, RQ has a big presence moving towards mid especially.
Oh, and that's where you don't really want to go because Capricious is right at the top of top mid. Smokes off bot mid as well, and just kind of falling back, sensing a bit of danger perhaps.
Oh,
Ayumi. Alright, they're clearing things out.
Yeah, the utility is there, and instead we get the alley hold from Nyx Kyosei. We watch over at Boba this time around, and let's see what kind of percent of damage Khan will get. 40% of the opposition. That's a sweet treat here for Nyx. But RRQ, the fight back so far, they will be able to get control of backside here. The Lord of Iceberg also equalizing the odds. 3v3 for time being still prepared, but she can't hit the shot! A critical error, but Delbisky's there to thrive and fight. 2v2 now, the Patials getting confirmation. But Torpnore into play though. Nyx, can they keep alive in this game? The Satchel's keeping Mess at bay, and it's up to Iceberg yet again. 3 for her so far. The Patials have been reset. Delbisky getting space for it. And as Delbisky tries to go for the half defuse, Delbisky still wins it! Nyx is still here, ladies and gents. They're still fighting, and they're 1 round away from overtime.
With every single round, they survive, they thrive, and they keep going at it. And it's just this movement from Khan as well, receiving them perfectly as they tried to push out of Boba. I mean, maybe it's the Phantom, maybe it's her sensing, but she just nailed those shots, and every single other movement coming through. Nyx Kyosei were able to make it work. Iceberg, though, with such a big flank, that's great. I mean, 40% damage as well towards her opponents. Very good math, Daks. But still, I mean, when it comes down to it, when it matters most, that one-on-one, she couldn't come up huge. So we're in for it. Overtime or bust now.
Yeah, RRQ, they've witnessed their lead crumble at the seams in front of them. This has been an incredible second half from Nyx Kyosei. But can they finish off, or in this case, force the overtime actually, as RRQ want to keep it in regulation. The tripwire though is there. Iceberg spot, trying to find any spot she can work with without touching the wire. Piety though, alongside Delbisky, this is gonna be crucial for both sides. Whoever can get a pick here. Right? Yeah, she's not trying to break it. She's trying to goad Piety or Delbisky comes her way. The boombot though finally gets confirmation. The cyber cage is popped, and seems like for RRQ, they have to hold back for the time being.
I mean, since they know she's here, might as well.
Never mind.
And then she peeks. Showstopper as well. Guess what though, Daks? there's a reckoning available.
RRQ just doesn't listen. They decide to go for the full send, and they come up ahead because of it. The reckoning alarm is here, but it's alarming that there's only 2 left for Nick Kyosei. The final lifeline perhaps for Kon, as Ayumi gets another one as the clear comes again. And Nick Kyosei, it's been an incredible rally, it's been an incredible fight, and an incredible year. But RRQ, they know their destiny lies into the next round. And with 5 still standing, the veil will be lifted. Ayumi with a triple kill. And RRQ take it 13-11 to sweep Nick Kyosei.
What an incredible fight from Nick Kyosei. I mean, seriously, hats off to them for making it this long, this far. But when it all comes down to it, just 1 round was all it took, and RRQ Kaguya recognized that Elbow was where they would want to plant their flag. Elbow was where Napsky and everyone was able to kind of work around that tripwire. I mean, we talked about how, do we shoot the tripwire? It's clearly not. They're waiting, trying to goad them into peeking her. And then it just happens right then and there. The showstopper as well. And finally, despite the reckoning alarm, nope, it's not going to happen in that final round. No 1v5s today.
A little too shallow with the lesser numbers. And in the end, Nick Kyosei, they put up an incredible fight, especially there on Sunset. A strong rally to make that pace of why they made it too late in the first place. But RQ Kaguya, they're expecting even bigger and better stages for them. So they move on. They're going to face off against NWJ the next time around. That's going to be it us for now. Here on the casting side, we'll throw it over to the panel to break down an incredible map that we just witnessed.
Thank you very much, Daks and Quack, for that. I mean, it was quite a map indeed. We didn't expect that. I think Nick Kyosei would put up that much of a fight, but they can go down with their heads held high because this was, quite the comeback for them, right? Unfortunately, because this is an elimination match, we do have to say goodbye to Fifi and friends. But as I mentioned, this was an amazing fight brought on for them and ended so poetically with the reckoning, which now, thanks to Nick Kyosei, I will always think of Quack's voice line whenever a reckoning comes online here, Coldan.
Honestly, it was Quack. His reckoning alarm was too late.
I know.
Everyone died by the time he said the reckoning alarm. Yeah, they used reckoning 4 times, and every single time they used it, they won, except for the last round at the very final hurdle. Oh, it's heartbreaking to see, but yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles, I guess. It is, and a nice attempt coming from Nyx. It was a resurgence coming in from Delbisky. At one point, she was 0 and 12, if I'm not mistaken. And then she comes back, puts on 16 frags and 5 deaths in the second half, which was an insane haul, but a bit too little too late, I guess, right? The first half was just a very huge margin already, right? The difference was 9-3, and so the comeback was incredibly difficult. RRQ just needed to scrape together a couple rounds, and not to mention Ayumi, an insane duelist on this map. She's been putting up numbers, and this map is no exception.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I mean, everybody on RRQ was just really popping off, but I do have to commend, as you mentioned, Delbisky was a massive factor when it came to the comeback of Nick Kyosei, right? And as well as, of course, Kon. We already talked about how iconic this reckoning was for this series. Yeah, but Delbisky came up, right when her team really needed that extra push, right? In the same way that Ayumi can be the same for RRQ, Delbisky was that for Nick Kyosei. As well as Capricious, there were some excellent moments there, especially when when she was really determined to make sure that I will get the most out of this op here. I will determinedly hold this angle here. And Piety too. There were a lot of big plays here that were made by those players, and that were really instrumental into that comeback. Unfortunately, it was just too late, I guess, in the game, especially here at Elite's last leg. And when you're up against somebody like Ayumi, who has an ACS of 321 and 27 kills, it's just way too much of a tall order for these ladies.
Yeah, there wasn't much room for error. There was such a close margin. They reached 11 rounds by the second round of the second half. So they just needed to scrape together, just 2 more. You have so many ultimates that you can work with as well. So as long as you stack those ultimates, you can get a lot of value. You can just, whip around just out of your back pocket. And to be honest, they were really, really close of getting, those rounds. There were so many clutch scenarios that we witnessed that went in the favor of Nick's Kyosei, right? There was the Capricious Classic 1v1 with Aluka, insane, having the op and then switching up to the Classic, as well as that Delvisky 3k clutch over at the B side, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, extremely close rounds, but today is just not that day, and we'll have to say goodbye to Nick's Kyosei.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is elimination and it is elite, so we do know that eventually only one will come out victorious. It could be RRQ Kaguya because, right now they do continue on their journey in the lower bracket, right? I do believe we have an interview with them coming up, so just getting confirmation to make sure that our players are ready. And I do think, for RRQ Kaguya, they are looking really, really well, but I've yet to see, when other teams are up against, say, FULLSENSE, Sapphire, or Team SMG, there is that definitive, there is that definitive lead, I guess. And with RQ Kaguya, it's I guess, it's not quite there. It might just be luck of the draw. It might just be, a case-to-case basis. But first up, let's pull up RQ Kaguya onto your screens for a very quick interview. We can check in on the girls and see how they're feeling. So, RRQ, are you guys there? Can you hear us over here on the panel?
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Bess.
Hi.
Hi, hello. Congratulations on this win. That was a very excruciating final map, I think. Can you talk to us were you expecting this kind of comeback from Nick's Kyosei? And actually, two-part question for you. NWJ is coming up next for you guys. Were you expecting to go up against them, and how are you guys feeling about this next match?
We were ready for any team that was gonna win the last match, so we're just prepared. And how we feel right now, it was definitely scary since they had a little comeback, but then still we didn't underestimate them, so we're always doing our best.
I think it really did show, of course. Congratulations on that amazing run, Bess. Coldan, do you have a question? I'm so distracted, there's a cat.
Yeah, the cat's extremely cute, but I just have kind of one question. Going into this matchup, or at least going into this tournament, right? I was just curious to see your perspective on it, but what was the goal for your team coming into Elite, right? We know that SMG are the top dogs. You have FULLSENSE, Sapphire, which you guys go toe to toe quite frequently as well. So I'm just curious to see what's the team's goal in this Elite. Is it to win at everything, to go all the way to Brazil? What's the sentiment there?
Yeah, our goal is always to win, and since we've played both teams a lot, especially FS, we're all preparing for them, so maybe we can see an upset.
Do you think you guys, or at least, what is your confidence level, should I say, if you guys beat FULLSENSE Sapphire, in that lower brackets? Because SMG, they won in the upper brackets, so they will be in that grand finals, and then FULLSENSE Sapphire waiting for you guys if you get past SCYTHE and WJ. But I'm just curious to see, what's your confidence level? Do you have something in your back pocket, something to surprise them perhaps?
Yeah, we always have something prepared for them, and we're just ready. That's all I have to say.
Not revealing too much.
Yeah.
You're not getting anything out of Bess here, Coldan. No spoilers allowed in this game.
Yeah, I want to see, what's the confidence level, because I really do think those two teams, have a decent shot at making that grand finals and, taking on SMG again. So happy to hear that, and good luck with your games that will be coming up.
Absolutely. Good luck to you and the rest of RRQ. Bess, for now, you guys can rest easy, and we will see you guys tomorrow for the continuation of your journey.
Okay, bye-bye.
Well, it seems as though RRQ, they have that quiet confidence going on, right? They are prepared for anything that might come their way. They might just not, perhaps show it or execute or brandish it all around as like much as the other teams, but they already, as Best mentioned, they do have tricks up their sleeve as well. So it's gonna be really exciting indeed, as they will be up against NWJ, which they did mention that like, hey, any team you can throw our way, we are ready. But I think a lot of us here in the script, Coldan, we're not expecting this matchup to happen.
Yeah, I think a lot of viewers or just casters talent expect OGX to be that team against RRQ, but NWJ, right? They've been showing up, they've been taking down great teams in this tournament already, and yeah, they're gonna have to face up with yet another titan in the scene, which is gonna be RRQ that we just witnessed today, which will be a very interesting matchup. I think the last few matchups, nothing unfamiliar, but it is a new map pool, it is a new patch, so I think anything is possible, and I cannot wait to see how the tournament continues on.
Well, we are going to see by tomorrow which of these teams will be joining Team SMG in the grand finals. We will first have the continuation of our lower bracket, which will be RRQ versus NWJ, and then the winner of that will go on to face FULLSENSE Sapphire in our lower final. And eventually the winner of that will go up against Team SMG for that slot to Game Changers Champions in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and the title of Game Changers APAC Champions as well. At the end of everything, Coldan, any final thoughts to wrap up this very long day?
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's a long day, but it's been a very entertaining one. We got a couple of nice maps, we got a couple of interesting storylines, attempted comebacks, failed comebacks.
We got a gecko!
Everything under the sun. We got a gecko as well, yeah. It's been really, really fun. And yeah, thank you to Mika being the panelist with me here today, but I think, yeah, nothing else to say, I guess.
Very exciting, and I think I absolutely agree with you. It is a reminder that, everything can happen and you can't count out teams just yet. We saw, even though we had to say goodbye to OGX and to, Nyx Kyosei, we did see that at the very end, they really did pull out all of the stops, and it just goes to show how much a competitive scene is for elevating here for Game Changers APAC. And it is exciting stuff indeed, and we're not done just yet. We still do have RQ and NWJ and that lower final against FULLSENSE Sapphire, and eventually we'll see Team SMG at the very end as well. So tune in and stay until the very end with us, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a few more days until we find out who our champion will be. So we'll see you guys here same time, same virtual place. So for now, we'll see you guys later and have a good night.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Remaining. Spike planted. One enemy.
Got the money in the bank.
One enemy remaining.
Hit you with the
Show me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. Back down, back up, back down, back up.